Chapter 1835. The Demonic Palace. A figure walked out of the demonic palace step by step. It was actually a black-robed youth. The youth was about 20 years old. He was about 1.8 meters tall and had a tall figure. His hands were behind his back. His facial features were as sharp as a knife. He wore a long black robe with a demonic dragon embroidered on it. That's right. He was the demonic ancestor who made people tremble in fear. He stood in front of the palace and looked up at the sky. His dark eyes were like two bottomless pits with demonic mist rising. His thick black wavy hair danced in the wind. It's been 10,000 years. I'm finally back. Qin Batian, I really have to thank you. If you hadn't shown mercy back then, I would have died in the hands of Mu Tianyang and Mu Tianjun, the demonic ancestor murmured with a trace of reminiscence in his eyes. But soon, the look in his eyes turned sharp. But this is also the worst decision you've ever made. The demonic ancestor stepped out and stood in the sky above the demonic palace. His aura surged as he roared, "Today, your Qin clan will perish. Welcome, demonic ancestor. Greetings, demonic ancestor." Everyone in the city began to roar. The white-haired elder and the four divine beasts looked at the demonic ancestor in the sky with reverence. Heaven observation technique, activate. The demonic ancestor waved his hand and images appeared in the void in front of him. There was the scene of Sima Yuan being killed. There was the scene of the inner demons transcending tribulation. There was the scene of the Black Demon King self-destructing. There was also the scene of the Tianwu King, the Flame King, the Water Qilin, and the Black Qilin being killed, as expected of the person I have my eyes on. In the end, the demonic ancestor looked at the scene where Qin Feiyang was and a trace of a smile appeared in his eyes. The heaven observation technique can see through everything. It's indeed extraordinary. The white-haired elder and the others mumbled. The nine-headed dragon laughed sinisterly and said, "Lord demonic ancestor, since you've come out of seclusion, can we start a full-scale war?" "Can't wait," the demonic ancestor said. "Of course. After so many years of silence, it's time for us to strike back. Look, this emperor's bloodline power has already been ignited." The giant dragon cackled, its eyes filled with a bloodthirsty light. The wood Qilin and the other two beasts grinned maliciously as well. It's time to counterattack. But before that, let's find those ants first. The fiend ancestor raised his arm and tapped the air again. The scene in front of him began to change. In less than 3 breaths, a woman in red and 2 middle-aged men appeared on the screen. That was right. These 3 people were Qin Feiyang's mother and Jiang Zhengyi. It's her. The demon Alpha looked at Qin Feiyang's mother and smiled brightly. He took a step forward and appeared above the Sky Treasure Pavilion. Inside the room, Qin Feiyang's mother and Jiang Zhengyi were talking on the phone. "Why are you here? Could it be that he has already found out?" When she sensed the demon Alpha's aura, she was shocked. She immediately looked at Jiang Zhengyi and said, "Inform Feiyang immediately." "There's no need to inform Qin Feiyang, because I'll go out and look for him personally later." The demon Alpha appeared in the room. He looked at Qin Feiyang's mother and Jiang Zhengyi's virtual figures and smiled. "You're the demon Alpha?" Yang Wei was surprised. "That's right." The demon Alpha looked at Yang Wei and nodded. "That's impossible. When we were at the miracle, the voice we heard was clearly very old." Yang Wei said, "What does that mean? Could it be that if the voice is old, I should be an old man? But I have to admit that you guys are quite capable to be able to hide in Magic City for so long. Especially you, Lu Qiuyu." The demon Alpha looked at Qin Feiyang's mother and smiled. "So young master's mother is called Lu Qiuyu." Yang Wei mumbled. "How did you know it was me?" Lu Qiuyu was shocked. The art of heaven observation can see through all the false appearances. The demon Alpha said. "The art of heaven observation." Lu Qiuyu's eyes trembled. The demon Alpha said, "It seems that you have heard of this ability." "That's right. I've checked your information. The art of heaven observation is your most powerful ability." Lu Qiuyu said in a deep voice. "Yes. However, I didn't have a physical body in the past and couldn't use the art of heaven observation. Otherwise, Do you think you can sneak into Magic City? However, I do admire your perseverance. Since Qin Fei Yang was expelled from the imperial capital, he began to investigate my hiding place. It hasn't changed for so many years. To be honest, sometimes I envy Qin Fei Yang for having such a mother who loves him so much. But this is also your misfortune. Because soon, you two will have a love-hate relationship. The demon Alpha said. Yang Wei roared, "Bastard, come at me if you have anything. Don't make things difficult for Mistress." It was obvious. The demon Alpha would let Lin Yi use the Eye of Oblivion to erase Lu Qiuyu's memory. You! The demon Alpha looked up at Yang Wei and smiled. Don't worry, you can't run away. The demonic tower is not an ordinary stone tower. It is a divine artifact. The demon Alpha's big hand grabbed in the air, and the demonic tower located underground outside the city suddenly rose from the ground, shattered the earth, and flew toward Magic City. Jiang Zhengyi and Tang Hai suddenly turned pale. Quickly inform Fei Yang. Lu Qiuyu shouted anxiously at Jiang Zhengyi and Tang Hai. Back to Qin Fei Yang. At this moment, he was about to catch up with the Blood Kirin and Sima Kuan with Tang Hai. In the void tens of thousands of miles ahead. The Blood Kirin and Sima Kuan were fighting wildly. The two superb divine artifacts collided with a deafening noise. The waves below surged and covered the sky. If we kill Sima Kuan, we will have another superb divine artifact. Then, our chances of winning will undoubtedly increase. Zhao Tailai said in a deep voice. Not bad. Tang Hai nodded. Fei Yang, this is bad. The demon Alpha has come out of seclusion. Your mother, my father, and Yang Wei have all fallen into his hands. It was also at this moment. Luo Qingzhu's voice suddenly sounded in Qin Fei Yang's mind. What did you say? Mother is also in Magic City? Qin Fei Yang's body shook, and he suddenly stopped in the void. Yes. Luo Qingzhu said. Young master, what's wrong? Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai looked at Qin Fei Yang suspiciously. Qin Fei Yang turned a deaf ear, and his expression was unprecedentedly terrified. Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai looked at each other. Did something happen again? Why is mother in Magic City? Qin Fei Yang muttered, as if he had lost his soul. What? Mistress is also in Magic City. Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai's expressions changed when they heard this. Qin Fei Yang suddenly roared, why didn't you tell me this before? Obviously, he was asking Luo Qingzhu. Luo Qingzhu said, I didn't know before. It was my father and Yang Wei who deliberately hid it from us. What do they want to do? Such an important thing, and they actually hid it from me. Qin Fei Yang was furious. What's the use of getting angry now? The top priority is to quickly get rid of Sima Kuan and get ready to fight the Demon Alpha. As for my father, if he is really controlled by Lin Yi, just kill him, Luo Qingzhu said in a deep voice. Qin Fei Yang's eyes trembled. Jiang Zhengyi was Luo Qingzhu's biological father, but at this moment, she actually asked him to kill him. How much courage did she have to say such a thing? Phew. After taking a deep breath, Qin Fei Yang calmed down, and the hesitation in his eyes disappeared. Yes, even Luo Qingzhu had this awareness. If he still couldn't let it go, how could he face the dead Yang Nanshan and his grandpa who died in his hands? Get ready to fight. Qin Fei Yang shouted violently and immediately led Zhao Tailai and Luo Qingzhu to attack Sima Kuan. At the same time, his voice also reached the ancient castle and the Devil's Land. Is it finally going to be a full-scale war? In the medicinal field. Kui Li looked up at the sky and muttered to himself. On the side, the golden divine leopard was also eager to give it a try. Everyone in the ancient castle, whether it was Luo Qingzhu and the other pseudo-gods, or Wang Zicheng and the other combat emperors, they were all filled with a murderous aura. Qin Fei Yang. Blood Kirin and Sima Kuan sensed Qin Fei Yang's aura. The former was pleasantly surprised, while the latter was panicking. Sima Kuan, your end is here. Blood Kirin laughed wildly as divine power surged. The dragon vein sword was fully unleashed, entangling Sima Kuan frantically. As soon as Qin Fei Yang arrived, this person would definitely die. Is that so? Sima Kuan murmured and grinned. You still don't know that the demon Alpha has come out of seclusion. The Wind Moon Pavilion shone with divine light and collided with the dragon vein sword. What? The demon Alpha has come out of seclusion? Blood Kirin's expression changed. That's right. Sima Kuan nodded. Blood Kirin said angrily, then why do you still look so flustered when you see Qin Feiyang coming? Who in this world wouldn't panic when they see Qin Feiyang? It's an instinctive reaction. Sima Kuan said. Bastard, I'll kill you first. Blood Kirin roared at Sima Kuan with the dragon vein sword. Do you really have the ability? Sima Kuan's face was full of mockery. The Wind Moon Pavilion blocked in front of him. Then let's try. Blood Kirin roared, and the Kirin armor appeared. He actually used his body to crash into the Wind Moon Pavilion. Boom. Blood Kirin spat out a mouthful of blood. But at the same time, the dragon vein sword went around the Wind Moon Pavilion and slashed at Sima Kuan. What? Even the Kirin armor is on you. Sima Kuan's expression changed. He never thought that Qin Feiyang would give these two supreme-grade divine artifacts to the Blood Kirin. The dragon vein sword fell. In the nick of time, Sima Kuan stepped aside, and his left arm was cut off by the dragon vein sword. Blood gushed out. Let's see how you dodge this time. Blood Kirin smiled ferociously. The dragon vein sword spun in the air and slashed at Sima Kuan's waist. This series of fatal attacks was too fast. Sima Kuan didn't seem to have reacted. No, his terrified roar was filled with despair. Die. Blood Kirin stared at Sima Kuan coldly. Die. However, before Blood Kirin finished speaking, the despair on Sima Kuan's face disappeared and was replaced with mockery. You are indeed scary when you go crazy. But you don't have the ability to kill me. Sima Kuan smiled disdainfully and disappeared without a trace. Damn it. Blood Kirin was stunned and then flew into a rage. He had completely forgotten that Sima Kuan was in control of Shanghai now. That meant that no matter how dangerous the situation was, he could hide in Shanghai in an instant. Genius remembered this address in 1 second. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 1836. When Sima Kuan disappeared, the Wind Moon Pavilion also disappeared. At that moment, Qin Feiyang rushed to the side of the Blood Kirin. His divine will rolled out and instantly locked onto Mo Du. Boom. Immediately after, Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and an invisible force surged out like a huge wave toward Mo Du. Qin Feiyang, you want to destroy Mo Du? The Blood Kirin was shocked. I've already killed Grandpa and Grandpa. There's no need to care about anything else. Qin Feiyang whispered. The Blood Kirin fell silent. It was a good thing to have this awareness, but it could not help but sympathize with Qin Feiyang. How painful was it to kill your family, elders, and subordinates with your own hands? Boom. The invisible force annihilated the void and rushed toward Mo Du. Just as Mo Du was about to be destroyed, Sima Kuan appeared again. And a young man in black appeared with Sima Kuan. The Blood Kirin froze in an instant, and its eyes were filled with fear. Zhao Tailai and the other two also stared at the young man in black. Although the aura of the young man in black was not strong, they felt a sense of danger that they had never felt before. Could he be the demon ancestor? The young man in black glanced at the Blood Kirin and Zhao Tailai, then looked at Qin Feiyang. He raised his hand and the invisible force instantly disintegrated. Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank as he looked at the young man in black and said, "You are the demon ancestor?" "Yes." The demon ancestor nodded. As expected, Zhao Tailai and the other two were shocked and immediately became alert. The Blood Kirin was even more terrified. It had followed the demon ancestor for a long time, so it had seen the demon ancestor's peak strength. It could only be described as terrifying. Even if it used two supreme-grade divine artifacts, it did not have any confidence or courage. However, Qin Feiyang's expression was extremely calm as he said, "Your appearance is very different from what I imagined." The demon ancestor was stunned and smiled. "I'm curious. What did you imagine me to look like? Do you think I should be an old man like Yang Wei?" "Yang Wei," Qin Feiyang murmured. He took a deep breath and looked at the demon ancestor. "No more nonsense. Let's fight. Don't be so impatient. Could it be that you don't want to know about your mother's current situation? The fiend ancestor mocked. So what if I know? So what if I don't know? Qin Feiyang said. He actually didn't go crazy. It seems that they can no longer threaten you. However, being able to watch you kill them with your own hands is also quite enjoyable. The fiend ancestor laughed. Shut up, will you? Qin Feiyang lowered his head and said word by word with a gloomy face. Haha, so your heart isn't calm at all. To be honest, I really like you more and more. I regret that I didn't forcefully snatch you when you were young. Otherwise, you would definitely be the strongest battle general under my command. The fiend ancestor laughed. Yes. Fortunately, when I was young, I had the castle and Chang Shui to protect me. Otherwise, I don't know what I would do now. Qin Feiyang said. The fiend ancestor said playfully, then can you tell me how you feel after knowing the truth? Feel, you will know later. Qin Feiyang whispered. Sima Kuan looked at Qin Feiyang with a sneer. A black light flashed out from between his eyebrows. It was an ancient castle. Sima Kuan respectfully handed it to the fiend ancestor and said, My lord, I leave Modu to you. The fiend ancestor waved his hand and Modu disappeared from between his eyebrows. Sima Kuan immediately looked at the blood Kirin and said, Follow me. Let's continue our unfinished battle. Swoosh. After saying that, he turned around and flew away. The blood Kirin stared at the fiend ancestor and swallowed. He then looked away and looked at Qin Feiyang. You must defeat the fiend ancestor. Otherwise, but before the blood Kirin could finish, Qin Feiyang said, Don't worry. Go and fight. He will die. The blood Kirin looked at Qin Feiyang deeply. Then, he turned around and ran towards Sima Kuan. He shouted, Sima Kuan, wake up. Boom. The man and the beast started fighting in an instant. They charged into the distance. They did this to make space for Qin Feiyang and the fiend ancestor to fight. The two of them were too strong. If they didn't stay far away, the shockwaves from the battle could kill them. Tang Hai stepped forward and looked at the fiend ancestor without hesitation. He said, Call out your other minions. I can't help but laugh. Why are there so many stupid people in this world? The fiend ancestor laughed. Tang Hai said, Maybe we are stupid, but we won't regret it. Even if we die here. That's right. Zhao Tailai nodded. Ha, ha, the fiend ancestor laughed crazily. I told you to shut up. Didn't you hear me? Qin Feiyang suddenly shouted. Sword shadows appeared out of nowhere. The sharpness destroyed the sky as they charged toward the fiend ancestor. Guyuan sword technique. It's just a low-tier godly technique. I don't even want to dodge. The fiend ancestor laughed. The sword shadows kept bombarding the fiend ancestor's body. The terrifying sword chi drowned out all directions. However, the fiend ancestor, who was standing in the middle of the sword chi, was not injured at all. Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai's pupils shrank. Was this the fiend ancestor's strength? It was a godly technique, but it couldn't hurt him. Boom. All of a sudden, an astonishing demonic aura surged, and the sword chi vanished in an instant. The fiend ancestor's mouth curled up. Swoosh. A dozen figures immediately appeared out of thin air. It was the white-haired old man and the other 6, as well as the 4 godly beasts. Ha, ha, finally, we can fight. The black dragon laughed, but when he saw that it was only Qin Feiyang and Zhao Tailai, he was angry. Why are there only the 3 of you? Is there no one else? This is too boring. The wood Chelin, the other 2 beasts, and the white-haired old man were also disappointed. Wood Chelin, Earth Chelin, Gold Chelin, Giant Dragon, with the Blood Chelin, Water Chelin, and Ink Chelin, we found so many godly beasts. At the same time, looking at the 4 godly beasts, Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai were shocked. Qin Feiyang looked at them one by one. He was also shocked. Although he already knew about the fiend ancestor's background, the Blood Chelin didn't say that the godly beasts around the fiend ancestor were all Killins. Wait. Qin Feiyang's gaze fell on the dragon again. 9 heads. Why were they exactly the same as the dragon pattern on the sky demon flag? Could that be the demon dragon? The fiend ancestor suddenly said, Demon dragon, you stay. The others and the godly beasts stay away from me. Whoosh. The white-haired old man, the wood Chalene, and the other two beasts immediately flew away. This is boring. There are so many of us, and there are only 2 opponents. There's not enough to go around. Stop complaining. Qin Feiyang is just a young boy. It's good enough that he has 2 war gods around him. Just think of it as passing the time. The 7 people and the 3 godly beasts yawned and looked sleepy. Some of them looked listless and bored. His disdain towards Zhao Tailai and Li Wuyo was fully displayed. This is really infuriating. Zhao Tailai roared. He gripped his axe and charged over aggressively. This is really annoying. Tang Hai murmured. His aura was restrained to the extreme in an instant. Then, like a ghost, he swept behind the wood Chalene like lightning and threw a punch. Ah! So fast. The 7 people and the 3 godly beasts were surprised. He is mine. You are not allowed to snatch him. Then, the wood Chalene turned around and threw a claw at Tang Hai's fist. Boom. The man and the beast immediately took a few steps back. You have some strength. The wood Chalene was refreshed and laughed. Don't let me down. Don't worry, I won't let you down. Tang Hai said coldly. Boom. The man and the beast released their aura and charged at each other. At the same time, the earth Chalene erupted with a terrifying aura and immediately charged at Zhao Tailai, afraid that others would beat him to it. Snatching here and there, what do you think we are? Zhao Tailai roared, raised his axe, and slashed at it. Of course it's a toy. After the earth Chalene finished speaking, a set of battle armor appeared on its body and collided with the axe. Clang. Zhao Tailai was sent flying on the spot, and his arm couldn't help but feel numb. This battle armor, Zhao Tailai was shocked. High-grade divine artifact, understand. The earth Chalene laughed sinisterly and charged over crazily. Those 2 guys beat us to it. What should we do? The golden Chalene looked helplessly at the wood Chalene and the earth Chalene, then turned to the white-haired old man and asked. The white-haired old man chuckled and said, since it's a toy, let them play with it first. The other 6 also crossed their arms with a playful look on their faces. At the same time, seeing that the wood Chalene and the earth Chalene had already started fighting, the black demonic dragon's eyes were filled with envy. It turned to look at the demon ancestor and asked in confusion, Sir, why do you want me to stay? Of course, there are benefits for you to stay. The demon ancestor smiled. What benefits? The black demonic dragon's eyes lit up. The demon ancestor looked at Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang frowned and said, it's your former mount, the demonic dragon? No. However, it's also related to that demonic dragon. The demon ancestor said. What's the relationship? Qin Feiyang frowned. The demon ancestor smiled and said, it's the demonic dragon's child. That's right. Your ancestor killed this emperor's father. This emperor will definitely settle this score with you. When the demon ancestor defeats you, this emperor will swallow you alive. The demonic dragon looked at Qin Feiyang ferociously and said with a smile. The demon ancestor said, no ambition. You have to defeat him with your own hands and then swallow him alive. Only then will it be interesting. Defeat him with my own hands. The demonic dragon was slightly stunned and looked at the demon ancestor suspiciously. Sir, although I want to do that too, his strength, don't worry. Soon, you will have the same strength as him. The demon ancestor smiled. Really? The demonic dragon was overjoyed. When have I ever lied to you? The demon ancestor said unhappily. The demonic dragon smiled embarrassedly and his fierce eyes were full of expectation. Qin Feiyang glanced at the demon ancestor and the demonic dragon with a trace of suspicion in his eyes. The demonic dragon only had the cultivation of a beginner war god and was not his opponent at all. He believed that the demon ancestor knew this too. But why did the demon ancestor still make such a promise to the demonic dragon? P.S. New Year's Day. Genius remembered this site's address in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 1838. Forget it. Don't think about it anymore. Qin Feiyang shook his head. What was the point of thinking so much? As the saying goes, counter soldiers with arms and water with earth. Whatever methods the demon ancestor had, he would take them all. With a wave of his hand, the golden divine leopard and Kui Li appeared. The demon dragon was slightly taken aback. His eyes flashed fiercely as he laughed. I didn't expect you to have two war gods by your side. In the distance, the white-haired old man and the golden Cheline also looked at the golden divine leopard and Kui Li in surprise. To be exact, they were looking at Kui Li. The golden divine leopard was a war god-level divine beast. The demon ancestor had already told them when his consciousness returned. However, they knew nothing about Kui Li's situation. The demon ancestor naturally recognized him. Back then, when he was hiding in Zhuge Mingyang's body, he witnessed Qin Feiyang subduing Kui Li with his own eyes. However, in his memory, Kui Li was only a false god. How did he break through to war god so quickly? This surprised him. Before, he activated the heavenly observation technique and did not look at Kui Li. Because in his opinion, Kui Li was just a small character, not worthy of his attention. Qin Feiyang smiled without turning his head. Kui Li, look carefully. Is this the battle you were looking forward to? Kui Li glanced at Zhao Tailai and Tang Hai, then looked at the white-haired old man and the four divine beasts, and finally locked onto the demon ancestor. The blood in his body could not help but boil as he nodded. Yes, this is the battle this subordinate has been looking forward to for a long time. Good. Show them what you're capable of right now and shut them up. Qin Feiyang said word by word, his words carrying a shocking sharpness. Yes. Kui Li nodded, looked at the golden divine leopard, and shouted, let's go. Okay. The golden divine leopard laughed and rushed towards the white-haired old man and the others like a golden meteor. It's this emperor's toy. The golden Cheline smiled at the white-haired old man and the others, then rushed towards the golden divine leopard like lightning. Cheline divine beast. This emperor wants to taste the Cheline divine beast's flesh. Facing the Cheline, the golden divine leopard was not afraid at all. Instead, it was full of fighting spirit. The golden Cheline stared blankly for a moment before grinning hideously. Little reptile, it seems like you're courting death. Rumble. By the time the white-haired old man and the others came back to their senses, the golden Cheline and the golden divine leopard had already started fighting. Their faces immediately darkened. The golden Cheline had taken the lead again. Don't worry, you guys won't be idle either. With a loud laugh, Kui Li tore through the air and stopped in front of the white-haired old man. The seven of them looked at Kui Li strangely. Looking at this person's posture, it seemed like he was going to take on 7 people at once. One had to know. They were all divine gods of battle, while this Kui Li was only a beginner divine god of battle, yet he dared to act so scornfully. Was there something wrong with his head? The demon Alpha was surprised by Kui Li's performance. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, you disappoint me. Disappointed? Qin Feiyang was taken aback. That's right. Emperor Hong, Old Qin, and the Lu family's 4th son are all divine gods of battle, but you didn't want them to take the risk and let them stay in the imperial palace and the Lu family. And now, you let Kui Li, someone who just broke through to the divine god of battle, face 7 divine gods of battle alone. Don't you feel ashamed of such selfish behavior? The demon Alpha shouted. Qin Feiyang pondered for a moment and sighed. I won't deny that I did have some selfish motives, but you shouldn't underestimate Kui Li. Good that you admit it. All this time, everyone said that you, Qin Feiyang, are a person who values friendship, but now it seems like it's just a joke. People like Kui Li, Tang Hai, and Zhao Tailai are probably just pawns in your eyes. The ancestral fiend smirked. As for what Qin Feiyang said about not underestimating Kui Li, he didn't take it to heart at all. Kui Li raised his eyebrows and turned to look at the demon Alpha. Don't try to drive a wedge between us. Kui Li, there's no need to talk nonsense with him. The young master is good to us, we understand it ourselves. Zhao Tailai shouted. That's true. Kui Li nodded and turned his gaze to Qin Feiyang, muttering, young master, don't worry, I won't disappoint your expectations of me. Boom. Suddenly, he turned to look at the white-haired old man and the others, his aura erupting like a volcano. You really want to fight 1 against 7? The 7 were stunned. Kui Li glanced at the 7 and said coldly, Do you want to know the real reason why the young master didn't let Emperor Hong and the others come? The white-haired old man and the others frowned. I'll tell you now. Because we don't need them to do anything, we can deal with you all. Kui Li smiled proudly. What? Just the few of you? You're not joking? The 7 were stunned. This person must be crazy, otherwise why would he say such stupid words? Shua. Suddenly, a divine light flashed in front of Kui Li, and a book appeared. The 7 stared at the book, their eyes full of suspicion. Could it be that this book was the reason why Kui Li was so confident? Demon Ancestor and Demon Dragon also looked at the book with a trace of curiosity in their eyes. What's the situation? However, Qin Feiyang and Kui Li looked at the reaction of Demon Ancestor and the others, and they were a little stunned. This book was different from ordinary books. It was made of an unknown divine iron. The whole body was suffused with a jet-black light. From afar, one could feel a terrifying murderous aura. On the cover of the book, there were 3 bold words written on it. Myriad Beasts Diagram. That's right. This was the artifact that Qin Feiyang obtained from the state preceptor, the Myriad Beasts Diagram. The Myriad Beasts Diagram had a total of 99 pages. Each page was made of divine iron and as thin as a cicada's wing. The most powerful part of the Myriad Beasts Diagram was that in these 99 pages, one could summon a beast spirit to help the owner in battle. In other words, the Myriad Beasts Diagram could summon a total of 99 beast spirits to fight for the owner. And these beast spirits were all divine beast spirits. For example, Divine Dragon, Fire Phoenix, Chileen, Torch Dragon, Hell Godhound and so on. What was even more terrifying was, these beast spirits were immortal and indestructible. If they were scattered by someone, they could be summoned again the next day. The only way to destroy them was to destroy the Myriad Beasts Diagram. However, it was a pity that the Myriad Beasts Diagram could only be opened by war gods. Therefore, all these years, Qin Feiyang had been keeping it. Just as he broke through the war god realm and rushed to the vacuum zone between the first and second layer, he thought of the Myriad Beasts Diagram, so he took it out and studied it carefully. In the end, he was pleasantly surprised. This Myriad Beasts Diagram was actually an existence comparable to a supreme-grade divine artifact. Moreover, each beast spirit had its own consciousness. It was as if these beast spirits were originally real divine beasts that were sealed alive in the Myriad Beasts Diagram by someone using great magical power. This discovery made him pleasantly surprised. At that time, he was thinking, now that he no longer needed the divine artifact, who should he give this terrifying divine artifact to? Zhao Tailai, Tang Hai. Both of them had divine artifacts. Finally, he thought of Kui Li. So, he gave the Myriad Beasts Diagram to Kui Li as a trump card. However, Qin Feiyang had always thought that this Myriad Beasts Diagram was given to the state preceptor by the demon ancestor. Because the state preceptor's backer was the demon ancestor. Who else could it be but the demon ancestor? But he never expected that the demon ancestor and others would have such a reaction when they saw the Myriad Beasts Diagram at this moment. In other words, this Myriad Beasts Diagram was very likely not given to the state preceptor by the demon ancestor. But if it was not the demon ancestor, who else could it be? Who would be willing to give such a terrifying divine artifact to the state preceptor? Wait. Could it be that the state preceptor found it by chance somewhere? Strange, really strange. Kui Li murmured with a serious expression. Although he didn't understand, now was obviously not the time to let his imagination run wild. This place will become very lively soon. The corner of Kui Li's mouth twitched as he turned to look at Tang Hai. Tang Hai understood and pushed away the wood Chileen with a palm. Like Yu Huang, he instantly rushed to the white-haired old man and the others. Following closely, he grabbed a woman in black and once again returned to the battlefield with the wood Chileen. The wood Chileen was stunned. The woman in black also had a dumbfounded look. What was going on? Wait, this person wanted to fight 1 against 2? Courting death. Immediately, whether it was the woman in black or the wood Chileen, they were both furious. This was clearly an attempt to humiliate them. The woman in black raised her hand and slapped towards Tang Hai's lower abdomen. Tang Hai smiled disdainfully, released the woman in black, and instantly retreated. This speed is really infuriating. The woman in black angrily cursed and shouted, "Would Chalene, this person's strength can't be underestimated. Let's just do as he wishes." "Okay. But don't kill him so quickly. I want to torture him well and let him know the price of underestimating us." The Wood Chalene laughed sinisterly. "Understood." The woman in black also laughed sinisterly. One man and one beast immediately joined forces and attacked Tang Hai. Tang Hai transmitted his voice, "Kui Li, 2, war gods, is already my limit. The rest is up to you." "Leave it to me," Kui Li replied. "Then let's begin." Murderous intent flashed in Tang Hai's eyes. He took a step forward and attacked the woman in black and the Wood Chalene without fear. "Sigh. It seems that there is still a gap between me and old Tang. But now is not the time to be discouraged." Seeing Tang Hai fighting 1 against 2, Zhao Tailai was a little envious. But at the same time, it also aroused his competitiveness and fighting spirit. How could he lose to Tang Hai? He held the axe and unleashed a storm of attacks on the Earth Chalene. In an instant, the Earth Chalene was suppressed. The woman in black was forcibly dragged away by Tang Hai. In this way, Kui Li's opponents were only the white-haired old man and the others. "Have you realized?" Kui Li glanced at the 6 people, raised his arm, and pressed towards the 10,000 beasts portrait floating in the void in front of him. The white-haired old man and the others looked at Kui Li and the 10,000 beasts portrait with disdain in their eyes. They did not believe that Kui Li had the strength to fight with 6 war gods, with just a book. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, Kui Li pressed his palm on the cover of the 10,000 beasts portrait. Wisps of shocking auras burst out of them, as if peerless beasts were awakening rapidly. Please remember the domain name of this book. Literature Library Mobile Version Website. Chapter 1839. The pupils of the white-haired old man and the other 5 shrank. The disdain on their faces finally disappeared and was replaced by shock. The ferocious aura that rushed out of the myriad beasts diagram gave them a great sense of crisis. "Open!" Kui Li roared. He waved his hand. With a loud clang, the cover of the myriad beasts diagram opened and rays of dazzling divine light shot out. Following that, the pages of the book that were as thin as a cicada's wings flipped open on their own, making rustling noises. Finally, it stopped on 6 of the pages. On top of these 6 pages, there were 6 Chalene mythical beasts. They were the Blood Chalene, the Water Chalene, the Ink Chalene, the Wood Chalene, the Gold Chalene, and the Earth Chalene. Although these 6 Killins were only beast souls, their terrifying ferocious aura was not inferior to the Wood Chalene and the other 2 beasts fighting Zhao Tailai. What's going on? Feeling the terrifying ferocious aura, the Wood Chalene fighting Tang Hai, the Gold Chalene fighting the Golden Divine Leopard, and the Earth Chalene fighting Zhao Tailai were all shocked. "You dare to be distracted? You're courting death." Zhao Tailai roared and chopped the Earth Chalene with his axe. With a clang, a crack appeared on the Earth Chalene's armor. Its huge body was blasted away and its divine blood splattered across the sky. The Earth Chalene was so shocked that it broke out in cold sweat and quickly counterattacked. At the same time, the Gold Chalene and Wood Chalene were also attacked by the Golden Divine Leopard and Tang Hai. However, for divine beasts, this injury was nothing. "All of you, come out," Kui Li shouted. Following his shout, the 6 Chalene beast souls on the page roared and appeared in front of Kui Li in an instant. "What?" The white-haired old man and the other 5 stared at the myriad beasts diagram in shock. It could summon 6 Chalene divine beasts. This was too unbelievable. "No." The white-haired old man frowned and said, "These Chalene divine beasts are not flesh and blood. They are formed by divine power." "Formed by divine power?" The other 6 were stunned. The white-haired old man sneered. "If they are not real Killins, then there is nothing to worry about." The 6 nodded. "Is that so?" Kui Li looked at the 6 of them with a mocking expression and shouted, "Destroy them." However, hearing Kui Li's words, the 6 beast spirits did not move. Instead, they turned to look at Kui Li, their eyes flashing with a fierce light. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Kui Li frowned. "Let me tell you this. Although you are our master now, it is best that you do not speak to us with such a commanding tone." The Blood Kirin beast soul said. "That's right. If you dare to do this again, we'll kill you as well." The other 5 beast spirits spoke as well, and their threats were undisguised. Kui Li's face twitched. What? He can actually speak. However, at this moment, the white-haired old man and the others were all dumbstruck. Even the fiend ancestor was shocked. He could actually speak. How was this possible? Being able to speak meant that the 6 Killins had their own consciousness. But how could a divine beast formed from divine power have consciousness? Was this a dream? It seemed that this myriad beast diagram was not as simple as they thought. "Do you understand?" The 6 beast spirits glared at Kui Li and shouted. I understand. Kui Li nodded, his face full of helplessness. "That's more like it." The Blood Kirin beast spirit glared at Kui Li, then turned to the white-haired old man and the others and sneered. 6 small fries dare to yell at little Li? You're courting death. Don't call me little Li. Kui Li roared in exasperation. There were so many people present. Wasn't this embarrassing? We are stronger than you. What's wrong with calling you little Li? Do you have a problem with that? The Blood Kirin beast spirit said angrily. The veins on Kui Li's forehead bulged. He suddenly sighed and shook his head. Forget it. After all, you are my support now. As long as you can get rid of them, it's up to you. You are smart to know that we are your support. Brothers, kill them. The Blood Kirin laughed arrogantly. With a cold shout, the other 5 beast spirits immediately followed and attacked the white-haired old man and the others. Boom. In an instant, a chaotic battle had begun. The 6 beast spirits displayed terrifying combat power and completely suppressed the white-haired old man and the others. On the other hand, the white-haired old man and the others looked more and more serious. The strength of these strange beast spirits was far beyond their expectations. At the same time, in the sky above a mountain, Qin Yuan looked at the 10,000 beasts portrait with a surprised expression. Beside him, the snow python's eyes were extremely gloomy. Qin Yuan suddenly retracted his gaze and looked at the snow python. He laughed and said, I didn't expect you to be so generous as to give the 10,000 beasts portrait to Fei Yang. Shut up. The snow python shouted angrily. Then, it looked at the 10,000 beasts portrait and said gloomily, You should know that I can't give the 10,000 beasts portrait to Qin Fei Yang. Are you just pretending to admit it? Qin Yuan said. Humph. The snow python snorted. Qin Yuan smiled and said, Then I am curious. Who did you give the 10,000 beasts portrait to? I don't believe that you would give it to the state preceptor. Dong Zhengyang. The snow python gritted its teeth. Dong Zhengyang? Qin Yuan's expression froze. This answer was really unexpected. Why did you give it to Dong Zhengyang? I have seen this child a few times. He doesn't seem to be very outstanding. Qin Yuan was suspicious. What does it have to do with you? Why are you asking so much? The snow python said angrily. I am just curious. Qin Yuan laughed. The snow python glared at Qin Yuan fiercely and looked at the scene in front of it again. It muttered, really useless. You can't even guard the artifact. Actually, she didn't care much about the 10,000 beasts portrait. After all, she was so powerful. She was just unhappy. This 10,000 beasts portrait, of all people, had to fall into the hands of Qin Fei Yang. Even if it fell into the hands of the demon ancestor, she wouldn't be so angry. Because she was very clear about the power of the 10,000 beasts portrait. In her eyes, the 10,000 beasts portrait was nothing. But in the hands of the demon ancestor and Qin Fei Yang, it was a divine object that could destroy heaven and earth. It could play a decisive role. Demon Dragon Island. The battle of the gods was unprecedentedly fierce. Whether it was the Blood Kirin, the Golden Divine Leopard, or Zhao Tailai, they were all fighting a bloody battle. The horrifying divine might shattered more than half of the demonic Dragon Island. So that's how it is. The demon ancestor observed Kui Li and the 10,000 beasts portrait for a while. Then, the demon ancestor retracted his gaze and turned to look at Qin Feiyang opposite him. He smiled and said, "If I am not wrong, in each page of the 10,000 Beasts portrait, there is a drop of blood essence of a divine beast sealed. In other words, the 6 beast spirits are actually formed from blood essence." "Good eyesight," Qin Feiyang said. The demon ancestor continued, "However, the 10,000 Beasts portrait also has a fatal weakness." Qin Feiyang's pupils contracted. He saw through the weakness of the 10,000 Beasts portrait so quickly. With Kui Li's current strength, he can only summon 6 beast spirits at most. And although the 6 beast spirits are formed from blood essence, they also need Kui Li's divine power as support. Once Kui Li's divine power is exhausted, the beast spirits will naturally dissipate. So the current Kui Li doesn't dare to fight with others. Because this will speed up the consumption of his divine power. The demon ancestor laughed. The demon ancestor is indeed worthy of being called the demon ancestor. Qin Feiyang praised. "Actually, it's nothing. I only thought of it when I saw Tang Hai. After all, if Kui Li can summon more beast spirits, he definitely won't let Tang Hai fight 1 against 2. The demon ancestor said. "You're right. Summoning 6 beast spirits is Kui Li's current limit." Qin Feiyang nodded. "My lord, since Kui Li doesn't dare to fight with others now, isn't that the same as standing there and being beaten? Why don't you let me kill him?" The demon dragon grinned. "You're too naive. Although Kui Li doesn't dare to fight with others, he won't be stupid enough to stand there and let you kill him. Moreover, Qin Feiyang won't allow you to do so. You should know that his inner demons have yet to appear. His inner demons have already condensed a physical body. It's not that easy to deal with them." The demon ancestor laughed. "You?" Qin Feiyang looked at the demon ancestor in shock. Only Sima Yuan knew about the inner demons condensing a physical body. Sima Yuan had already committed suicide, so how did the demon ancestor know about it so clearly? "You're surprised, right? The heavenly observation technique that I have mastered allows me to see everything that happened within 3 days." The demon ancestor said. Heavenly observation technique. Qin Feiyang was shocked. Although he could only see things that happened within 3 days, it was already terrifying enough. However, the heavenly observation technique is useless in battle, so you don't have to worry too much. Instead, I'm really curious about the myriad beasts diagram. Where did you get it? Is it a miracle? The demon ancestor said. This matter is a bit ridiculous. Originally, I thought that the myriad beasts diagram was yours. Qin Feiyang said. Why would you think so? The demon ancestor was suspicious. Qin Feiyang said, because I got the myriad beasts diagram from the state preceptor. What? The demon ancestor was stunned. How could it be the state preceptor? It seems that you don't know anything about this matter, which also means that the state preceptor isn't very loyal to you. Qin Feiyang sneered. That damn old thing, how dare he hide such an important artifact from me? The demon ancestor was furious. Although the state preceptor was selfish, he actually didn't know that the myriad beasts diagram would be so terrifying. Because he was just a pseudo-god at that time and couldn't open it. If he knew that it had such power, I think he definitely wouldn't be willing to give it to me. Qin Feiyang sneered. No matter what, this old thing deserves to die. However, it's a pity to kill him now, so I'll keep his dog life first. Now, let's solve the problem between us. The demon ancestor's eyes turned cold, and a cold aura suddenly roared out from his body. The world suddenly fell into a cold winter. There were even heavy snowflakes floating in the sky. The white-haired old man and the others sensed the aura and turned to look at the demon ancestor. Their expressions changed drastically, and they roared, quickly move the battlefield. The 7 of them, the 3 beasts, including Sima Kuan in the distance, all turned around and used teleportation to rush further away. They looked as if they had seen the devil, and their faces were full of fear. Genius memorized this site's address in a second. Pinnacle mobile version reading website. Chapter 1840. What's going on? Seeing Sima Kuan and the others running for their lives, the 6 beast spirits, the golden leopard, the blood Kirin, and Zhao Tailai were all shocked. When they came back to their senses, They all turned their heads and looked at the demon ancestor. Why do I have a bad feeling? The 6 beast spirits muttered. Kui Li, the blood Kirin, and the golden leopard's eyelids kept twitching. It was as if something bad was about to happen. Qin Feiyang said, "You don't need to interfere here. Go finish your battle." Yes. Kui Li and the others nodded. Kui Li. But just as Kui Li turned around, the demon ancestor's voice suddenly rang out. Kui Li was stunned and looked at the demon ancestor suspiciously. Why did you suddenly call me? Don't tell me you like me and want me to follow you. Then I advise you to stop daydreaming. The demon ancestor chuckled. Your actions have made me a little angry. So you don't like me. You want to kill me. Kui Li suddenly understood and smiled. Then I want to ask, what did I do to make you angry? How many pages are there in the Million Beasts portrait? The demon ancestor did not answer. 99 pages. Kui Li said. 99 pages, that means the blood essence of 99 divine beasts is sealed in the Million Beasts portrait. There are so many divine beasts to choose from. Why did you summon the 6 Kirin beast spirits? The demon ancestor asked. Kui Li raised his eyebrows. Strange. This is my freedom. I can summon whoever I want. What can you do about it? Yes. I can't do anything about it. But your provocative actions will consign you to eternal damnation. The demon ancestor looked at Kui Li and smiled. I didn't expect you to see through me. That's right. I am provoking you. I deliberately summoned the same beast spirits as the blood Kirins. I want you to see that the gods of war and divine beasts you have painstakingly raised are not as good as the beast spirits I summon. Kui Li looked at the demon ancestor mockingly. Very good. The demon ancestor's smile was exceptionally bright. You want to kill me? We'll talk about it after you defeat the young master. Goodbye. Kui Li smiled coldly and left with the 6 beast spirits. Zhao Tailai shook his head and smiled. Why didn't I notice this guy's courage in the Black Tortoise world? This should be his personality. It's just that back in the Black Tortoise realm, he didn't have a backer like the young master, so he didn't dare to be so arrogant. Tang Hai said. Interesting. Zhao Tailai laughed loudly and said, we can't fall behind. Let's go. The gold leopard, Tang Hai, and the blood Kirin looked at each other. Then, they teleported and chased after Sima Kuan and the others. Qin Feiyang looked at Zhao Tailai and the others. He looked at Demon Alpha and said, compared to your subordinates, how are my friends? We won't know until the final results are out. It's useless to be arrogant now. The fiend ancestor shook his head. Really? Qin Feiyang chuckled, but he was secretly on guard. Because the aura roaring out from Demon Alpha's body made even him panic. Mo Long looked at Demon Alpha and shivered. Sir, I'd better go help with Chelene and the others. Useless. Demon Alpha snorted. Boom. The cold aura that emerged from his body became more and more terrifying. Goose feathers covered the sky and earth. In just a short while, Demon Dragon Island below was already covered in ice and snow. The cold air was bone-chilling. Even the void was beginning to freeze. What exactly is this thing that's emitting cold air? The more Qin Feiyang looked, the more alarmed he became. Swoosh. Suddenly, a sparkling light shot out from between Demon Alpha's eyebrows. Qin Feiyang looked over and a trace of surprise appeared on his face. It was actually a snowflake. A snowflake was the size of a palm. It was sparkling and translucent, with cold mist surging. It floated in the void, releasing a dazzling divine light. The aura it released made Qin Feiyang tremble uncontrollably. However, what was a bit of a killjoy was that the snowflake emitted a pungent stench. How could it be a snowflake? Qin Feiyang muttered. Wait a minute. Mu Tianyang seemed to have said that Demon Alpha had a heaven-defying artifact. This heaven-defying artifact was a snowflake. Could it be? Thinking of this, Qin Feiyang's pupils suddenly shrank. Could this be that heaven-defying artifact? Kid, I'll help you this time. But if you still can't defeat Qin Feiyang, then you're not worthy of me following you. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the snowflake. Demon Alpha laughed. Don't worry, Qin Feiyang will die. It better be like this. The cold voice sounded again. Following closely, the snowflake flashed in the void and appeared in front of Qin Feiyang in the next instant. So fast. Qin Feiyang's expression changed. He used the walk word technique and retreated. A mere ant dares to try and escape from me. The snowflake's words were full of disdain. The next moment, that endless cold current rushed towards Qin Feiyang. In just an instant, Qin Feiyang was wrapped in layers of ice. The bone-piercing cold air not only froze his bloodline power, but even his divine soul was being swallowed by the cold air. So scary. Qin Feiyang's hair stood on end as his divine power surged out from his Qi ocean. But, without waiting for the divine power to surge out of Qi Sea, Qin Feiyang's Qi Sea was also frozen. Qi Sea was frozen, so the divine power was naturally frozen as well. At this moment, his heart was in a state of panic. Was this demon Alpha's heaven-defying artifact? Without the castle and Chang Shui, how could he fight? Buzz. But right at this critical moment, strands of jet-black light suddenly gushed out from the center of Qin Feiyang's forehead, and it surged into his limbs and bones before expelling the cold energy within Qin Feiyang's body. Castle. Qin Feiyang was overjoyed. But at the same time, his mind was full of doubts. Wasn't the castle already sealed? Why could it still help him? To be able to forcibly tear a crack in the seal of the sky-swallowing beast, this lord really admires you. But with your current state, you can't stop this lord at all. Snowflake sneered, and a wisp of the power of law emerged. A crack immediately appeared in the void. Following closely, Snowflake swept into the crack and disappeared. This is, Qin Feiyang's heart suddenly surged. This kind of power of law was actually the same as Chang Shui, space-time travel. Wait. Snowflake activated the power of law. Where did it travel to? Could it be the castle? It didn't come to the castle. The voice of the inner demons rang in Qin Feiyang's mind. Crack. Qin Feiyang's aura was fully released, and the ice on his body shattered. Of course. This was because of the castle's help. If he relied on his own ability, it was impossible to shatter the ice on his body. After all, Snowflake was a heaven-defying artifact. It didn't go to the castle. Qin Feiyang frowned, raised his head and looked at the demon ancestor opposite him, and shouted, "What exactly are you making it do?" The demon ancestor laughed. "Don't worry, you will know soon. It seems that in this battle, even with the help of the inner demons, there may not be a chance of winning." Qin Feiyang's face was somewhat gloomy. Snowflake's strength was too terrifying, and it was estimated that only the castle could contend against it. But Snowflake also said just now that the castle only tore a crack in the seal. In other words, right now, the ancient castle was still sealed. So it was unrealistic to count on the castle. Sky-swallowing beast. Was this the name of the golden small beast? Just how strong was this beast? At the same time, in a pitch-black place where one couldn't even see one's fingers, a crack suddenly appeared in the void, and snow-white frost surged out from the crack. Following closely, Snowflake appeared out of thin air. Snowflake released his perception and rushed in all directions. "I didn't expect that there would be such a large space hidden in your body." A moment later, Snowflake's surprised voice sounded. "You shouldn't have helped the demon ancestor, and you shouldn't have come here." Another faintly discernible voice came from the darkness. "Trying to scare this lord. You are just a newly refined artifact. How can you compare with this lord? This lord's purpose is very simple. Hand over the heart of the demon dragon and the eye of the demon dragon, and this lord will leave immediately. Otherwise, this lord will completely destroy this place." Snowflake said. For a time, this place was silent. "Do you really have the confidence to destroy this place? If you have the confidence, why don't you just do it?" However, things like the heart of the demon dragon don't mean much to Qin Feiyang, so there's no harm in giving it to you. After a long time, the ethereal voice sounded again in the darkness. Swish. Following closely, in front of Snowflake, several things appeared. It was the heart of the demon dragon, the eye of the demon dragon, the claw of the demon dragon, and so on. "At least you know what's good for you." Snowflake sneered, and the power of the law emerged, and the void once again cracked open a crack. Let me give you a piece of advice, don't go against Qin Feiyang. The ethereal voice sounded, echoing in the void for a long time. Snowflake was silent for a while, and sneered, just a mere Qin Feiyang, what is he? This lord also gives you a piece of advice, don't become a stone in our way, because this is seeking your own destruction. After saying that, Snowflake took the heart of the demon dragon and disappeared into the crack. Who is the one seeking his own destruction? Do you really know? The ethereal voice murmured. Soon. The voice faded away, and this place was restored to silence. The void in front of the demon ancestor suddenly cracked open a crack. Snowflake took the heart of the demon dragon and other things, and rushed out like lightning. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Snowflake took action against him for these things? No. These things, weren't they taken away by the ancient castle? But why did they appear here? Wait. Snowflake could snatch these things now, which meant that these things had always been with him. Hidden somewhere in his body? That was definitely impossible. He had also searched the ancient castle, but there was nothing. Then there was only one explanation. Inside the ancient castle, there was another unknown space, and this hidden space would most likely only appear after he unlocked the third layer of seal. At the same time, looking at the heart of the demon dragon and the eye of the demon dragon, the demon ancestor's expression was quite sad, and he muttered, "Old friend, we finally meet." Father, the demon dragon at the side also had tears in his eyes, and there was a pain that couldn't be resolved. Genius remembered this site's address in a second. Top Point mobile version reading website. Chapter 1841. Swoosh. Suddenly, Snowflake attacked again. An invisible force swept across the sky and enveloped Qin Feiyang. Do you really think I'm a lamb waiting to be slaughtered? Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. But just as he was about to counterattack, a black crystal flew out of his body. Magic crystal? Qin Feiyang's expression froze. After the magic crystal appeared, the mighty force retreated with the magic crystal. Why is it snatching the magic crystal? Qin Feiyang was surprised. The magic crystal was with Ren Duxing. In the end, when Ren Duxing was killed, it fell into his hands. The demon ancestor grabbed the demon crystal and instantly erased the blood contract inside. He raised his head and looked at Qin Feiyang. He smiled and said, "You still don't know, right? The original owner of this demon crystal is actually me." What? Qin Feiyang was stunned. The magic crystal was used by the ancestor to seal Mu Tianyang. Shouldn't it be the ancestors? Moreover, old Qin also said that the magic crystal belonged to the ancestor. Back then, I was killed by Qin Batian, Mu Tianyang, and Qin Batian. The magic crystal fell into the hands of Qin Batian. Later, Qin Batian used the magic crystal to seal Mu Tianyang's remnant soul. So much so that later generations thought that the magic crystal was Qin Batian's divine item. What a joke! The demon ancestor sneered. So that's how it is. Qin Feiyang murmured. The demon ancestor said, "In addition, I'll tell you a secret. The magic crystal is a divine artifact above the supreme grade." What? Above the supreme grade? Qin Feiyang was surprised. He naturally knew the power of the magic crystal. According to his judgment, it was at most a middle-grade divine artifact. It couldn't even compare to a high-grade divine artifact. How could it surpass the supreme-grade divine artifact? I know it's hard for you to believe it now. But when you see it with your own eyes later, I guarantee that you will be shocked. The demon ancestor sneered and turned to look at Snowflake. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you." Snowflake said, "I hope that this lord can see an exciting battle next." Definitely. The demon ancestor was full of confidence. Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat. From Snowflake's tone, it didn't seem to intend to interfere. If that was the case, the outcome of this battle would definitely be on his side. Swish. As expected. Hearing Ancestor Fiend's words, the snowflake instantly entered Ancestor Fiend's glabella and disappeared. Very good. Qin Feiyang muttered. Mo Long looked at Demon Ancestor and asked, "My lord, are you going to revive father, your father?" The Demon Ancestor sighed deeply and said, "I cannot revive it. Why? The demon's is his. If you want to revive it, you need at least a divine soul. But back then, in the process of fighting with Qin Batian and Mu Tianyang, his soul turned into ashes. Not even a wisp of remnant soul was left. The demon ancestor said. The demon dragon god's face stiffened. In other words, father is completely dead and can't be revived. Yes. The demon ancestor nodded. The demon dragon closed his eyes in pain. 2 drops of tears fell from the corner of his eyes. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and stared at Qin Feiyang. He roared, Qin Feiyang, blood for blood. Today, you must die. I'll be waiting. Qin Feiyang said indifferently. Calm down. Although your father can't be revived, I will use another method to let him exist in this world. The demon ancestor said. What method? The demon dragon's spirit rose. Qin Feiyang also looked at the demon ancestor suspiciously. Fuse. The demon ancestor said word by word. His eyes shone. Immediately after, with a wave of his hand, the demon dragon's heart, claw, eye, and so on all disappeared into the demon dragon's body. Roar. The demon dragon suddenly roared towards the sky, as if in pain. Around his body, black fog surged. A strange power began to permeate the area. This power could plunder the vitality and life force of living beings. As Qin Feiyang sensed this strange power, the memories that had been sealed away in his mind began to surface. Black Dragon Glacier, Demonic Island, Demon Dragon Mountain Range. It was from these 3 places that he obtained these monsters. He remembered that at that time, these demons all had the ability to plunder the vitality of living beings. For example, Yang Wei almost died in the Black Dragon Glacier, and now, the demon ancestor had fused these demons with the demon dragon's body. That demon dragon would very likely obtain his father's inheritance. At that time, the demon dragon's strength would definitely skyrocket. Father, this child will definitely avenge you. Give me your power. The demon dragon roared. The next moment, his demonic aura suddenly soared. Breakthrough. Qin Feiyang's pupils constricted. With a loud bang, the divine dragon seal appeared out of nowhere and instantly turned into a towering mountain. With a monstrous divine aura, it charged towards the demon dragon. Why are you in such a hurry? The demon ancestor took a step forward and stood in front of the demon dragon. His hands quickly formed seals, and a black square seal appeared. The square seal was as big as a mountain, and the bottom was engraved with a demon dragon pattern. Billowing demonic fog covered the sky and earth. Demon dragon seal, go. The demon ancestor pointed in the air, and the black square seal cut through the sky and collided with the divine dragon seal. With a loud bang, the 2 square seals exploded in the air at the same time. A destructive aura crazily surged in all directions. The void collapsed, and the earth sank. It was like the scene of the end of the world, shocking the world. Perfect divine technique. Qin Feiyang's face sank. No. This demon dragon seal wasn't a perfect divine technique, but a high-grade one. Because the demon ancestor's cultivation was stronger than his. The demon ancestor was a low-level war god. At this moment, he didn't activate the soaring dragon technique and was only a beginner war god. The perfect divine dragon technique is indeed extraordinary. The demon ancestor smiled. His hands formed seals. Roar. Accompanied by a dragon roar, a giant demon dragon soared into the sky and roared. Waves of terrifying sound waves rushed towards Qin Feiyang like a tide. This is the divine dragon roar. Qin Feiyang was surprised. No. It's the demon dragon roar. The demon ancestor said. Demon dragon roar, Qin Feiyang murmured. With a thought, a purple-gold divine dragon appeared, and its roar shook the sky. This was the divine dragon roar. 2 waves of sound waves collided and annihilated the sky. It was a tie again. Interesting. The 3rd style, Lord of all demons. The demon ancestor shouted. As his voice fell, he raised his hand and pointed to the sky. Waves of demonic aura rushed into the sky. Boom. The next moment, a huge statue of a deity appeared in the world. The statue was pitch black with demonic fog rolling. It held a stone pagoda in its hand and stepped on a demonic dragon. It was as if a peerless demon had descended. Heaven and earth trembled. Lord of all demons! Qin Feiyang was surprised. This style was actually the same as the third style of the divine dragon technique. Show me your lord of all demons, the demon ancestor said. All right. With a thought from Qin Feiyang, the emperor statue appeared. Stepping on a purple-gold divine dragon and holding a broken sword, the emperor's aura shook heaven and earth. Boom! The two statues broke through the clouds and fought each other. This piece of land was instantly drowned by the terrifying demonic and emperor's aura. Crack! In the end, the two statues, accompanied by a loud sound, shattered at the same time in the void. The demon ancestor looked at the collapsed emperor statue and murmured, "How nostalgic." There was actually a hint of a smile on his cold face. Qin Feiyang frowned. Why would there be such a smile on the demon ancestor's face? When the two statues completely dissipated, the demon ancestor still did not retract his gaze. He looked at the sky and seemed to be lost in his memories. I wonder if you have thought of a question at this moment. What question? Qin Feiyang frowned. Why are my demonic dragon technique, your ancestors' divine dragon technique, and the Lu family's ancestors' fire phoenix technique so similar? The demon ancestor said. Qin Feiyang was stunned. The demon ancestor was silent for a long time and sighed faintly. Because the three of us were once very good friends. No, it should be said that we were as close as brothers. As close as brothers? Qin Feiyang was stunned. That's right. Qin Batian, Lu Zhengyang, and me, at that time, the three of us were all talented peerless geniuses. Although we came from different places, we were like-minded. We cultivated together and created divine techniques together. The divine dragon technique, fire phoenix technique, and demonic dragon technique were the results of our hard work. The demon ancestor said. There's actually such a thing. Qin Feiyang was in extreme disbelief. Moreover, we all had the same wish. That wish was to overthrow the Tianyang Empire and establish a peaceful order. The demon ancestor said. Qin Feiyang was dumbfounded. He never thought that this terrifying demon in front of him was actually a friend of his ancestor. Are you sure you're not lying to me? Qin Feiyang asked. Do I need to lie to you about this kind of thing? If you don't believe me, you can go and ask Mu Tianyang. Because at that time, the Tianyang Empire was still ruling this continent. Qin Batian, Lu Zhengyang, and I were still subjects of the Tianyang Empire. The demon ancestor said. These things were too unexpected. Qin Feiyang found it hard to digest for a while. The two of them had completely different ideals. How could they become friends? Since you and my ancestor want to overthrow the Tianyang Empire and establish a peaceful order, why did you become enemies? Qin Feiyang asked. It's very simple. Our ideas and ideals are different. What I want is a peaceful world that I can control. The demon ancestor said. A peaceful world that you can control? Qin Feiyang frowned and said in surprise, could it be that at that time, you wanted to use the blood soul technique to control the people of the entire continent? That's right. Because this is the only way to create a world that is completely free of slaughter and strife. But Qin Batian and Lu Zhengyang want a free and peaceful world. They want the people of the world to have freedom. Tell me, isn't this child's play? Everyone has ambitions and desires. If they are not controlled, how can there be peace? Since there is no peace, what's the point of overthrowing the Tianyang Empire? The demon ancestor said angrily. If I had to choose, I would support my ancestor and the others. Because in this world, no one has the right to deprive others of their freedom. If everyone is controlled by you, what's the difference between everyone and a puppet? Qin Feiyang pondered for a while and said. So, you are also naive. Look at the current Great Qin Empire. Is it really peaceful? From the civil and military officials to the common people, which one of them isn't using their strength to bully the weak? In my opinion, it is no different from the Tianyang Empire. The demon ancestor shouted. You are right. The Great Qin Empire is not truly peaceful. But this is the law of the world. Where there are people, there will be strife. Qin Feiyang said. Genius memorized this site's address in a second. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 1842. What a ridiculous rule. If they were willing to listen to me back then, this continent would have long been peaceful. What's even more ridiculous is that Qin Batian actually helped Mu Tianyang to deal with me. The demon ancestor clenched his fists, his eyes filled with hatred. Qin Feiyang frowned and asked, Lu family's ancestor didn't participate in the war back then? He didn't. Because Lu Zhengyang really couldn't do anything to me, so he chose not to help either side. But he's really an idiot. What friendship? What brotherhood? It'll only become a burden. The demon ancestor mocked. Shut up. He can't do anything to you because he cherishes you as a friend. Don't you think it's too much to say that about him? Qin Feiyang roared. He really couldn't stand this sentence. Although it's a little too much, what I said is also the truth. He's just an idiot. As for your ancestor, he also couldn't do anything to me at first. The demon ancestor said. Qin Feiyang said in disgust, I really feel bad for my ancestor and Lu Zhengyang. They actually acknowledged a heartless brother like you. Heartless? Haha, then let me tell you, what exactly is heartless? Mu Tianyang originally had the intention to get rid of me, because in his opinion, my ambition is greater than Qin Batian and Lu Zhengyang. Naturally, the threat to him is also greater. A long time ago, he privately looked for Qin Batian and Lu Zhengyang, saying that I've already gone mad and advised them to join forces to get rid of me. However, Qin Batian and Lu Zhengyang rejected him every time and repeatedly advised me to stop. Perhaps in their eyes, I'm really their good brother. The demon ancestor laughed. It's not a possibility, it's a fact. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. If back then, his ancestor and Lu Zhengyang didn't treat the demon ancestor as a brother, how could they let the demon ancestor do whatever he wanted? Yeah. However, everything I've done is for the sake of this continent, for the sake of peace. How could I possibly stop? Since it's an ideal, then it must be carried out to the end. After that, the three of us fell out completely. I entered the Sea of Reincarnation and came to Devil Dragon Island. I started to nurture my own force. Back then, there were many experts in the Tianyang Empire. In the end, 1/10 of them became my captives. Of course, there are also some who sincerely follow me. My forces are growing bigger and bigger, and I'm becoming more and more unbridled. Many of the Heavenly Sun Empire's experts have died at my hand. At that time, I felt that my ideal world of peace was approaching. However, even though my power grew, from the start to the end, I have never acted against Qin Batian and Lu Zhengyang. Because at that time, I cared about them too. But one day, Qin Batian actually listened to Mu Tianyang's instigation and joined forces to deal with me. How can I not be angry? Now, tell me again. Who is the heartless one here? The demon ancestor roared angrily. His entire body was filled with a terrifying murderous aura, and his eyes were filled with resentment. Qin Feiyang fell silent. He never thought that there would be such a grudge between his ancestor and the demon ancestor. After a while, Qin Feiyang said, I believe that if you hadn't gone overboard, my ancestor would never have acted against you. Yes. I admit that I did go overboard at that time. I almost caused a great deal of suffering. But what does that have to do with him? Can't he be like Lu Zhengyang and remain neutral? Why did he help Mu Tianyang? We are as close as brothers. He helped Mu Tianyang to kill me. What does that mean? At that time, I realized that the so-called brotherhood, the so-called friendship, was just bullshit. I was extremely disappointed in him. But I have to admit that Qin Batian is very strong. In the end, not only did he suppress me, but he also sealed my divine body. However, he is still as merciful as ever. Mu Tianyang told you that Snowflake escaped with a trace of my remnant soul. But in fact, it was Qin Batian who deliberately let my remnant soul go. The demon ancestor said. If that's the case, you should thank my ancestor instead of blaming him, Qin Feiyang said. Qin Batian probably did the same. He probably wanted me to thank him, but how is that possible? If it weren't for him, would I have fallen to this point? I only have hatred for him. So, I swear that I will destroy the great Qin Empire that he built single-handedly and destroy his descendants in the great Qin Empire. I will make the bloodline of the Qin disappear from this world. The demon ancestor roared, his hair flying in anger. The resentment in his heart could no longer be resolved. My ancestor attacked you. It's understandable that you hate us, but what about the Lu family? Lu Xingyang has always been neutral. Why do you still want to destroy the Lu family now? Qin Feiyang was also furious. This is why he's so stupid. Does he think that by remaining neutral, I won't hate him? Wrong. Do you know where he was when Qin Batian and Mu Tianyang came to kill me? He was watching not far away. I asked him for help in despair, hoping that he would help me on account of our brotherhood. However, he turned a blind eye and didn't help. How can I not hate him? The demon ancestor roared. On one side is my ancestor, and on the other is you. How can he help? He can only choose to remain silent. Don't you understand this? Qin Feiyang said angrily. So what if I understand? Can it erase the fact that he betrayed me? The demon ancestor roared. A terrifying demonic aura emerged and pounced towards Qin Feiyang. He didn't betray you, nor did he betray anyone in the world. It's you who is too selfish. You only think about yourself and never think about the situation of others. Qin Feiyang roared. Activating the soaring dragon art, his cultivation instantly rose to the level of a low-level war god. Following closely, divine aura rolled out like a torrent, roaring in the sky and colliding with the demon ancestor's demonic aura. A deafening rumble suddenly rang out in this place. Yes. They were the ones who forced me to become what I am today. So, I naturally have to thank them. The demon ancestor laughed. His expression became incomparably ferocious, and his demonic aura surged crazily. You are already incurable. Qin Feiyang shook his head. That rolling divine aura was not inferior to the demon ancestor's demonic aura. The void within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles had been shattered. The earth trembled violently. Mountains and rivers continued to shatter and turn into dust. Incurable? Wrong. The person who is truly incurable is your ancestor. Do you know why he still wants to enter the divine sight again? The demon ancestor said. You know? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Of course I know. He went to find Lu Xingyang. The demon ancestor said. Find Lu Xingyang? Qin Feiyang frowned. That's right. Back then, Qin Batian and Mu Tianyang joined forces to suppress me. Lu Xingyang seemed to be tired of all this. After leaving behind the inheritance in the Lu family, he disappeared without a trace. Later, when the divine sight opened, he mixed in with the crowd and quietly entered the divine sight. He never came back. After Qin Batian established the great Qin Empire, he learned of this matter and led his subordinates into the divine sight again. Since then, Qin Batian never came back. Say, if your ancestor didn't go to the divine sight again, would he die? Now you know who the incurable person is, don't you? The demon ancestor laughed. I see. Qin Feiyang mumbled. The ancestor entered the divine sight again to find Lu Xingyang. However, this time, not only did he not find Lu Xingyang, but he also disappeared. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath, looked up at the demon ancestor, and said, I still believe that my ancestor is not dead. Stop dreaming. In a place like the divine sight, let alone Qin Batian, even if all of us go in, we will only die. The demon ancestor sneered. No. You should know that there is another place besides the third level of the divine sight. Qin Feiyang said. What place? The demon ancestor raised his eyebrows. Ancient world. Qin Feiyang said. Ancient world. The demon ancestor lowered his head and pondered. His anger gradually calmed down. After a while, the demon ancestor looked up at Qin Feiyang and said, Actually, I knew about the existence of the ancient world a long time ago. A long time ago? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Yes. When your ancestor entered the divine sight again, he went in from here. Before he went in, he found my remnant soul and told me to go to the third level of the divine sight. He also mentioned the ancient world. The demon ancestor said. So, my ancestor came to find you. But thinking about it, it makes sense. After all, the second entrance to the divine site is in the Dead Sea. Qin Feiyang said. The demon ancestor was surprised. You have found the altar? Qin Feiyang nodded. So what? With the guardian of the divine site, do you dare to go in? The demon ancestor sneered. You don't have to worry about that. And I believe that there is a piece of news that is more important to you. Qin Feiyang said. What news? The demon ancestor asked. Qin Feiyang said, when I was in the ancient realm, I heard news about my ancestor. What? The demon ancestor's body trembled. Qin Batian was not dead. How was that possible? No. If Qin Batian was not dead, given Qin Feiyang's character, he would definitely bring him back. You are too naive. You used such a despicable method to distract me. The demon ancestor sneered. Qin Feiyang said, it's true. Do you know why I stepped into the false god realm so quickly? The demon ancestor had a trace of doubt in his eyes. He really wanted to know the answer to this question. There is something called the soul stone in the ancient world. It has the effect of condensing divine sense. And one soul stone can condense 100 strands of divine sense. Qin Feiyang said. What? There is actually such a thing. The demon ancestor was shocked. Although I don't know much about the ancient world and have only seen 3 people in the ancient world, their cultivation can be said to be shocking. One of them is young. Let's not talk about the cultivation of the other 2. One is a low-level war god, and the other is a high-level war god. My soul stone was given to me by them. Qin Feiyang said. High-level war god. The demon ancestor's eyes trembled. Genius remembered the address of this website in 1 second. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 1843. He had only met 3 people, and one was a lesser tier war god and the other was a greater tier war god. If he looked at the entire ancient world, how many experts would there be? If Qin Feiyang didn't lie to him, then this ancient world must be a new continent that had never been heard of before. The demon ancestor said, why did they give you soul stones? That's the main point. They told me that the ancestor was kind to them. Qin Feiyang said. Qin Batian was kind to them, the demon ancestor murmured. There was a very important message in this. Qin Batian was kind to them, so Qin Batian must have appeared in the ancient world. Unfortunately, I didn't find out the whereabouts of the ancestor, but I'm sure that he's still alive. And his strength has far surpassed yours and mine. Qin Feiyang said. Don't compare me with you. If my divine body wasn't sealed by Qin Batian, you can't compare to my current strength. The demon ancestor said angrily. The resentment in his heart rose again. Qin Feiyang said, saying this won't change the fact that our strength is on par. On par? Are you sure? Whether Qin Batian is still alive or not, you and Great Qin are destined to be destroyed today. The demon ancestor chuckled. Without any movement, the demon dragon seal appeared. This, Qin Feiyang's eyes widened. Without forming a seal, the demon dragon seal appeared. Could it be that the demon dragon secret art was not a high-grade divine art, but a perfect divine art? Now, I'll let you see my true strength. The demon ancestor waved his hand, and the demon dragon seal shook the sky and aggressively blasted towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang hurriedly took out the divine dragon seal and attacked. Boom! The moment the 2 divine seals met, the divine dragon seal was instantly shattered. It was completely destroyed. Following that, the demon dragon seal blasted onto Qin Feiyang's body. Bang! Qin Feiyang was blasted into the ground below. His body was covered with cuts and bruises, dripping with blood. How is this possible? This power has actually become so terrifying. Qin Feiyang rushed out from the ground and stood in the void. He looked at the demon ancestor in shock. He had originally guessed that the true grade of the demonic dragon art might be a perfect divine art. However, at this moment, the power displayed by the demonic dragon seal had already surpassed that of a perfect deity formula. Because he had already activated the soaring dragon art, his cultivation level was the same as the devil ancestors. If the demonic dragon art was truly a perfect divine art, then the divine dragon seal would definitely be able to resist it. However, before this, what was displayed was a crushing force. Didn't this mean that the demonic dragon art was stronger than the divine dragon art? Although my divine body is sealed, I have already condensed a complete divine soul. That's why I've been studying the demonic dragon art all these years. The current demonic dragon art has not only surpassed the high-grade deity art, it has also surpassed the perfect grade deity art. Haha, now, do you still think that our strength is equal? The demon ancestor laughed proudly. It has really surpassed the perfect deity formula. Qin Feiyang's eyes were gloomy. The demon ancestor's strength was simply beyond imagination. When I first fought with you, I was just playing with you. Don't take it too seriously. The demon ancestor sneered and turned to look at the demonic dragon. At this moment, the demonic dragon's aura had already soared to the boundary of a beginner war god. Rumble. All of a sudden, a dull loud sound exploded from its body, and its aura soared once again. It was actually a beginner war god. Not bad, it has been perfectly fused. The demon ancestor nodded, turned to look at Qin Feiyang, and sneered, defeat the demonic dragon first, otherwise you are not qualified to be my opponent. After saying that, the demon ancestor took a step back, crossed his arms, and his face was full of playfulness. Boom! Almost at the same time as the demon ancestor retreated, a terrifying aura rushed out from the demonic dragon's body. This aura was like a tide, drowning in all directions. The qi and blood in Qin Feiyang's body suddenly began to flow uncontrollably. This is Father's ability. Plundering aura and vitality. Haha, this emperor likes it. The demonic dragon laughed wildly, stared at Qin Feiyang, and roared, this emperor has perfectly fused with Father's ability, your time of death has come. His body expanded with the wind. In just an instant, the demonic dragon's body was more than 10,000 feet tall, and his demonic aura was monstrous. Swish. Immediately after, the demonic dragon instantly appeared above Qin Feiyang's head. That thick dragon tail smashed a large area of the sky and slapped towards Qin Feiyang's head. But Qin Feiyang did not pay attention to it at all. He looked at Ancestor Fiend and said, aren't you too confident in it? In the past, he was indeed very afraid of the demonic dragon's ability. For example, at the Black Dragon Glacier and the Devil's Island, if it weren't for the castle and Chang Shui, he would have been sucked dry. But today was different from the past. Now that his strength was no longer weaker than the demonic dragon, this ability to plunder qi and blood was no longer a threat to him. Let's wait and see. The demon ancestor said. Qin Feiyang looked up at the demonic dragon and said expressionlessly, I'm not interested in playing with you right now, so please scram a bit. Arrogant. The demonic dragon was furious. The gap between you and me can't be made up with just a few demonic items like the demonic dragon's heart. Qin Feiyang raised his arm and directly grabbed the dragon tail. His 5 fingers were like iron hooks, easily crushing the dragon's scales and sinking into the flesh. What? The demonic dragon was shocked. How could the power of this body be so strong? After being tempered by the heavenly tribulation, I can even crush a divine artifact, let alone your body of flesh and blood. Qin Feiyang waved fiercely. The demonic dragon howled and smashed into the ground below like a meteor. Not bad, not bad. The demon ancestor clapped his hands and laughed. Make your move. Qin Feiyang looked at the demon ancestor with an aggressive gaze. As for the demonic dragon, he couldn't be bothered to care about it. The demon ancestor said, as I said, only after defeating the demonic dragon will you be qualified for me to make a move. Qin Feiyang said, the demonic dragon is all ready, Qin Feiyang. However, before Qin Feiyang finished, the demonic dragon's roar came from below. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and looked down, only to see the demonic dragon rushing out from the ground aggressively. The shattered dragon scales and wounds from before had already healed. How is this possible? Qin Feiyang muttered. The demonic dragon's ability isn't as simple as just plundering blood. It can transform the blood it plundered into life energy to repair its own injuries. In other words, no matter how serious its injuries are, as long as it is still plundering blood, it can instantly recover. The demon ancestor said. I see. Then I will not let it have the chance to recover. Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with killing intent. The divine dragon seal appeared and turned into a towering mountain, suppressing the demonic dragon. The void collapsed crazily. That terrifying aura even shattered the ground into pieces. Perfect divine technique, divine dragon seal, powerful, powerful. I wonder how this divine dragon seal tastes. The demonic dragon laughed again and again. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang frowned. The demon ancestor laughed. You will know what it means soon. Boom. Before the demon ancestor's voice faded, an even more terrifying aura rushed out from the demonic dragon's body. It was as if a peerless demonic creature was awakening in its body. Immediately after, a monstrous demonic mist emerged from the demonic dragon's body like a waterfall, rushing up to the sky. The next moment, a bloody mouth appeared in the void. It was thousands of feet big, covering the sky and the sun, exuding an aura that made one despair. What is this? Qin Feiyang was surprised. This is its battle soul, Devil's Mouth. The demon ancestor said. Devil's Mouth? Qin Feiyang frowned. Swallow. At this moment, the demonic dragon roared, and the bloody mouth trembled as it pounced towards the divine dragon seal. In the end, under Qin Feiyang's horrified gaze, the divine dragon seal was swallowed by the devil's mouth. Swallowing the divine technique? Qin Feiyang murmured, his heart in disbelief. Isn't this the same as the white-eyed wolf's innate ability? Wait a minute. It can't be forever deprived, right? He hurriedly looked into his sea of consciousness, and when he saw the divine dragon seal's form still floating beside his soul, he breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the form was still there, it would not lose the divine dragon seal. Similarly, it was proof. There was still a gap between the demonic dragon and the white-eyed wolf. The white-eyed wolf's innate ability was to deprive the battle soul, and it was a permanent deprivation. The demonic dragon's innate ability was simply to swallow the divine technique. However, it was undeniable that this was also a very terrifying innate ability. The demonic dragon looked at Qin Feiyang and laughed. The battle soul told this emperor that this divine dragon seal tastes good, and I want to try it again. Interesting. Qin Feiyang muttered, can it swallow the battle soul? Why don't you give it a try? The demonic dragon said mockingly. All right. Qin Feiyang's body shook. The nine-leaf fire lotus appeared, and the area immediately turned into a sea of fire. Boom. As Qin Feiyang waved his arm, the fire lotus shot toward the demonic dragon with endless waves of fire like a fire dragon. This is a battle soul. The fiend ancestor's pupils shrank. Back in the sealed land, the ice dragon went on a rampage. Qin Feiyang was in danger as well. At that time, it was the nine-leaf fire lotus and the crimson sword soul that saved Qin Feiyang. In other words, this battle soul was an existence that could fight against the ice dragon. However, at this moment, he was slightly puzzled. This was because the nine-leaf fire lotus's aura was much weaker than before. It could be said that the difference was like heaven and earth. He did not understand. Why was such a weak war soul able to display such terrifying power in the land of inheritance? Even Qin Feiyang was puzzled, let alone the fiend ancestor. The nine-leaf fire lotus and the crimson sword soul were mysterious existences. Then, he looked at the demonic dragon. When it saw Qin Feiyang summoning the nine-leaf fire lotus, its gaze was solemn. Clearly, the fiend ancestor had told it what happened in the sealed land. However, at this moment, under its observation, the nine-leaf fire lotus's might was not as terrifying as the fiend ancestor's. Seems like that's all there is to it. It did not think too much about it. It thought the fiend ancestor was exaggerating. After all, it did not see it with its own eyes. Soon after, it waved its dragon claw and lunged at the nine-leaf fire lotus. Boom! The instant the two battle souls collided, the bloody mouth devoured the nine-leaf fire lotus. It can devour battle souls as well? Qin Feiyang was surprised. However, as long as it was not completely taken away like the white-eyed wolf, there was nothing to worry about. Explode, he muttered. The nine-leaf fire lotus that was devoured immediately exploded in the bloody mouth. A destructive aura surged out immediately. The fiend dragon's battle soul was torn to shreds on the spot. What? Battle souls can self-destruct. The fiend dragon was stunned. He was in disbelief. Genius memorized this website's address in a second. Mobile version website, M. Chapter 1844. Although I rarely summon the 9-leaf fire lotus, I don't think it's so obscure. The 9-leaf fire lotus's innate power is self-destruction. Qin Feiyang said. Realization dawned on the demon dragon. Although Qin Feiyang had 3 war souls, he rarely summoned the 9-leaf fire lotus and the crimson sword soul ever since he came to the imperial capital. This was because the 2 war souls were not of much help to him back then. He knew that the 9-leaf fire lotus and the crimson sword soul were only slightly stronger than ordinary war souls. Hence, he usually summoned the purple gold dragon soul. Even Qin Feiyang did not care about it, let alone the demon dragon. Therefore, the demon dragon did not know about the 9-leaf fire lotus's innate divine body. However, so what if it self-destructed? It was only a trash war soul. It was nothing to worry about. The demon dragon cackled and said, "What nonsense is this fire lotus? Although it tastes alright, I'm more interested in tasting the purple gold dragon soul." Boom. The devil's mouth appeared again. The demon dragon's eyes were filled with provocation. "Nonsense fire lotus," Qin Feiyang muttered under his breath, "the demon dragon looks down on you. Even I can't stand it." "How can you stand it?" Naturally, his words were meant for the 9-leaf fire lotus. However, the 9-leaf fire lotus in his sea of qi was indifferent. "You have a good temper. Looks like only an expert like the ice dragon can attract your attention. However, this proves that you think is extraordinary. I'm sorry. I've neglected you." Qin Feiyang muttered to himself. "What are you mumbling to yourself for? Don't tell me you're scared out of your wits." The demon dragon mocked. "You're getting more and more arrogant," Qin Feiyang muttered under his breath. His eyes flashed coldly as he said, "You want to taste my purple gold dragon soul? I'll fulfill your wish." Roar. Accompanied by a loud dragon's roar, the purple gold dragon soul roared. Its terrifying dragon's might swept out in all directions. "Yes, yes, yes. That's what makes it interesting." Mo Long's ferocious eyes shone with a fiery light. "I hope you can continue to be so arrogant." Imperial Penitentiary. Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the emperor prison instantly opened. Swallow. The demonic dragon laughed maniacally, and the demonic maw charged toward the purple gold divine dragon with shocking demonic might. But when the mouth of the devil entered the emperor divine prison, it was immediately imprisoned in the void. Demon dragon's laughter froze. Following closely, the Emperor Divine prison enveloped the demon dragon like a bolt of lightning. Not only was Mo Long imprisoned, but his mind also went blank. Consciousness deprivation. Terrifying indeed. The demon ancestor, who was standing across from Qin Feiyang, muttered to himself as his pupils shrank. Whoosh. As the demon dragon's mind went blank, Qin Feiyang teleported and appeared between the demon dragon's eyebrows. "You really picked the wrong person. If you were to look for Zhao Tai Lai and the others, you would definitely be able to win. Unfortunately, you found me." Qin Feiyang sighed and raised his arm. An invisible force gushed out from the tip of his index finger like a tide. The dragon scale between the demon dragon's eyebrows exploded in an instant, and flesh and blood splattered everywhere. At this time, the demon dragon also woke up. The threat of death immediately engulfed his mind. When he saw Qin Feiyang's expression at this moment, he was shocked again. Obviously, Qin Feiyang intended to kill him directly. "Want to kill this emperor? In your dreams." The demon dragon roared, and his expression was extremely ferocious. Clang. Accompanied by a loud sound, a black light shot out from between its eyebrows. It destroyed the invisible force as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood as it shot towards Qin Feiyang. It was a small flag the size of a palm. On top of it, there was a 9-headed demon dragon with black fog surging. That's right. It was the supreme-grade divine artifact, the Sky Demon flag. As soon as he saw the Sky Demon flag, Qin Feiyang's eyes flashed with a cold light. He had long had the idea of destroying this demonic creature. His 5 fingers were like eagle claws as they burst out. Qin Feiyang grabbed the Sky Demon flag. Idiot! The Sky Demon flag is a top-grade divine artifact. No matter how strong your body is, you are still digging your own grave. The demon dragon laughed and roared, "Revive!" A shocking demonic aura suddenly emerged. The Sky Demon flag glowed with a thick black light as it rushed toward Qin Feiyang, wanting to swallow Qin Feiyang. A mere demonic creature dares to be so presumptuous. Shatter for me. Qin Feiyang coldly snorted. In his palm, a wisp of blood flashed and disappeared. Crack! The Sky Demon flag was torn apart on the spot. "Don't kill me." A voice full of fear was immediately transmitted into Qin Feiyang's mind. This voice came from the spirit of the Sky Demon flag. Impossible. The demon dragon's eyes also suddenly widened. That blood-colored flash was like a flash in the pan, it didn't catch it. So it was really hard to imagine how Qin Feiyang did it. A top-grade divine artifact was so fragile in his hands. "Qin Feiyang, don't kill me, I will serve you as my master." The spirit of the Sky Demon flag wailed. "I don't need it." Qin Feiyang shook his head, and an invisible force rolled out from his palm. "No, no, no," the spirit roared. However, at this moment, the demon ancestor instantly appeared in front of Qin Feiyang and grabbed Qin Feiyang's wrist. "What? Finally can't help but make a move?" Qin Feiyang sneered. "No. I just want to take back the Sky Demon flag." The demon ancestor shook his head. "I'm afraid you don't have the ability," Qin Feiyang shouted. The invisible force was like a volcanic eruption, frantically destroying the Sky Demon flag. "Is that so?" The corner of the demon ancestor's mouth lifted, and his eyes suddenly turned blood red. When he looked at the demon ancestor's eyes, an indescribable sense of fear suddenly emerged from the depths of Qin Feiyang's heart. His body and mind trembled, and his eyes were filled with despair. At this moment, he felt as if there were countless demons surrounding him, staring at him. How could this be? His heart was shocked to the extreme. Even the strength of the demon ancestor couldn't make him feel despair, let alone a look. Moreover, this kind of despair was not the despair that appeared when encountering a strong enemy, but the despair that came from the heart, from the soul. Unknowingly, Qin Feiyang let go of his hand. Just like that, the demon ancestor took away the Sky Demon flag in front of Qin Feiyang. The purple gold dragon soul and the emperor prison also gradually dissipated. At this moment, Qin Feiyang was still drowning in despair. And he was sinking deeper and deeper. Finally, his entire soul was swallowed by despair, and there was no light in front of him. He slowly lay in the air, scanning his surroundings, his face full of despair and fear. What's going on? In the ancient castle. Looking at the current Qin Feiyang, Ling Yunfei and the others were full of surprise. Strange. The inner demons murmured. What's wrong? Everyone looked at him suspiciously. I can feel that the original body's heart is extremely fearful now. This kind of phenomenon has never happened before. The inner demons said. How is this possible? Even when facing the ice dragon and the small beast, he had the courage to challenge them, let alone the demon ancestor and the demon dragon. Luo Qingzhu said. I'm also very puzzled. The inner demons murmured. Suddenly, he noticed the demon ancestor's eyes, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Could it be because of the demon ancestor's eyes? That endless despair devoured Qin Feiyang's soul. He desperately wanted to forget this despair, but he found that he couldn't. The abyss of despair can devour everything. No matter how strong a person's fighting spirit is, in front of me, he is just an ant. The demon ancestor shook his head, and the blood in his eyes faded. He turned around and walked to the side. However, even if his eyes returned to normal, Qin Feiyang still didn't walk out of the abyss of despair. In fact, the despair in his heart was even stronger. The demon ancestor glanced at Qin Feiyang and said lightly, Demon dragon, he no longer has the ability to fight. Kill him. The demon dragon looked at the demon ancestor's eyes, and there was a deep fear in his eyes. He grinned and said, All right. This emperor said that I will devour you alive. Now, you will become this emperor's food. The demon dragon laughed. 9 heads and 9 mouths opened at the same time, revealing sharp fangs, and rushed towards Qin Feiyang. Inner demons, quickly go and help. Luo Qingzhu shouted anxiously, and her face was pale. The inner demon's eyes sank and was about to leave the ancient castle, but suddenly, he was stunned. The corner of his mouth raised into a smile, and he muttered secretly, "I knew it. You won't be defeated so easily." Inner demons. Seeing that the inner demons were indifferent, Ling Yunfei also shouted anxiously, "Shut up." The inner demons turned around and stared at Ling Yunfei. His blood-red eyes were full of killing intent. Ling Yunfei suddenly felt panic. He swallowed his saliva and fell silent. Outside, the demon dragon had already rushed in front of Qin Feiyang, and his 9 heads went straight for Qin Feiyang. Those rows of fangs were glowing with a bone-chilling light. Qin Feiyang, how can I feel despair? Even if I feel despair, it will only make my fighting strength and fighting spirit stronger. Qin Feiyang lay in the void and muttered to himself. His expression was quite ferocious. Finally, he roared to the sky and his aura erupted. The purple-gold dragon's soul roared out again. The Emperor Divine prison opened in an instant. The demon dragon was immediately imprisoned, and his mind went blank. Boom. At the same time that the demon dragon was imprisoned, Qin Feiyang suddenly stood up. His hair billowed in anger as he punched the demon dragon's lower abdomen. Roar. The demonic dragon let out a miserable howl as its enormous body was sent flying. On his lower abdomen, there was a bloody hole, and blood spurted out like a fountain. His sea of qi was also completely shattered. The aura of his body quickly dissipated. How is this possible? He can actually wake up. How terrifying is this person's willpower? The demon dragon looked at Qin Feiyang in horror. Then, with a bang, he smashed into the ground far away. His head tilted and he fainted on the spot. Despair, it's fatal to anyone. But only I, Qin Feiyang. Because I crawled out of despair step by step, and then step by step, I reached where I am today. Qin Feiyang suddenly looked at the demon ancestor and shouted, "Don't you understand? Despair is the motivation for me, Qin Feiyang, to grow." Boom. With an unparalleled aura, he rushed to the front of the demon ancestor and punched the demon ancestor's chest. Puff. The demon ancestor spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body retreated continuously. At this moment, he was also in a daze, and he was in extreme disbelief. He knew better than anyone else how terrifying his eyes were. Even Qin Batian, Lu Zhengyang, and Mu Tianyang back then could not escape the nightmare brought by his eyes. It could even be said that no one in the current Great Qin Empire and the Forgotten Continent could escape the control of these eyes. However, this young man in front of him actually relied on his strong willpower to forcefully overcome it. Was this Qin Feiyang? Chapter 1845. Qin Feiyang stepped into the air and walked toward the demon ancestor step by step. He said coldly, "Isn't everything that I've experienced thanks to you? Abducting grandfather, letting the imperial preceptor stay in the imperial palace openly and monitor all my family members. Even forcing father to have no choice but to cripple my cultivation and expel me from the imperial capital. But you definitely didn't expect that all that you've done has made me who I am now. Don't you feel that it's very funny? Tell me, should I still be grateful to you?" Qin Feiyang's long hair danced in the wind. Like a demon god, he rushed in front of the demon ancestor and threw another punch. Boom. The demon ancestor raised his arm and grabbed Qin Feiyang's fist. He said, "I really envy Qin Batian for having such an outstanding descendant. But your fate has already been decided." A terrifying divine power appeared in his palm. Qin Feiyang's fist was instantly split open. Then, the demon ancestor's arm shook. Qin Feiyang was sent flying on the spot, blood gushing out of his mouth. Do you know what fate is? No matter how hard you struggle, no matter how hard you work, you can't escape from the control of others. This is fate. To be honest, I sympathize with you. After fighting for so long, you still can't change all of this. The demon ancestor sighed. The demon dragon seal appeared and its divine power spread in all directions. Boom. Qin Feiyang was blasted into the ground. Blood flowed out of his body. Whoosh. But in the next moment, He rushed out from the ground and shouted, "I don't need anyone's sympathy. Moreover, all of this isn't over yet." Boom. Whoosh. Whoosh. Divine Dragon Art, Fire Phoenix Art, Void End Art, Eclipse Moon, and Guyuan Sword Art were all activated in an instant. The sharpness tore the sky and split the earth. There was also an unyielding will. If death is fate, then I'll go against the heavens and break the shackles of fate. Qin Feiyang roared into the sky. The various deity arts were activated at the same time. They were like meteors as they charged toward the demonic ancestor. "You don't have that ability." The fiend ancestor shook his head. The demonic dragon's roar reverberated through the sky. The formless sound waves destroyed everything. All kinds of deity arts were destroyed one after another. In the end, the sound waves drowned Qin Feiyang. Like an invisible blade, Qin Feiyang was instantly covered in cuts and bruises. "You still don't understand. No matter how many deity techniques you have, you won't be able to block my demonic dragon art. Just give up." The demon ancestor roared and summoned the demon dragon seal again. It was like a huge mountain that covered the sky as it pressed down on Qin Feiyang. Following a loud rumble, the heaven and earth began to tremble. Qin Feiyang was not only drenched in blood, but there was also not a single part of his body that was intact. Like a meteor, he was crazily smashed into the ground. The ground within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles was collapsing. Abyssal fissures spread towards the ends of the earth like spiderwebs. The fiend ancestor waved his hand as the dust dissipated. Qin Feiyang lay in a pool of blood and looked at the sky. His eyes seemed a little dim. The fiend ancestor landed beside Qin Feiyang and sighed, "According to my relationship with Qin Batian in the past, you can be considered my descendant." Unfortunately, all of this was destroyed by Qin Batian. "The ancestor is not wrong. You have indeed gone mad." Qin Feiyang muttered. "Haha, you guys are really the same. Originally, I wanted to spare your life, only cripple your cultivation, and let you live the rest of your life peacefully. But now, it seems that there's no need for that. And the gap between us, I believe you have already realized it. Just accept your fate." The fiend ancestor raised his arm and a black devil flame spewed out from his palm, emitting a destructive aura. Boom. Following closely, that devil flame pounced towards Qin Feiyang. "Accept my fate. In my, Qin Feiyang's, dictionary, there will never be these two words." Qin Feiyang raised his arm and slapped at the devil flame. A dazzling return character appeared in the center of his palm. Return word formula. After so many days, the return word formula finally appeared. Boom. Golden light burst out. The devil flame immediately turned in the air and drowned the fiend ancestor. Qin Feiyang took the opportunity to leap up and retreat. He raised his head and looked at the fiend ancestor. Although the aura of the devil flame was terrifying, it did not cause any actual damage to the fiend ancestor. Boom. The fiend ancestor's body shook, and the devil flame was extinguished on the spot. He looked at Qin Feiyang and said, "I forgot that you still have the 6-word formula. The devil dragon art that surpasses the perfect divine art is indeed terrifying. However, I wonder if it can be compared to the 6-word formula." Qin Feiyang said. "Are you provoking me?" The fiend ancestor's eyes flashed with a cold light. The first move, Devil Dragon Seal, the second move, Devil Dragon Roar, and the third move, Lord of all Demons, appeared in the sky at the same time. That shocking demonic aura was unprecedentedly terrifying. The entire Demon Dragon Island began to tremble. What? They actually evolved the first 3 moves of the Devil Dragon art at the same time? Could it be that Lord Fiend Ancestor is in a tough battle? Sima Kuan and the others in the distance felt the demonic aura of the 3 great devil arts, and their eyes were filled with surprise. "We said that the Fiend Ancestor will definitely be defeated by the young master." The eyes of Zhao Tailai and the others became sharper, and their aura became more terrifying. This group of people, what exactly is supporting them? Sima Kuan and the others glanced at Zhao Tailai and the others, feeling incredulous. The battle had continued until now, and both sides were seriously injured. However, this group of people did not show any signs of weakness. Instead, they became more courageous as they fought. Moreover, they were not worried about Qin Feiyang's situation at all. What kind of people were this group of people? Relying on each other, trusting each other, this is the source of our strength that supports us. However, you people will never understand. Zhao Tailai snorted. Come on. Let me see what changes your six-word divine art has undergone. The fiend ancestors' roar resounded through the sky. The three great devil arts shattered the void and the earth as they charged toward Qin Feiyang. Heaven-defying divine art is not just for show. Qin Feiyang glanced at the fiend ancestor, then looked up at the three great devil arts, and raised his hand to slap the air. The void there instantly turned into a golden ocean. The rolling golden waves were like giant dragons, roaring toward the three great devil arts. Kaboom! Following an earth-shattering explosion, the devil dragon seal that was comparable to a mountain, the sound waves that could destroy everything, and the demonic statue that was like a demon king from hell, under the impact of the golden light, suddenly turned in the air and charged toward the fiend ancestor. The devil dragon seal blasted onto the fiend ancestor. The invisible sound waves drowned the fiend ancestor. The demonic statue that was the lord of all demons stepped on the fiend ancestor's head. Being attacked by the three great devil arts at the same time, even the fiend ancestor could not help but let out a painful howl. His entire body was blasted into the depths of the earth in an instant. This is the current power of the return formula. Have you seen how powerful it is? Do you feel the despair that it brings to you? Qin Feiyang whispered. Although his voice was soft, it had an extremely strong penetrating power, clearly transmitting into the fiend ancestor's ears. It is very powerful, but despair? What kind of joke is this? I am the source of despair. In this world, only I can make people despair. No one has ever made me feel despair. The fiend ancestor's hair stood on end as he carried an aura that could destroy the world. He shattered the layers of earth and rushed into the clouds, looking down at Qin Feiyang. Eyes of despair, activate. Following his roar, the pair of eyes instantly turned blood red. Deep in Qin Feiyang's heart, a deep sense of despair emerged. I said before that this move is useless against me. Despair will only make me stronger. Don't you understand? Qin Feiyang roared angrily as he took a step into the clouds and slammed his palm toward the fiend ancestor's chest. Puff! The fiend ancestor spat out blood as he retreated. However, not only did he not escape, he laughed and said, "Your six-word formula was specially prepared for me, right? Powerful means are naturally left for powerful people. And here, other than you, no one is qualified to make me activate the six-word formula. So, you should wake up." Qin Feiyang's eyes were filled with killing intent. The emperor statue appeared and the broken sword emitted an apocalyptic sharpness as it slashed toward the fiend ancestor. The one who should wake up is you. The fiend ancestor's expression suddenly revealed a sinister look. Those blood-red eyes began to change again. The blood color quickly faded and was replaced by a grayish-white mist. Finally, his eyes were completely replaced by a grayish-white color. Those eyes were like Zhuge Mingyang's eyes back then. They were completely grayish-white and looked very strange. However, the change in Zhuge Mingyang's eyes was purely because he cultivated the immortal demon technique. The fiend ancestor's eyes were not that simple. Just as the fiend ancestor's eyes turned grayish-white, Qin Feiyang's body suddenly trembled. An indescribable despair instantly shrouded his heart. The emperor statue above also crumbled. This is the real eyes of despair. No one can escape the despair brought by the eyes of despair. You will be in the abyss of despair, step by step towards destruction. The fiend ancestor laughed loudly, his face ferocious and terrifying. What's wrong with me? Shouldn't despair be my motivation? Why am I still shrouded in despair? Qin Feiyang lay in the void and muttered to himself. He suddenly looked up at the sky and shook his head in disbelief. What's going on? Why is the sky collapsing? At this moment, in his line of sight, the sky was crazily collapsing. He looked down at the earth below. The earth was also shattering and annihilating. What the hell is going on? His eyes were filled with confusion. Suddenly, he turned his head and looked into the distance again, only to see Zhao Tailai and the others falling one by one. Their bodies exploded in the void, and blood mist filled the sky. "No, I beg you, don't die," he roared in despair. Clang. Accompanied by a loud noise, Qin Feiyang saw the castle also shattering in the void. The people and beasts inside, including the inner demons, were all smashed into pieces. "Don't die, we still have to fight. Please come back to life. I don't want to be alone, don't leave me." Qin Feiyang was hysterical, like a helpless child, shouting in the void. But he couldn't stop all of this. Until the end. Everyone, everything, even heaven and earth, dissipated in front of his eyes. His surroundings gradually fell into deep darkness. Please remember the domain name of this book. Literature Museum mobile version website. Chapter 1846. But in reality, the world did not disappear. The castle did not shatter. Everyone did not die. But at this moment, Qin Feiyang was standing alone in the darkness. Not only did he not see a trace of light, but he also did not see a single person. He kept roaring. But not a single voice responded to him. The surroundings were terrifyingly silent. In his heart, he was getting more and more panicked and desperate. How could this be? Despair is obviously useless to us, but why do I feel so helpless in my heart now? What did the demon ancestor do to him? The inner demons looked at Qin Feiyang in the image, his face full of shock and doubt. Eyes. Suddenly, he looked at the demon ancestor's eyes. Could it be that pair of eyes again? The endless abyss of despair can gradually erode a person's mind, courage, and fighting spirit. In the end, they can't take this torture and their mind will collapse. They may even choose to commit suicide to free themselves. This is the eye of despair. Qin Feiyang, with your talent, you will surpass me sooner or later. To be honest, I really can't bear to kill you. But I can't let someone who can't be used by me continue to grow. So, I'm sorry. In the void outside, the demon ancestor stood in the wind, looking at the helpless Qin Feiyang opposite him and muttering to himself. There was an inexplicable sadness in his expression. He slowly raised his head, looking at the sky, and muttered, "Qin Batian, this is all your fault. If you didn't betray our friendship, why would I kill Qin Feiyang now? Just you wait. After I kill everyone and unify the great Qin Empire and Forgotten Continent, I will enter the ancient world, find you, and settle the blood debt from back then." After saying that, the demon ancestor retracted his gaze, turned around, and left, not looking at Qin Feiyang again. "Where are you going?" But at this moment, an extremely weak voice could be heard coming from behind. The demon ancestor raised his eyebrows and turned to look at Qin Feiyang. He saw that Qin Feiyang was half kneeling in the air with his head buried. His hands were tightly clenched together. "Is our battle over? You want to leave?" The weak voice sounded again. That was right. It was Qin Feiyang. How is this possible? Demon Alpha was frozen. She turned around and looked at Qin Feiyang in disbelief. He could tell that Qin Feiyang hadn't struggled out of the abyss of despair. But why was she still able to speak to him? Was it because of willpower? Did she instinctively speak because she sensed that he was about to leave? Just how terrifying was this young man? Even when he had fallen into such despair, he was still unable to truly destroy his will. "I've worked so hard for so long and sacrificed so much. What was it all for? Isn't it just to have a complete family? Now, I haven't even fulfilled this small wish of mine. How can I be defeated here?" Qin Feiyang struggled madly in his heart, trying hard to find the light that belonged to him. "Who am I? I am Qin Feiyang. How can this little bit of despair defeat me? For my mother, for my family, for my friends, for the family of my dreams, I must continue to fight. That's right. Fight, I must fight." Finally, in the depths of Qin Feiyang's heart, a ray of light gradually appeared. This ray of light was like a ray of gentle sunlight, warming his heart and illuminating his inner world. Everything was like the clouds parting to see the sun. The sky and earth gradually became clear. Yes, I want to fight. Defeat all the enemies in front of me. Even if the heavens want me to die, I won't. All of a sudden, Qin Feiyang raised his head and roared. His hair fluttered in anger, and the darkness before him instantly scattered. The despair in his heart also turned into a monstrous aura that broke out from his body. Boom! At this moment, the sky and earth changed color. Even the sea around the demonic dragon island had huge waves that covered the sky. Whether it was Sima Kuan's group or Zhao Tailai's group, they couldn't help but tremble. This aura, what's going on? It can't be. At the same time, Ancestor Mo clenched his fists and looked at Qin Feiyang in disbelief. He actually broke his Eyes of Despair. Eyes of Despair was one of his most powerful techniques. How could it be broken so easily? No. My Eyes of Despair is invincible. Ancestor Mo, who was mad with anger, roared. That pair of grey eyes suddenly emitted rays of divine light. Qin Feiyang also suddenly lowered his head and didn't dodge. He looked straight into Ancestor Mo's eyes without any change in expression. How can this be? It actually failed? Ancestor Mo was shocked. Eyes of Despair, is it useless against this kid? You only have this little trick. Qin Feiyang took a step forward. Divine power rolled out and punched Ancestor Mo's stomach. Roar. Ancestor Mo immediately let out a miserable howl like a pig being slaughtered. He flew out and his blood dyed the sky red. If that's all you have, then be destroyed. Qin Feiyang's aura was like a rainbow. He teleported and landed on top of Ancestor Mo. Then, he stomped on Ancestor Mo's head. Catcher. The sound of skull breaking could be heard. With a boom, Ancestor Mo fell to the ground below and smashed out a huge crater inside the ancient castle. Looking at this scene, Ling Yunfei shook his head and smiled bitterly. Can't you be a little more stable? You always make us worry. My little heart can't take it. Be a little more stable. The inner demons pursed his lips with a hint of mockery. You don't even know what I experienced just now. That kind of terrifying despair is enough to make people die without a burial place. If it were you, you would have already died in the hands of Ancestor Mo. Ling Yunfei smiled embarrassedly. I'm just concerned about him. Instead of worrying about him, why don't you worry about yourself? Because your mother is now in the hands of Ancestor Mo, the inner demons said. Ling Yunfei's eyes suddenly sank. He raised his head and looked at Ancestor Mo. His eyes were burning with anger. Outside, dust billowed, drowning the earth. Inside the huge crater, Ancestor Mo was lying at the bottom, blood flowing all over his body. But his face was distorted to the extreme. Hee, haha, a mere Qin Feiyang was actually able to force me to this extent. Truly laughable to the extreme. He laughed crazily and soared into the sky. Demonic flames surged all over his body. The injuries on his body and head were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. When he flew out of the crater and stood in the void opposite Qin Feiyang, his injuries had already healed. How is this possible? Qin Feiyang was shocked. He didn't hold back in the previous punch and kick. Originally, he thought that even if he didn't kill Ancestor Mo, he could at least shatter Ancestor Mo's Sea of Qi and Sea of Consciousness. But now, not to mention shattering Sea of Qi and Sea of Consciousness, not even a scar could be seen. Forbidden technique, Soul of Life. Ancestor Mo looked at Qin Feiyang and said word by word. Forbidden technique. Qin Feiyang was shocked. Soul of Life requires one's lifespan as the price. But to me, sacrificing this bit of lifespan doesn't matter at all. Ancestor Mo laughed sinisterly. Qin Feiyang's eyes sank slightly. Mastering such a forbidden technique, wouldn't Ancestor Mo have an immortal body? Qin Feiyang, you really gave me a lot of surprises. You almost made my state of mind collapse. Tell me, how should I repay you for treating me like this? Why don't I give you a little surprise too? Ancestor Mo laughed. Qin Feiyang looked at him coldly. The bloodline power in his body emitted a majestic vitality and was also quickly healing the injuries on his body. Yes, this surprise, I must give it to you. After all, I have planned for so many years. How can I not let you know? Ancestor Mo looked up to the sky and laughed non-stop, as if he was crazy. Heaven observation technique. Suddenly, with a loud shout, he raised his hand and pointed in the air. Heaven observation technique? Qin Feiyang was surprised. He remembered that Ancestor Mo said not long ago that Heaven Observation Technique could see everything that happened within 3 days. But now, they were fighting. Why did Ancestor Mo open Heaven Observation See at this time? Buzz. As Ancestor Mo pointed in the air, the void in front suddenly distorted. In just a few breaths, an image appeared. The image showed the bottom of the sea. At the bottom of the sea, there was a majestic mountain range. The highest point was more than 10,000 feet high. Through the image, one could clearly see that there were large and small caves in the mountain range. What is this place? Qin Feiyang was surprised. Ancestor Mo laughed. You don't recognize it. But thinking about it, although you have been to this sea area, you have never been to this place. I have been there. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said angrily, don't keep me in suspense. What is this place? Sea of Despair. Ancestor Mo said. What? Sea of Despair. Qin Feiyang's face suddenly changed. Of course, he remembered the Sea of Despair. It was the place where the merpeople lived. Surprised, right? More surprises are yet to come. The place you are looking at now is the true sacred land of the merpeople. Only those who broke through to War Emperor and above are qualified to enter this place. And in these 10,000 years, they have been recuperating in the sacred land. Not only did they give birth to dozens of false gods, but they also gave birth to 5 war gods. Ancestor Mo laughed wildly. Dozens of false gods. 5 war gods. The merpeople are so strong. Qin Feiyang was shocked. That's right. At that time, when I learned of this situation, I was also very surprised like you are now. Later on, after my investigation, I found that they actually hid a space divine object. And this space divine object also has a time array. Ancestor Mo said. Qin Feiyang's heart was filled with disbelief. The cultivation of the merpeople was determined by their wings. War Emperor, a pair of wings. War Emperor, 2 pairs of wings. And so on. In the past, when he entered the Sea of Despair, many of the merpeople he saw had a pair of wings. Most of them didn't even have wings. At that time, the most he had seen was 3 pairs of wings. 3 pairs of wings, which was War Master. However, he had only seen 2 merpeople with 3 pairs of wings. He remembered that at that time, when he was helping the Merpeople Emperor to deal with the Black Wing King and the White Wing King, those 2 merpeople suddenly appeared. Please remember the domain name of this book. Literature Museum Mobile Edition website, M. Chapter 1847. And these 2 were called Ancestor Black Wing and Ancestor White Wing by the Merfolk clan. It was precisely because of this name that he always thought that the Merfolk clan's foundation was not very strong. After all, the 2 ancestors were only at the War Master level. Even if the Merfolk clan had other hidden powerhouses, how strong could they be? But he never thought that there would be dozens of fake gods. There were even 5 war gods. This kind of foundation was not an ordinary kind of terrifying. Wait. You said that they have a space divine object with a time array? Qin Feiyang was surprised. That's right. But the time array is not very powerful. 1 day is equivalent to 2 days. The demon ancestor said, his eyes full of disdain. You are really arrogant. Qin Feiyang sneered. The Merfolk clan had been recuperating in the Sea of Despair for more than 10,000 years. 1 day was equivalent to 2 days, which was 20,000 years. Was this not strong enough? Of course. Compared to the castle, it was indeed nothing. After all, the rules of time in the castle were that 1 day was equivalent to 1 year. But even so, the Merfolk clan also had an advantage that others did not have. Qin Feiyang looked at the scene in the void and said in a deep voice, What do you want to do to them? Not what do I want to do to them? What do they want to do to you? That's not right. You should ask, what do they want to do to the great Qin Empire? The demon ancestor laughed. Qin Feiyang was surprised. The demon ancestor said, You should know the history of the Merfolk clan. Qin Feiyang nodded. Back then, when the ancestor created the great Qin Empire, the Merfolk clan had already existed. And their overall strength was very powerful. At that time, the Merfolk clan was also ambitious and wanted to rule this territory, which posed a great threat to the ancestor. But in that era, no one could compare to the ancestor in terms of strength or strategy. Finally, the ancestor only used a few years to sweep through the Merfolk clan. Originally, the ancestor had the ability to kill them all. But because of the benevolence of the ancestor, not only did he let the Merfolk clan go, but he also gave them a quiet place to recuperate. This place was the Sea of Despair. Moreover, in order to prevent the Merfolk clan from being attacked by humans again, the ancestors deliberately erased that part of history. As a result, later generations did not know about the existence of mermaids and mermaids. They only thought that it was a legend. It could be said that, for the Merfolk clan, the ancestors were extremely benevolent. It was also because of this that the first generation of mermaid emperors, the black-winged emperor and the white-winged emperor, followed their ancestors. Speaking of which, these three could be considered as people who knew how to repay kindness. It's good that you know. I don't have to explain anymore. However, there's one thing you probably don't know. Back then, Qin Batian not only spared the Merfolk clan, but he also gave them a spatial divine item with a time array. Said the fiend ancestor. What? That spatial divine object was given to them by the ancestors? Qin Feiyang was bewildered. That's right. That's why I called him an idiot. He did this because he thought that the mermaid clan would be grateful to him. Of course, it's undeniable that the first generation of mermaid emperors, the black-winged emperor, and the white-winged emperor, were indeed grateful and followed him. However, the merfolk who stayed in the Sea of Despair were always thinking about revenge. The demon ancestor mocked. That's impossible. I've seen the current mermaid emperor. He doesn't have such thoughts at all. Qin Feiyang shook his head. You're talking about the mermaid princess's father, right? He indeed doesn't have such thoughts. However, with his insignificant strength, he has no right to speak in the Merfolk clan. Because the ones who truly control the Merfolk clan are the 5 war gods. You can understand it this way. He's just a puppet. The demon ancestor sneered. As you said, the Merfolk clan has always wanted revenge. Then why didn't they do it before? You should know that before entering the divine ruin, the strength of our great Qin was no match for them. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice. Before entering the divine ruin, the entire great Qin only had a few false gods. As for the Merfolk clan, they had 5 war gods and dozens of false gods. Even if the 5 war gods didn't appear, the dozens of false gods were enough to sweep the great Qin Empire. It's not that they didn't do anything, but they didn't dare to. The demon ancestor said. What's the reason? Qin Feiyang asked. Qin Yuan. The demon ancestor said. It's Uncle Yuan again. Qin Feiyang's gaze trembled. Although Qin Yuan is the guardian of this continent and can't participate in the disputes of the continent, he's too strong. A strong enough person can have a deterrent effect even if he doesn't do anything. The demon ancestor sighed. In that case, it's Uncle Yuan who has been silently protecting the great Qin Empire all these years. Qin Feiyang said. What do you think? If it wasn't for Qin Yuan, the great Qin Empire would have been destroyed by the Merfolk clan. The demon ancestor snorted. Uncle Yuan, how much have you sacrificed for us? How do you want me to repay you? Qin Feiyang muttered, and his eyes couldn't help but tear up. The demon ancestor smiled sinisterly and said, but now, Qin Yuan won't do anything. How can you guess Uncle Yuan's thoughts? Qin Feiyang sneered. First, it's the snow python. When we returned to the great Qin Empire, she immediately closed the spatial gate and stopped you on the forgotten continent. At that time, I guessed that she was helping us on purpose. In order to confirm my guess, I asked Zhuge Mingyang and the imperial tutor to go to the Lu family immediately. In the end, although you rushed back, Qin Yuan still didn't appear. When I received this news, I thought about it and finally came to a conclusion. Qin Yuan and the snow python must be together now. In other words, Qin Yuan is restrained by the snow python. The demon ancestor said. Amazing. In the sky above the mountains. Hearing this, the snow python and Qin Yuan couldn't help but look at the demon ancestor in a different light. Although I don't know why the snow python did this, I'm very grateful to her. Because as long as Qin Yuan can't do anything, the great Qin Empire will be destroyed today. The fiend ancestor laughed loudly. His laughter was especially savage. Is that so? Qin Feiyang's gaze turned cold. You don't believe me? Then open your eyes and watch how I destroy the great Qin Empire. The demon ancestor smiled sinisterly and looked up at the image in the sky. He shouted, 5 mermaid ancestors, come out. His voice was like a bell, shaking the sky. Moreover, through the image in the sky, it was transmitted to the sea of despair. Whoosh! Before his voice dissipated, 5 figures appeared in the image out of thin air. They were 5 middle-aged men. Their lower bodies were not fishtails and were almost no different from humans. However, on their backs, there were 7 pairs of wings. The man in the center was 7 feet tall and had a rough face. He wore a golden robe and the 7 pairs of wings on his back seemed to be cast from gold leaf, emitting a dazzling divine light. It was a pair of golden wings. The 2 on the left wore black robes and the 7 pairs of wings on their back were pitch black. Both of them were black-winged mermaids. The 2 on the right wore snow-white robes and their 7 pairs of wings were as white as snow. They were like angels. White-winged mermaids. Who's talking? The 5 mermaid ancestors scanned the sky. It's me. The demon ancestor's figure appeared in front of the 5. Demon ancestor? The 5 raised their eyebrows. That's right. It's me. The demon ancestor nodded. Why are you looking for us? The golden-winged mermaid frowned. The demon ancestor said, the time has come. The time has come. The golden-winged mermaid lowered his head and muttered. Suddenly, he raised his head and laughed. His eyes were filled with hatred as he said, Great Qin, your end has finally arrived. The 2 black-winged mermaids and the 2 white-winged mermaids were also filled with killing intent. Boom! The next moment, the 5 of them rushed out of the Sea of Despair and flew toward the state capital. Demon Dragon Island. The demon ancestor also waved his hand, and the image in the sky quickly dissipated. Immediately after, he looked at Qin Feiyang and said, This is my heavenly observation technique. Not only can I see what has happened in the past 3 days, but I can also talk to people from a distance. Qin Feiyang said in a deep voice, I didn't expect that even they would become your lackeys. No. I'm just in a cooperative relationship with them. They hate Great Qin and Qin Batian. I also hate Great Qin and Qin Batian, so we hit it off. The demon ancestor laughed. A group of heartless thieves. After I get rid of you, I'll go and slaughter them all. Qin Feiyang clenched his fists. Get rid of me? Do you really think that you have the ability? Even if you have the ability to get rid of me, by then, your great Qin will have already been destroyed in their hands. The demon ancestor laughed. Don't forget that the altar leading to the imperial capital has already been destroyed by Zhuge Mingyang. They can't kill their way into the imperial capital. Qin Feiyang snorted coldly. It doesn't matter. I don't expect them to be able to kill their way into the imperial capital. As long as they kill everyone in the 9 provinces, it will be equivalent to destroying Great Qin's foundation. After all, for a country, the civilians are the foundation. The demon ancestor said. What? They'll massacre the 9 provinces? Qin Feiyang was shocked. That's right. How is it? Are you anxious now? The demon ancestor laughed cruelly. You bastards, I won't forgive you. Qin Feiyang's hair stood on end as he unleashed all sorts of god techniques and crazily attacked the demon ancestor. Haha, I knew it. You're the same as Qin Batian. You can't let go of Great Qin's civilians. And this will be your Achilles heel. The demon ancestor laughed crazily as the demon dragon art appeared and blasted towards the various god techniques. Yes, I can't let go. So, you must use death to atone for your sins. Qin Feiyang used the Dao character art and rushed forward. Golden light burst out from his palm as the demon dragon art spun in the air and blasted onto the demon ancestor. Puff! The demon ancestor immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Following closely, Qin Feiyang's various god techniques were like a tide, drowning the demon ancestor. Boom! Crack! A destructive aura spread out in all directions. Soul of life, open! The demon ancestor roared as demonic flames curled around his body. The injuries on his body instantly healed. Then, he teleported and arrived in front of Qin Feiyang in one step as he roared, "It's not me who wants to forgive, it's you who wants to forgive for the mistakes that Qin Batian made back then." After saying that, he punched towards Qin Feiyang. Genius memorized this site's address in 1 second. Mobile version of reading website, M. Chapter 1848. Kill. Qin Feiyang's hair also fluttered in anger as he punched out. The two fists met in an instant. This world suddenly fell into a dead silence. Boom. But then, accompanied by an earth-shaking explosion, a destructive aura spread out in all directions with the two of them as the center. Puff. Their bodies shook at the same time and retreated. Then, they raised their fists at the same time and punched each other. Deity, old Qin hasn't gone to the 9 continents yet. Give me the image crystal immediately, I will send a message to him. The voice of the inner demons sounded in Qin Feiyang's mind. Qin Feiyang was stunned. That's right. Before dawn, the space-time gate couldn't be opened. Old Qin must still be in the imperial capital. Qin Feiyang took out the image crystal and sent it to the castle. It's useless. Even if you send a message to Emperor Hong and the others now, they can't stop the mermaid clan. Because they can't enter the 9 continents. It's too late for them to go after dawn. The people of the 9 prefectures will be plunged into misery and suffering. The demon ancestor laughed wildly. Shut up. Qin Feiyang roared. The two collided crazily in the void. God's blood continued to splatter, dyeing the sky red. Inside the castle, the inner demons grabbed the image crystal. The divine artifact could be shared, and the image crystal was no exception. Buzz. Soon. Old man Qin's image appeared. You are. Old Qin was still in the throne room. Emperor Hong, the emperor, and the civil and military officials were all still here. Seeing the shadow of the inner demons appear, everyone cast their gazes over. I am Qin Feiyang's inner demons. The inner demons said. Emperor Hong hurriedly asked, how's the battle over there? The inner demons said in a deep voice, the war of gods has completely begun. Everyone is fighting bloody battles. As for the result, no one can predict. Hearing that, everyone's heart sank immediately. The inner demons said again, I'm sending you a message now because I have something to tell you. What? Old Qin was suspicious. The inner demons said, the mermaid clan is slaughtering the living beings of the 9 continents. Mermaid? The civil and military officials were bewildered. The mermaid clan is not a legend. They really exist. Furthermore, they are very strong. They have 5 war gods and several dozen false gods. The inner demons said. What? Everyone's expression changed. Even old Qin and Emperor Hong were unable to remain calm. Old Qin, after midnight, go to the 9 great provinces and take a look. If the 9 great provinces have really been massacred by them, you must endure it and not confront them head-on. The inner demons reminded. Wash the 9 prefectures with blood. Old man Qin muttered and said angrily, how can I just sit by and do nothing when faced with such a matter? I'm not asking for your permission. This is an order. Right now, Great Qin is besieged on all sides. As Great Qin's only war gods, nothing can happen to you and Emperor Hong. The inner demons said. Old man Qin fell silent. Emperor Hong asked, then what should we do? You stay in the imperial capital. Old Qin, go to the 9 great provinces. If the 9 great provinces have been massacred, immediately go into hiding. When the space-time gate can be opened, immediately return to the imperial capital. If there's a chance, destroy the Butterfly Valley's altar for me. The appearance of the mermaid clan has far exceeded our expectations. If at this time, Mu Tianyang also brings people to kill, then we will have no hope at all. The inner demons said in a deep voice. Emperor Hong said, we have already thought of this. Very good. The inner demons nodded and looked at old Qin, who had lowered his head with a painful expression, and sighed, I know that you are feeling very uncomfortable in your heart, but I hope that you can consider the big picture. After all, this battle is not only related to the Qin clan's bloodline, but also the fate of the entire Great Qin. Old Qin's body trembled. He took a deep breath and looked at the inner demons. I understand, but there is one thing that you must pay attention to. What is it? The inner demons frowned. The little prince is missing. We suspect that the water Chelene and the ink Chelene took him away. Old Chin said. What? These damn bastards, they all have to die today. The inner demon's blood hair fluttered, and a monstrous evil aura rose from his body. Following closely, he turned off the image crystal and looked at the demon ancestor in the void in front of him, killing intent surging in his eyes. Dan Wangtsai. Suddenly, the inner demons shouted. Here. Dan Wangtsai looked at the inner demons. From now on, all of you will refine the healing pill, bone replenishing pill, spirit sea pill, and essence soul pill for me. The inner demons said. These medicinal pills were all used to save lives. Yes. Dan Wangtsai immediately turned around and walked to the altar, opening the furnace to refine the pills. The inner demons said again, the rest of you, also prepare for battle. Yes. Everyone nodded in response. Demon ancestor, let's see the true strength of me and my original body now. The inner demons smiled sinisterly. In the next moment, he put away the image crystal and appeared beside Qin Feiyang, slapping the demon ancestor's body with his palm. Although the demon ancestor had long known that there was another inner demons, in such an intense battle, he couldn't guard against them at all. Puff. With a spurt of blood, the demon ancestor smashed into the ground. Qin Feiyang glanced at the inner demons and said in a deep voice, I can deal with him alone. You go and help Zhao Tailai and end this quickly. The inner demons said, I should be the one to deal with the demon ancestor. You go and help Zhao Tailai and the others. You. Qin Feiyang was extremely angry. The two of you, stay here. The demon ancestor roared and rushed out from the ground. There was not a single wound on his body. The inner demons took a step in front of Qin Feiyang and shouted without turning his head, go quickly. In less than an hour, I promise to twist his head and appear in front of you. Haha, sure enough, one is more arrogant than the other. The demon ancestor laughed. Courting death. The inner demons activated the soaring dragon art, took a step forward, and punched the demon ancestor. Courting death indeed. Qin Feiyang also activated the walk word technique and rushed over. You really don't listen to my advice. The inner demons glanced at Qin Feiyang, snorted from his nose, and then said, forget it, let's join hands to get rid of him first. It could be said that the strength of the inner demons was not inferior to Qin Feiyang in the slightest. With the two of them joining hands, the demon ancestor had no room to fight back at all. Rumble. The demon ancestor was blasted into the ground again and again, flesh and blood flying everywhere. His injuries were also getting worse. Although the demon ancestor had mastered the demonic dragon art, which was superior to the perfect divine art, Qin Feiyang and the inner demons also mastered the return word technique. Therefore, the demonic dragon art was not a threat to them at all. The situation of the various battlefields had become white hot. The shattered demonic dragon island was also gradually being swallowed by the sea. Unknowingly, the sky darkened. Night fell. However, the sky above the demonic dragon island was as bright as day. Other than the collision of divine power, divine weapons, divine arts, and fighting souls, there were also frenzied cries. What happened? Is this all you've got? After so long, you still can't kill me. You really disappoint me. The demon ancestor was covered in blood, but his expression became more and more arrogant. His contemptuous laughter resounded through the night sky. As for Qin Feiyang and the inner demons, although they were not injured, they were so tired that they were panting like cows. The two of them looked more and more sinister. They were already giving their all. However, no matter how hard the demon ancestor was hit, his injuries could be recovered instantly. He could not be killed at all. I remember that you have mastered the return word technique, attainment word technique, battle word technique, and kill word technique. From the beginning of the battle until now, you have only used the attainment word technique and the return word technique. As for the battle word technique and the kill word technique, you have never used them. I believe that the battle word technique and the kill word technique are your real trump card. But why do you keep them? Are you afraid that you can't kill me? The demon ancestor sneered. Qin Feiyang and the inner demons were silent. There was naturally a reason why they did not use the kill word technique and the battle word technique. It was because they could faintly feel that the strength that the demon ancestor had revealed was not his real strength. In other words, the demon ancestor had other trump cards hidden. Before they knew the demon ancestor's real strength, they did not dare to use these two trump cards. Boring. Really boring. A battle like this does not interest me at all. Hurry up and use the kill word technique and the battle word technique. Let me see your real strength. The demon ancestor laughed. You are not qualified. The inner demons said. The soul of life is at the cost of one's lifespan. I want to see how much lifespan you have to use. Qin Feiyang also smiled coldly. The two of them used the attainment word technique again and charged towards the demon ancestor at lightning speed. You are really stubborn. Since that is the case, I will force you to use your strongest trump card. Demon King Body, activate. The demon ancestor roared. Boom. His aura suddenly soared. Qin Feiyang and the inner demons were shocked. Not only did the demon ancestor's aura soar, but two black horns also grew out of his head. It was as if they were cast from divine iron and had a hard texture. At the same time, the clothes on the ancestral fiend's back were also torn to shreds. Two pitch-black wings appeared. Boom. With the appearance of the horns and wings, the demon ancestor's cultivation level soared to the greater success war god stage. What is going on? Qin Feiyang and the inner demons were shocked. Black horns, black wings. At that moment, the demonic ancestor was like a demon. His entire body was emitting a frightening demonic aura. The Demon King Body is an assist-type divine art. It can raise one's cultivation level by a small level. And whether it is speed or attack power, it will increase by several times. Facing the current me, do you feel despair? The demon ancestor laughed maniacally. The two black wings were like the wings of a bat. As they flapped, gusts of wind shattered the sky. The Demon King Body, Heavenly Observation Technique, Soul of Life, Eye of Despair, and the Demon Dragon Art that surpasses the perfect battle art. How many more terrifying techniques does this guy have? The inner demons were shocked to the extreme. It seems that we have underestimated him all this time. How can someone who can force the ancestor, Mu Tianyang, and Mu Tianjun to join forces only have a few tricks up his sleeve? Qin Feiyang sighed. It is not too late to realize it now. However, once the Demon King Body is activated, no matter what trump cards you have, you will only be destroyed. The demon ancestor laughed. The two black horns on his head suddenly emitted wisps of black light. Previous loading. Next chapters. Chapter 1849. The wisps of black light were not very dazzling, but they exuded a kind of aura that made Qin Feiyang and the inner demon feel fear. The moment of true despair has arrived. You guys should enjoy it. The demon ancestor roared, and the black light on the two horns suddenly burst out, turning into two beams of light that went straight for Qin Feiyang and the inner demon. Qin Feiyang and the inner demon's eyes were solemn, and the golden light in their palms glowed. Whoosh. However, suddenly, the speed of the two beams of light increased by several times. In an instant, they cut through the sky and sank into the chests of Qin Feiyang and the inner demon. Poof! Immediately, blood splattered across the sky. Qin Feiyang and the inner demon's faces were full of shock. Even they could not react to this speed. On their chests, there was a bloody hole that penetrated from the front to the back. Fortunately, the demon ancestor was not aiming for their lower abdomens. Otherwise, this attack would be enough to shatter their sea of qi. They did not have a forbidden technique like the demon ancestor. If their sea of qi was destroyed, this battle would be declared over. Because once their sea of qi was destroyed, they would lose their cultivation. At that time, the demon ancestor would only need to move his fingers to destroy them. Once they died, Zhao Tailai and the other two and the blood Kirin would not be a match for the demon ancestor. Haha, do you know why I didn't destroy your sea of qi directly? Because I have not seen the battle formula and the kill formula. Hurry up, don't waste my time. Let's have a real battle. The demon ancestor looked impatient. A real battle? Qin Feiyang and the inner demons were silent. The Demon King's body was the demon ancestor's last resort? It seems like we have no other choice now. The inner demons secretly said. Yes. Whether the Demon King's body is his last resort or not, we have to fight with all our strength. Qin Feiyang responded. The two were not communicating through voice transmission, but directly communicating through their minds. There was a fundamental difference between telepathy and voice transmission. Hurry up. My patience is limited. The demon ancestor roared. The two horns once again shot out two black beams of light that shot towards the two of them like lightning. Enough of your arrogance. The inner demons roared and raised their hands to slap him. Previously, it was because of the suddenness of the situation that they did not react in time. But now, they already knew the speed of the light beam, so how could they be injured again? Qin Feiyang also struck out at the same time. Rumble. Two beams of golden light roared out like two giant golden dragons, pouncing towards the two black beams of light. From afar, it looked like two black meteorites and two golden comets were madly crashing into each other. In an instant, the two met. Heaven and earth buzz. Giving him a taste of his own medicine, the two black beams of light immediately turned in the air and shot towards the ancestral devil. The fiend ancestor was shocked. One had to know. At this moment, he had the cultivation of a war god in the great success stage. The power of the black beam was no less than that of a perfect divine art. Yet, it was actually bounced back. How heaven-defying was this return formula? Then let's try again. Let's see if you can block the supreme of all demons. The ancestral devil laughed. The demon statue appeared out of nowhere and shattered the two beams of light as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. The two golden beams of light stopped. They were in a stalemate with the demon statue in the air. The inner demons smiled and said, "It seems that the power of the return formula is somewhat beyond our imagination." Qin Feiyang nodded. Originally, they had planned to activate the kill formula and the battle formula. But now, the power displayed by the return formula seemed to be enough to fight against the ancestral devil who had activated his Demon King body. Rumble. After a few moments of stalemate, the demon statue suddenly trembled in the air and began to slowly retreat. What? The cultivation of a war god in the great success stage and the supreme of all demons that surpassed the perfect divine art can't block the return formula? The ancestral devil's eyes widened in anger and disbelief. Was the so-called heaven-defying divine art as powerful as the heaven-defying divine artifact? Rumble. As the saying goes, a defeated army is like a landslide. The speed at which the demon statue retreated was getting faster and faster. On the other hand, the two golden beams of light were aggressive and ferocious. Finally, the demon statue suddenly turned, and like a giant mountain, it ruthlessly crashed into the ancestral devil's body. Ah! The ancestral devil immediately screamed and flew out horizontally. His body was almost torn apart. Divine blood was like a waterfall, soaking the sky. There was no doubt. This blow was enough to kill. If it was anyone else, including Qin Feiyang and the inner demons, they wouldn't dare to say that they could survive. However, in the nick of time, waves of demonic flames surged out. The ancestral devil's body that was about to be torn apart actually healed in an instant, not even leaving a wound. Soul of life, what an infuriating forbidden technique. The inner demons looked at this scene and couldn't help but go crazy in their hearts. If it wasn't for this forbidden technique, the ancestral devil would have long been cut into 8 pieces by them. Continue to despair and struggle. I'm immortal. The ancestral devil laughed crazily, and his eyes suddenly turned grey. Immediately, Qin Feiyang and the inner demon's hearts surged with an unresolvable despair. I said before, this eye of despair is useless to me. Qin Feiyang shouted, and the despair in his heart instantly dissipated. It's useless to you. But what about the inner demons? Look at him now, how helpless and panicked he is. The ancestral devil laughed. Qin Feiyang was shocked and hurriedly turned his head to look, only to see the inner demons lying in the void like him before, his entire body emitting an aura of despair. Swish. Qin Feiyang's gaze turned and landed on the ancestral devil again, saying, "I can defeat despair, I believe that he can too." As he spoke, his arm shook, and wisps of blood-red killing intent surged out from his palm. In an instant, the world seemed to have turned into a sea of murderous intent. The ancestral devil's heart was also panicking. He looked at Qin Feiyang's palm. Could that killing intent be evolved from the kill formula? Suddenly, Qin Feiyang waved his hand, and the killing intent in his palm condensed into a terrifying aura. In an instant, it pierced through the sky and entered the ancestral devil's lower abdomen. The ancestral devil was immediately blasted away, and there was a fist-sized bloody hole in his lower abdomen. Blood spurted out like a fountain, so fast, so strong. The ancestral devil looked at Qin Feiyang, tongue-tied. Whether it was the lethality or speed, this fleeting grace had far surpassed his demonic dragon formula. No matter what level of deity technique it is, I will not be defeated. Soul of life, open. The ancestral devil shook his head fiercely, and the demonic flames surged. The shattered sea of qi and the bloody hole in his lower abdomen were once again repaired. Since I can't kill you, then I'll exhaust your life. Qin Feiyang's arm shook again, and thick killing intent emerged. The ancestral devil looked at Qin Feiyang's palm coldly. However, that fleeting grace did not appear. Why? You're not attacking? The ancestral devil raised his eyebrows. I'll let you see the complete form of the kill formula. The killing intent in Qin Feiyang's palm became more and more intense. It was as if a sea of blood was surging, and the killing intent enveloped all directions. Complete form. The ancestral devil was shocked. Bang! When the killing intent in Qin Feiyang's palm reached a limit, the blood fog suddenly began to condense and change. Clang! Very soon, a blood-red longsword condensed and formed. The sword was 3 feet long and 3 fingers wide. It was suffused with a dazzling blood glow, and a murderous aura that was many times more terrifying than before surged out. This murderous aura, the ancestral devil was shocked. This murderous aura was something that he had never felt before. He could not help but feel despair in his heart. This is the current kill formula. Qin Feiyang grabbed the blood-red long sword and waved it fiercely. The long sword buzzed, and a peerless sharpness overwhelmed the mountains and overturned the seas. Terrifying, it's really terrifying, the ancestral devil murmured. Before the battle even began, fear had already risen in his heart. Come on, enjoy the despair brought by the kill formula to your heart's content. Qin Feiyang grabbed the blood-red long sword and stepped into the air. His eyes were like the blood-red long sword, sharp and threatening. Demonic dragon seal. Demonic dragon roar. Lord of all demons. The ancestral devil laughed. The 3 god arts appeared in the sky, and the demonic aura filled the sky as it blasted towards Qin Feiyang. Rotten dead wood, unable to withstand a single blow. Qin Feiyang smiled contemptuously and waved the blood-red long sword in his hand. Waves of sword qi swept out, and the 3 god arts collapsed one after another. Blood gushed out from the ancestral devil's mouth. The demonic dragon seal that surpassed the perfect god art was instantly annihilated. This is the 6-word god art. The Dao formula allows me to have a faster speed than you. The return formula allows me to give you a taste of your own medicine. Your god art, your divine power, they will all become my means to kill you. The kill formula has the power to destroy everything. I want to ask you, what are your chances of winning? Qin Feiyang roared as his sword slashed through the sky. The ancestral devil's divine body was split in half on the spot. The ancestral devil frantically sacrificed his lifespan to repair his divine body. Consume as much as you want. The moment your lifespan is exhausted, it will be the moment of your death. Qin Feiyang went berserk, and the blood-red long sword slashed the ancestral devil's body like cutting tofu. Blood rained down, dyeing the sky red. Powerful. Truly powerful. However, the ancestral devil, who clearly had no strength to fight back, laughed even more unscrupulously. Gradually, the ancestral devil's face finally showed signs of aging. His long black hair was also gradually turning white. This meant that his lifespan was slowly approaching its end. However, he still had no intention of closing the forbidden technique. He continued to sacrifice his lifespan. Logically speaking, seeing the ancestral devil become like this, Qin Feiyang should be happy. However, his heart became heavier bit by bit. Because he had an ominous premonition. It felt like something terrible was about to happen. Qin Feiyang couldn't help but increase his speed as he waved the blood-red long sword. The sword Qi tore through the sky, wanting to end the ancestral devil's life as soon as possible. Finally, as he wished, the ancestral devil's divine body was cut into 8 pieces. However, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the ancestral devil's divine body was once again reconstructed, and his aura returned to its peak state. Is it over? If it's over, then I'll make a move to counterattack. The ancestral devil grinned. Scroll up to load next chapter. Chapter 1850. Begin the counterattack. Qin Feiyang's heart skipped a beat, and he said in a deep voice, "What do you mean? Could it be that you were just analyzing the power of the 6-word formula?" "That's right." Ancestor Mo nodded and asked, "Do you know what's above the perfect formula?" Qin Feiyang shook his head. The formula is divided into low grade, mid grade, high grade, perfect. Above the perfect divine arts are the peak divine art. Above the peak formula, there is a stronger formula, and that is the legendary formula, Ancestor Mo said. I see. Qin Feiyang suddenly realized. Low grade, mid grade, high grade, perfect, peak, and legendary. In that case, Ancestor Mo's demonic dragon formula belonged to the peak formula. Ancestor Mo smiled. According to my analysis, your 6-word formula has already surpassed the peak formula and reached the legendary formula. That's not right. Qin Feiyang frowned. What's wrong? Ancestor Mo was slightly stunned and looked at him in confusion. If the 6-word divine formula is a legendary divine formula, then our strength should be comparable to it. Qin Feiyang pondered. Comparable? Ancestor Mo frowned. Yes. Your demonic dragon formula is also a peak formula. And now, you have activated the Demon King's body, and your cultivation is higher than mine by a small level. And this small level higher just makes up for the gap between the peak and the legendary formula. But now, why can't your demonic dragon formula block my 6-word formula? Qin Feiyang said. This, Ancestor Mo was stunned. Yes. If the 6-word formula is at the legendary level, then his peak formula can definitely compete with the 6-word formula. After all, his current cultivation is higher than Qin Feiyang. Wait. Could it be? Ancestor Mo's body trembled as he stared at the blood-colored sword in Qin Feiyang's hand. This 6-word formula, has it surpassed the legendary level? Beyond the legendary level, what is above the legendary level? His heart was in disbelief. Qin Feiyang also lowered his head and looked at the blood-colored sword. From the current power, the 6-word formula has indeed surpassed the legendary level. Beyond the legendary formula, he really didn't expect that the 6-word formula he cultivated would be so terrifying. Wu Tian, what kind of existence is this person? Although there was no signature on the 6-word formula, the handwriting of the 6-word formula and the pill scripture were exactly the same. From this, it could be seen. The 6-word formula must have been created by Wu Tian. Wait. Since the 6-word divine formula was created by Wu Tian, was the ancient castle also left behind by Wu Tian? Pill scripture, the 6-word formula, the ancient castle, they were all from this person, also. If the ancient castle was really given to him by Wu Tian, then Kang Shui must also have been given to him, because back then, the ancient castle and Kang Shui appeared together. Wu Tian, what is the relationship between him and him? Why did he give the castle and pale snow to him when he was born? Another doubt appeared in Qin Feiyang's mind. Miracle, Black Tortoise World. Miracle and Black Tortoise World were also created by Wu Tian. If everything was as he thought, then he and Wu Tian were definitely not enemies. After all, no one would give the ancient castle, Chang Shui, and the 6-word formula to an enemy. Since they were not enemies, why did the golden small beast and the ice dragon repeatedly try to kill him in the miracle? What was the reason for all of this? Beyond the legendary formula, haha, the demon ancestor suddenly laughed like a madman. Qin Feiyang's contemplation was interrupted, and he muttered, "It seems that I can only wait until I enter the miracle again to find out all of this." Taking a deep breath, He temporarily put down these questions and looked up at the demon ancestor. The demon ancestor, who was laughing wildly, had a face full of jealousy. Why? It's actually a beyond the legendary formula. On what basis? What qualifications does he have to have such a heaven-defying formula? I refuse to accept it. The demon ancestor roared to the sky, looked down at Qin Feiyang, and laughed. I'll give you a choice. Less nonsense. Qin Feiyang shook the blood-colored long sword in his hand, and a terrifying murderous aura rushed towards the demon ancestor like a blood tide. 6-word killing formula, 7-word formula. The demon ancestor's eyes turned cold, and with a wave of his hand, a shocking sword chi cut through the sky and collided with the blood tide of murderous aura. Boom. The two were immediately destroyed in the void. What? 6-word killing formula. Qin Feiyang was stunned. Wasn't this Zhuge Mingyang's formula? More importantly, the power of this 7-word formula was actually comparable to the kill-word formula. The demon ancestor sneered. Can you listen to me now? Qin Feiyang's eyes were gloomy. The demon ancestor's 6-word killing formula was indeed the same as Zhuge Mingyang's 6-word killing formula. However, the power was completely different. Compared to Zhuge Mingyang, the demon ancestor was the sky, and the latter was the earth. The demon ancestor laughed. Hand over the 6-word divine formula. As long as you are willing to hand it over, when I rule the 2 continents in the future, I promise to treat the people well and leave some descendants for your Qin clan. No need. Qin Feiyang shook his head and said, I'm more concerned about the 6-word divine formula. No need. Where did you get the courage to say such a thing? 7-word formula. The demon ancestor laughed. A 7-word appeared in the void, and with a destructive power, it rushed towards Qin Feiyang. Qin Feiyang took a step forward and slashed with his blood-colored long sword. Boom. Accompanied by a deafening sound, the 7-word shattered in the void. However, Qin Feiyang was also forced back. The blood-colored long sword in his hand also shattered into pieces with a clang. It's really neck and neck. Qin Feiyang's face was filled with disbelief. To be able to fight against the 6-word divine formula, it was obvious that the 6-word killing formula had surpassed the demon dragon formula and was a legendary-level formula. Although the 6-word killing formula was still inferior to the 6-word divine formula in terms of level, the demon ancestor's cultivation was higher than his. In other words, the 6-word divine formula had lost its advantage in front of the demon ancestor. He couldn't figure out how the demon ancestor could have such a terrifying killing formula. The demon ancestor mocked, how powerful is the legendary-level 6-word killing formula? What's going on with this 6-word killing formula? Qin Feiyang frowned. Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed. However, there is one thing I can tell you. Zhuge Mingyang's 6-word killing formula was passed down to him by me. The demon ancestor said. Passed down? Qin Feiyang was surprised. That's right. It's not only the dead who can leave behind a legacy. The living can do the same. Just like your ancestor's demon dragon formula. The demon ancestor sneered. Qin Feiyang nodded in realization and said, in that case, can I also pass down the 6-word divine formula? Too naive. Leaving behind a legacy is not something everyone can do. You have to comprehend it thoroughly. In other words, only by completely comprehending a divine formula can you pass it down to others. Let me ask you, have you comprehended the 6-word divine formula? The demon ancestor said. Qin Feiyang was silent. The 6-word divine formula, he didn't comprehend it, but copied it. He didn't understand the profound meaning of it at all. However, he had already thoroughly comprehended the battle formula. Because back then, he relied on the battle formula to forcefully break through the shackles and step into the false god realm. In other words, among the 6-word divine formula, the only one that could be passed down was the battle formula. The demon ancestor said again, moreover, such a heaven-defying divine formula, are you willing to pass it down to others? Why not? Qin Feiyang coldly snorted. The demon ancestor said, if that's the case, then pass it down to me now. Qin Feiyang was stunned. See, I still can't bear to. Humans are all selfish, Enchanting said. Don't make yourself sound so great. The demon ancestor mocked. When Qin Feiyang heard these words, he couldn't help but sneer. Such a despicable method of provocation could also lure him into a trap. Did he think he was an idiot? Looks like I still have to snatch it myself. Speed formula. The demon ancestor took a step forward, and his speed suddenly skyrocketed. Qin Feiyang also used the move formula and charged toward the demon ancestor. Soon, he discovered that the demon ancestor's current speed wasn't any slower than his. Just like what the inner demons said, how many more tricks did this person have up his sleeves? The two of them met in an instant. Boom. Clang. This was a confrontation of heaven-defying divine formulas. Whether it was Qin Feiyang's 6-word divine formula or the demon ancestor's 6-word killing formula, they were all displayed to the extreme. In the dark night sky, the rumbling sounds were endless, and the destructive aura roared in all directions. Not far away, the inner demons, who was lying in the void, was completely unaware of all this, and his heart fell into a deep darkness. But suddenly, his limp hands suddenly clenched into fists. I'm the inner demons, the incarnation of evil. How can I be swallowed by despair? Get lost. He raised his head to look at the sky, and his blood-red eyes were like two blood moons. With a roar, a monstrous murderous aura burst out. What? The inner demons actually struggled out. The demon ancestor was shocked. Just how terrifying was the willpower of these two people? You actually want to use despair to make me self-destruct? You're really naive. The inner demons retracted his gaze and turned to look at the demon ancestor, his blood-red eyes full of mockery. Whoosh. The next moment, he was like a killing god, using the move formula, and the murderous aura in his hand surged, condensing into a blood-red sword and charging toward the demon ancestor. The demon ancestor's heart sank. He thought that the inner demons would be swallowed by the eye of despair. This way, he only needed to face Qin Feiyang alone. But now, the inner demons had awakened. And the inner demon's strength was no less than Qin Feiyang's. In other words, once the inner demons joined the battle, the situation would immediately change. As expected, when the inner demons attacked, the demon ancestor was immediately in danger. At the same time, Sima Kuan, the woman in black, the wood Kirin, the golden Kirin, and the earth Kirin were also in danger. The blood Kirin had 2 supreme-grade artifacts, and its strength was no weaker than Sima Kuan's. So, in the face of the blood Kirin's crazy attack, Sima Kuan was already somewhat powerless. Needless to say, Tang Hai, with his terrifying speed, it was no problem for him to fight 1 against 2. Zhao Tailai's methods were relatively mediocre. But he had a spirit that refused to admit defeat, and his fighting spirit grew stronger the more he was defeated. It was this spirit and fighting spirit that made him not afraid of death, and his combat strength was at 120%. Genius remembered this site's address in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. Chapter 1851. Kui Li was even more powerful. 1 against 6, not only was he not at a disadvantage, but he was also suppressing the white-haired old man and the others. The portrait of 10,000 beasts was extremely terrifying. As for the golden divine leopard, it was also in a stalemate with the golden Chelin. Both of them had different degrees of injuries on their bodies. The golden Chelin had a superior grade armor. But the golden divine leopard also had a divine artifact. This divine artifact was the divine bow that Qin Feiyang had snatched from the monkey-faced old man. This divine bow was comparable to the divine phoenix saber, which meant that it was also a superior-grade divine artifact. The night was getting darker, but the battle on Demonic Dragon Island was getting more and more intense. Whether it was the demon ancestors' side or Qin Feiyang's side, their divine power was rapidly depleting. At the same time, spiritual state. Butterfly Valley. The golden mermaid stood in the void with 7 pairs of wings flapping slowly. Like a demon god, it looked down coldly. Whoosh. Soon, 4 divine lights pierced through the sky and landed in front of the golden mermaid. On their backs, there were also 7 pairs of wings. That's right. They were the other 4 war gods of the mermaid clan. Black-winged mermaid. White-winged mermaid. How is it? The golden mermaid looked at the 4 of them and asked. One of the black-winged mermaids said, "The teleportation altars of the other 8 states can't be activated either. What is the demon ancestor doing? Why didn't he protect such an important passage?" The golden mermaid said angrily. But he didn't know that it was the demon ancestor who asked Zhuge Mingyang to destroy the teleportation altars in the imperial capital. "What should we do now?" The 4 of them looked at the golden mermaid. The golden mermaid pondered for a moment, and murderous intent surged in his eyes. He said coldly, "Since we can't kill our way into the imperial capital, then let's massacre the 9 state." When the 4 of them heard this, not only did they not object to the cruel method of the golden mermaid, they all laughed sinisterly. The golden mermaid waved his hand, and dozens of figures appeared in unison. Among these people, there were black-winged mermaids and white-winged mermaids. But without exception, they all had 6 pairs of wings. In other words, these dozens of mermaids were all false gods. Everyone, the time for revenge has come. Enjoy the slaughter to your heart's content. The golden mermaid laughed sinisterly. Kill. The dozens of mermaids immediately scattered and disappeared in all directions like lightning. They were all filled with murderous intent. The capital of the spiritual state was the first to bear the brunt. The 2 mermaids, one white and one black, were like death gods, descending upon the continent's capital. The aura of a false god shrouded the entire area. Late at night, the city had already quieted down. However, because of the arrival of these 2 people, the city instantly boiled over. However, before they could figure out what was going on, the might of a semi-divinity realm cultivator suddenly descended from the sky. Accompanied by despairing and miserable screams, the entire city was destroyed in an instant. Not a single person in the city was left alive. They were all buried. This was a night of bloodshed. There were people wailing and howling everywhere in the 9 great prefectures, imperial capital. When midnight arrived, Old Man Qin couldn't wait to open the spacetime gate and descend above Yuzhou's capital. He didn't come to the spiritual state because he was worried that the mermaids would gather in the Butterfly Valley. After all, the ocean of despair was in the spiritual state. When he arrived in the sky above Yuzhou City, a strong smell of blood immediately assaulted his nostrils. The old man's body shook violently. Did what he was worried about happen? He quickly lowered his head and looked down at the city below. What entered his sight was a scene that looked like Azura hell. The city was torn apart and dilapidated. The streets were littered with corpses. Dazzling blood dyed the entire city red. Even the void was filled with a bloody mist that couldn't be dispersed. Looking at this scene, Old Man Qin clenched his fists tightly, and tears flowed from his old eyes. What does this grudge have to do with these ordinary people? Why are they so cruel? Where is their humanity? Where is their conscience? Old Man Qin roared towards the sky. His angry hair danced in the air, and a monstrous murderous aura rushed out of his body. At the same time, his divine sense emerged and spread out in all directions. The entire Yuzhou was instantly covered by his spiritual will. The entire land of Yuzhou was littered with corpses and blood flowed like rivers. The tragic scene made one's hair stand on end. He even saw 6 mermaids madly slaughtering one village after another. The people living in those villages were all mortals who had no strength to truss a chicken. How could they do this? Damn it, all of you deserve to die. Old Man Qin roared into the sky, teleported, crossed the void, and rushed towards the 6 mermaids. Before leaving, Emperor Hong and the Emperor warned him not to be impulsive. However, when he saw this scene, Old Man Qin immediately threw their warnings to the back of his mind. He couldn't bear it. Now, he only had one thought: kill all these inhumane beasts. Die, die. In the sky above a mountain, a white-winged mermaid crazily used the power of the pseudogod to bombard the village below. In the village, there were hundreds of people, all ordinary people. However, in an instant, they were smashed into pieces by the power of the pseudogod. Not even their bones were left. They didn't even have the chance to ask why they were killed. Awesome. After 10,000 years of silence, I can finally kill. All the people on this continent must die. In the future, there will only be us mermaids on this land. There will be no more humans. The mermaid laughed wildly, His spiritual will enveloped all directions, and he killed to the next village. But suddenly, he turned his head to look ahead, a trace of surprise crawling in his eyes. There was an aura approaching at an extremely fast speed. Moreover, it wasn't the aura of a mermaid, but the aura of a human war god. Suddenly, with a quiver, he immediately took out the image crystal. The next moment, the phantom of the Golden Mermaid appeared. "What's wrong?" the Golden Mermaid asked. The white-winged mermaid said, "I sense the aura of a human war god in Yujo, and it's coming towards me. Give me the coordinates. Then run away immediately." The Golden Mermaid said. "Yes." The white-winged mermaid nodded. However, just as he told the Golden Mermaid the coordinates, an old figure teleported over and landed above him. It was Old Man Chin. "You deserve to die." Old Man Chin looked at the Golden Mermaid and directly slapped the white-winged mermaid. Accompanied by a scream, the white-winged mermaid's body shattered, and blood splashed across the sky. "Damn it! You dare to kill my clansman! Butterfly Valley!" The Golden Mermaid roared again and again, immediately opening the portal and rushing in. At the same time, Old Man Chin also opened a teleportation door and walked in without looking back. Although he was extremely angry at this moment, he did not lose his mind because of this. The other party had 5 war gods. If he faced them head-on, he would definitely die. Therefore, he was prepared to fight a guerrilla war. The other party was a war god, and so was he. The other party could open a portal, and so could he. As long as he did not confront them head-on, the other party could not do anything to him. Whoosh! When the Golden Mermaid and the other 4 arrived in Yujo, Old Man Chin killed another black-winged mermaid. Bang! Seeing that Old Man Chin had disappeared, the 5 of them were furious and immediately released their divine senses, enveloping the entire Yujo. Sensing their divine senses, Old Man Chin decisively gave up the idea of continuing to chase the other mermaids in Yujo. He opened the portal and entered Feng State. Because if he continued to stay in Yujo, sooner or later, he would be surrounded by the 5 of them. After all, their divine senses had already locked onto him. And each of the 9 major states was very big. Even for a beginner war god, the maximum range of their divine senses could only cover 1 state. Therefore, now that Old Man Chin had changed his position and entered Feng State, their divine senses could no longer lock onto him. In short, no matter what price he had to pay, today, he had to kill all the mermaid. Damn it! Seeing that Old Man Chin had disappeared, the Golden Mermaid was burning with anger. This is not good. After entering the portal, he did not appear in our divine senses, which means that he has already left Yujo. Apart from Yujo, there are 8 other states. How do we find him? He is obviously trying to fight a guerrilla war with us. The other 4 mermaids also had worried looks on their faces. Split up and search. No matter what, we have to find him. The Golden Mermaid shouted, his eyes full of resentment. Big brother, calm down. Even if we split up and search, we can only go to 5 states at the same time. Moreover, we don't know if there are other war gods hiding in the 9 major states. If there are, once we split up, won't we be defeated by them one by one? This method is definitely not reliable. I think we should immediately recall all our clansmen and gather at Butterfly Valley, waiting for him to walk into the trap. A black-winged mermaid said. I agree. The 18 counties of the 9 states have almost been massacred by our clansmen. He will definitely not let it go. He will definitely find a way to kill us for revenge. Another black-winged mermaid also said. The Golden Mermaid calmed down, pondered for a moment, and nodded. Okay, as you said, immediately go to the major states and gather our clansmen at Butterfly Valley. After saying that, he added, be loud, let that old man know that we are going to Butterfly Valley. Understood. The 4 immediately opened the portal and disappeared. All clansmen, go to Butterfly Valley immediately. For a moment. In the sky above the 9 major states, a loud roar sounded and spread in all directions. In a remote corner of Feng Prefecture, Old Man Chin stood on a ruin, his blood-stained long robe fluttering in the wind. And right at his feet, there were 3 black-winged mermaids at the pseudo-god level, all of them dead. In addition, there were dozens of villagers, but they were also dead. Go to Butterfly Valley. Old Man Chin looked at the distant sky and heard the voice echoing between heaven and earth. His eyes flashed with a bloody light. They even knew to recall their clansmen. These mermaids weren't idiots. If he continued to fight like this, he was confident that it wouldn't be long before he could kill all the pseudo-god level mermaids. However, this was indeed not easy to deal with. All the mermaids were gathered at Butterfly Valley. And they didn't hide it at all. It was obvious. These mermaids were deliberately telling him that they were all in Butterfly Valley. If you have the ability, come. After a while, Old Man Chin retracted his gaze and glanced at the villagers who had died with their eyes wide open. He muttered, Fei Yang, Emperor Hong, Your Majesty, you have repeatedly warned me not to be impulsive. But seeing such a scene, how can I remain indifferent? Old Man Chin opened the portal again and entered He Prefecture. Divine sense emerged and covered all directions. All he could see were shattered mountains and rivers, blood-red earth, and endless sea of corpses. Genius remembered the address of this site in a second. Top Point mobile version reading website, M. Chapter 1852. Why do they have to be so crazy? Elder Chin murmured and headed to the other states. Without exception, all of them were plunged into misery and suffering. In the end, apart from the spiritual state, he went to all of them. There were a total of 8 prefectures, and who knew how many billions of people there were? But now, the number of survivors added up to less than 10,000 people. The only reason these people were able to survive was because they were all mortals and lived far away from the city. Why kill these innocent people? What did they do wrong? Elder Chin stepped into the air and walked towards the spiritual state step by step. The other 8 states had suffered such destruction, let alone the spiritual state. Unsurprisingly, in the current spiritual state, apart from the mermaids, there was probably no one alive. As expected, when Elder Chin entered the spiritual state, everywhere he went, he saw corpses and broken limbs. Why is this happening? In the end, he stopped above the city and knelt in the void in pain. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. We were incompetent and couldn't protect you. My heart hurts so much. Elder Chin grabbed the clothes in front of his chest, his face twisted to the extreme. After a long time, he got up and looked in the direction of the Butterfly Valley, saying, Fei Yang, don't worry about fighting the demon ancestor. The fate of the mermaid clan will be ended by me. After saying that, he took a step forward and walked towards the Butterfly Valley. Butterfly Valley. The 5 golden mermaids stood side by side and glanced at their clansmen standing in the void opposite them. These people's bodies were all covered in blood. The murderous light in their eyes still did not dissipate. Fortunately, we only lost 11 people. The 4 of them looked at the golden mermaids and smiled. Fortunately, the golden mermaids were furious and shouted at the 4 of them, we only have 51 pseudogods in total, and now we have lost 11 people. How can you still laugh? The 4 of them looked at each other and lowered their heads helplessly. When there was war, there would definitely be casualties. How could they be unscathed? 5 ancestors, who is that old thing? Those pseudo-god-level mermaids looked at the 5 of them suspiciously. The golden mermaids said, no matter who it is, they are the enemy of our mermaid clan. What about the demon ancestor? Someone asked. The demon ancestor is too strong. We cannot fall out with him for now. However, I will kill him sooner or later. At that time, this continent will belong to our mermaid race. As for the humans in the imperial capital, either kill them all or become our slave. The golden mermaid grinned. I prefer the latter. In the past, these damned humans enslaved us and traded us like goods. Now, it's our turn to enslave them. Some of the mermaids grinned hideously. Don't worry, the era that belongs to us merfolk is coming soon. The golden mermaid said. Boom. Suddenly, a terrifying aura, which gradually grew stronger, rolled over from the void in the distance. The group of mermaids raised their eyebrows and looked up. An old man could be seen walking in the air step by step. His murderous aura covered the entire area like a vast ocean. He actually came, and his alone. He's got guts. With a wave of his hand, the 40 demigod-rank mermaids disappeared. Obviously. The Golden Mermaid sent them all to the Space Divine item. 10,000 years ago, the previous emperor could have exterminated your clan. However, out of consideration for the goodness of the heavens, he let you go and even gave you a place to live. Why did you repay kindness with enmity? Elder Chin had already arrived outside the Butterfly Valley and looked at the 5 of them. A place to live? What a joke. May I ask, in what way is our mermaid race worse than you humans? What right do you have to occupy such a large continent, while our merfolk race has to hole up in a tiny place like the Sea of Despair? The Golden Mermaid sneered. Elder Chin entered the Butterfly Valley and looked at the 5 of them in disappointment. He sighed, I really don't know why the late emperor didn't kill you all back then. Haha, that's because he was stupid. He thought that if he let us go, we would be grateful to him. No. We will only hate him more. Our mermaid race is born to be kings. Why should we be at his mercy? And my father, for the sake of the continuation of the mermaid race, had no choice but to follow him. All these years, even in my dreams, I have been thinking about destroying the great Qin Empire and everything he left behind. The Golden Mermaid laughed sinisterly. Father. Elder Qin was stunned and asked suspiciously, You are? I am the son of the first mermaid emperor. The 4 beside me are also the sons of the first black-winged emperor and white-winged emperor, the Golden Mermaid said. Elder Qin glanced at the 5 of them and looked up at the dark night sky. Sorrow came from his heart. Late Emperor, do you see this? This is all the trouble you left behind. Your kindness and benevolence are the fortune of the great Qin Empire and the blessing of the people. However, being merciful to the enemy is being cruel to yourself. If you could be ruthless back then and eliminate the root of the problem, how could the people of the great Qin Empire be killed by them now? Elder Qin roared sorrowfully, his heart aching. He is already dead. Can he hear what you're saying? However, I admire your courage. You knew that we had 5 war gods, but you still dared to come to Butterfly Valley alone. The Golden Mermaid sneered. Killing intent flashed in the eyes of the other 4. Elder Qin turned a deaf ear and looked at the night sky quietly. 2 drops of tears slowly fell from the corners of his eyes. How sad. There are still people in this world who are so loyal to the great Qin Empire. The Golden Mermaid shook his head. Elder Qin retracted his gaze and looked down at the 5 of them. Do ungrateful people like you know what loyalty and sincerity are? You don't understand at all, and you won't understand the pain in my heart at this moment. The 5 of them sneered. Old Man Qin's gaze suddenly became fierce as he said, I dared to come here alone because I had no intention of leaving alive. Not bad. The Golden Mermaid nodded in praise. The fate of the mermaid race has come to an end. Die with the people of the great Qin Empire. Elder Qin suddenly roared, and a destructive aura rushed out of his body. Rumble. Crack. This place instantly collapsed, and the void collapse. What? This is self-detonation. Have you gone mad? The 5 of them changed color and roared in shock and anger. Yes. Looking at the people of the 9 prefectures lying in pools of blood, I have long gone mad. Go to hell now and repent for the sins you have committed. Elder Qin roared. Quick, run. The Golden Mermaid roared. Boom. But at this moment, suddenly, 2 terrifying divine auras emerged from the depths of the Butterfly Valley. Following closely behind, 2 figures shattered the ground and rushed into the void. The 5 mermaid patriarchs turned to look at the 2 people, their faces full of shock and doubt. Elder Qin looked at the 2 people with a face full of shock. It was a man and a woman. The woman was a beautiful woman wearing a golden battle armor. Her long black hair was tied together, and her aura was incomparably powerful. However, there were cracks on the golden battle armor and it was stained with blood. The other person was an old man in black with a scar above his left eye and bloodstains all over his body. These 2 people were none other than the mysterious Madam and Yi Shu. When the mysterious Madam and Yi Shu appeared and saw Elder Qin and the 5 mermaid patriarchs, they were a little stunned. But soon, they were awakened by the destructive aura emitted by Elder Qin at this moment. They said in shock and anger, Elder Qin, what are you doing? Elder Qin immediately stopped self-detonating and looked at the two with tears in his eyes. The two of them flew to Elder Qin's side like lightning. The mysterious madam glanced at the 5 mermaid patriarchs and frowned. You self-detonated because of them? Yi Shu asked. Why do they all have wings? They are mermaids. Elder Qin said. Mermaids? The mysterious madam and Yi Shu looked at each other, their eyes full of shock. Mermaids with 7 pairs of wings, wasn't that the god of war? Elder Qin cried out in grief. They colluded with the demon ancestor and massacred the 9 prefectures. What? The mysterious madam was furious. She looked at the 5 of them and shouted, the Qin emperor once told me about the situation of the mermaid clan. How could you do this? Who are you? What right do you have to interfere with our business? The golden mermaid frowned. Who am I? Even the first mermaid emperor, the black-winged emperor and the white-winged emperor, had to respectfully call me madam. The mysterious madam's body trembled, and a terrifying divine aura erupted. God of war. The golden mermaid's pupils shrank. But what surprised him the most was what the mysterious madam said. Even his father had to respectfully call her madam. Where did this woman come from? Elder Qin glanced at the 5 of them, then looked at the mysterious madam and sighed. They are the children of the first mermaid emperor, the black-winged emperor and the white-winged emperor. I see. The mysterious madam suddenly understood and raised her eyebrows. Your fathers have all followed the Qin emperor. Why are you rebelling? The golden mermaid said angrily, I said it's none of your business. You'd better get lost immediately, or don't blame us for being rude. How stubborn. The mysterious madam snorted coldly and looked at Elder Qin. So you plan to self-detonate and die with them? Elder Qin nodded. Where's Fei Yang? Why doesn't he care about this? The mysterious madam said angrily. It's not that Fei Yang doesn't care, it's that he can't. Because right now, he and his subordinates are fighting a bloody battle with the demon ancestor in the Sea of Reincarnation. Elder Qin sighed. The mysterious madam said in shock, the demon ancestor has successfully fused with the divine body? Yes. And according to the inner demons, the demon ancestor's strength is far beyond their expectations. The demon ancestor has already given us enough headaches, but I didn't expect the mermaid clan to take advantage of the chaos to come out and cause trouble. How hateful. Elder Qin clenched his fists, and his eyes were full of anger. The mysterious madam glanced at the 5 mermaid ancestors and said in a deep voice, it seems that the situation in the Great Qin Empire is more serious than the situation in the Forgotten Continent. What? Elder Qin was shocked. Please remember the domain name of this book. Literature Library Mobile Version Website. Chapter 1853. The mysterious lady sighed. Just an hour ago, Mu Tianjun successfully fused with his divine body and launched a fierce attack on our main tower. Old Man Qin asked, what about Mu Tianyang? Mu Tianyang hasn't appeared yet. He used up a lot of his divine sense in the divine ruin. It will probably take some time before he comes out. The mysterious lady said. Then why are you here? Old Man Qin looked at the two of them suspiciously. Mu Tianjun is a low-tier war god and has a supreme-grade divine artifact. With Mu Changyun and Mu Changfeng, our main tower is really, sigh, speaking of which. The mysterious lady let out a long sigh, her face full of worry. Old Man Qin looked at the two of them in shock, speechless. I thought you were here to support us. So you're here to take refuge. We can't even protect ourselves, how can we spare the energy to support you? Actually, we came this time to ask for your help. But looking at your situation, it seems like you're not much better than us. Yi Shu smiled bitterly. Old Man Qin could not help but shake his head and smile bitterly. The 2 continents were in danger at the same time. This was really not good news. The mysterious lady pondered for a moment and asked, against the demon ancestor, is Qin Feiyang confident? I don't know. Old Man Qin shook his head, then clenched his hands and said firmly, but I believe that the final winner will be us. If that's the case, the mysterious lady's eyes flashed, and she shouted, Yi Shu, go and destroy the legendary altar immediately. Miss, what do you mean? Yi Shu was surprised. Yes. First help Fei Yang to pacify the Great Qin Empire, Then we'll kill our way back to the Forgotten Continent together, the mysterious lady said. Okay. Yi Shu gritted his teeth and immediately rushed down. Old Man Qin glanced at Yi Shu's back, then looked at the mysterious madam and said, "The reason I came from the imperial capital this time was to destroy the teleportation altar here. We were worried that Mu Tianyang would bring his men here at this time." The mysterious lady said, "So, if we came one step later, we wouldn't be able to enter the Great Qin Empire?" "Yes. Once I self-destruct, the entire Butterfly Valley, including the teleportation altar, will be destroyed. So, you came just in time. However, even though destroying the altar will stop Mu Tianyang, what about the other people in the Forgotten Continent?" Old Man Qin frowned. This teleportation altar was the only entrance to the Forgotten Continent. Once it was destroyed, the entire Forgotten Continent would become a sealed cage. If Mu Tianyang started a massacre in the Forgotten Continent, the people of the Forgotten Continent would have nowhere to run. Knowing that Mu Tianyang was hiding in the Forgotten Continent, how could I not have made preparations? Yesterday morning, after you returned to Great Qin, we immediately returned to the Central Divine Kingdom and moved everyone from the main tower into the Spatial Divine Item. The mysterious lady said. Old Man Qin asked, "What about the people from the 9 regions and the super tribes?" "I can't do anything about that. After all, our spatial items are limited, and we are unable to accommodate everyone from the Forgotten Continent," the mysterious lady said. Then Old Man Qin exclaimed. "Don't forget, this is war. War is merciless," the mysterious lady said. Old Man Qin fell silent. Rumble. Suddenly, a deafening sound rang out from below. Whoosh. Immediately after, Yi Shu rushed out and said with lingering fear, "Fortunately, I arrived in time. Otherwise, Mu Tianyang would have already brought people here." When they first entered the secret chamber, the teleportation altar was already recovering. Obviously, someone on the Forgotten Continent was recovering the altar. And now, the only person who could recover the altar was the Mu family. Since the teleportation altar has been destroyed, then prepare for battle. The mysterious lady took a step forward, and divine power surged out. The golden armor on her body was quickly repaired. Obviously, this armor was transformed from a divine art. She looked up at the 5 mermaid ancestors, and her eyes were extremely sharp. "I have seen your fathers, and they are all loyal and righteous people. What you are doing, isn't it the same as shaming them? You have seen them all?" The 5 mermaid ancestors looked at each other and frowned. The golden mermaid said in a deep voice, "Who are you?" The mysterious lady said, "Listen carefully, my name is Tantai Li, the 3rd main tower master of the Forgotten Continent." "You are Tantai Li." The 5 were shocked. The mysterious lady said, "It seems that you have heard of my name. Back then, my father told me about you, saying that you are a woman that the Qin Emperor met on the Forgotten Continent. However, although you are the Qin Emperor's woman, it seems that you have no status." The golden mermaid joked. "So what?" the mysterious lady shouted, and she was a little angry. In this life, she hated to hear the words "no status" the most. So what? If you don't have a title, it means that you're just a toy that was toyed with and then abandoned. The golden mermaid laughed. "You are courting death." The mysterious lady's eyes flashed with a cold light. "With just the 3 of you?" The golden mermaid smiled contemptuously. "What a few poor frogs at the bottom of the well." The mysterious lady waved her hand, and the monkey-faced old man and the hook-nosed old man appeared out of thin air. "What?" The 5 mermaid ancestors' pupils contracted. 2 more war gods had appeared. In other words, there were a total of 4 war gods on the Forgotten Continent. Why didn't the demon ancestor tell them such an important thing? In fact, the demon ancestor didn't expect that the mysterious lady would bring people here. Moreover, in his eyes, the mermaid clan was just a pawn that would be eliminated after he finished using them. Insulting the young lady is insulting us and the entire Forgotten Continent. Be prepared to suffer our wrath. The monkey-faced old man and the hook-nosed old man were both hot-tempered. As soon as they appeared, they charged toward the 5 with murderous intent. "I will personally tear your mouth apart so that you will never be able to speak again," The mysterious lady also charged toward the golden mermaid, her eyes flashing with a bone-chilling light. Yi Shu was also like a mad beast, charging straight at a black-winged merman. In his eyes, the mysterious lady was the heavens. Anyone who dared to insult the mysterious lady was his enemy. There is hope for the great Qin. Elder Qin glanced at the four of them, and tears welled up in his eyes. The mysterious lady and the other three were not only his saviors, but also the saviors of the entire great Qin. Fei Yang, you must defeat the demon ancestor. With a roar, Elder Qin also unleashed a shocking murderous intent toward a white-winged mermaid. A battle between gods began in the spiritual state. Demonic Dragon Island. Fierce battles were still going on in various battlefields. This was a battle between gods. In a situation where both sides were evenly matched, it was common for them to fight for 3 days and 3 nights. Whether it was Qin Fei Yang's side or the demon ancestor's side, they were all covered in scars. Almost half of their divine power had been exhausted. However, in comparison, the demon ancestor's side was more seriously injured. The white-haired old man and the others were all short of arms and legs. The golden Chelin, the wood Chelin, and the earth Chelin had several bloody holes on their huge bodies, and their divine blood dyed the sky red. Even Sima Kuan was on the verge of death. I don't understand. I really don't understand. Our strength is about the same, so why do you hold the scales of victory? Sima Kuan roared. I didn't understand before either. But after interacting with Qin Fei Yang and the others, I finally understood. This is the power of unity, the power of trust. You will never understand this power. The blood Chelin roared. Every time the Dragon Vein Sword and the Wind Moon Pavilion collided, it would cause a large area of destruction. Clang. Rumble. Above the Death Sea. The battle between Qin Fei Yang and the inner demons and the demon ancestor was even more terrifying. One side was using the step formula, the other side was using the speed formula. The three of them flickered in the sky and kept exchanging blows. Their speed was faster than lightning. Not to mention beginner and beginner war gods, even Darching war gods would not be able to see their figures at this moment. They could only hear the deafening sounds of collisions. After such a long battle, Qin Fei Yang and the inner demons looked a little weak. They were covered in wounds and dripping with blood. On the other hand, the demon ancestor. There was not a single injury on his body. However, at this moment, he looked like an old man in his 70s with white hair. His face was also full of wrinkles. His originally full and strong body was now emaciated. This was caused by excessive consumption of lifespan. Ever since the inner demons joined the battle, he had been using forbidden techniques, and his lifespan was constantly decreasing. Even if he was a war god, he could not withstand such consumption. The inner demons secretly laughed. Looks like we don't need to use the ultimate method to get rid of him. Don't be careless. Although the demon ancestor is already an arrow at the end of its flight, there is still Snowflake. Qin Fei Yang transmitted his voice. Snowflake. The inner demon's bloody eyes flashed with a hint of hostility, secretly laughing. If it knows what's good for it, it's best not to make a move. Otherwise, today will not only be the end of the demon ancestor, but also its end. Regardless of whether Snowflake will make a move or not, unless we have no other choice, we must not use the ultimate method. Qin Fei Yang secretly said. I know. I don't need you to remind me again and again. The inner demon stared at him impatiently and raised its head to look at the demon ancestor. It laughed. Let's see how much lifespan you have left to consume. The blood-colored long sword in its hand was overflowing with bloody light. Qin Fei Yang flashed and rushed behind the demon ancestor. He also controlled the blood-colored long sword and slashed it. The two long swords tore through the sky, their sharpness shocking the world. Shatter word formula, shatter for me. The demon ancestor waved his hands, and two pitch-black shatter characters appeared in the sky, carrying a terrifying destructive force as they blasted toward the two blood-colored longswords. The moment they met, the two blood-colored longswords immediately shattered into pieces in the void. The shatter word formula was one of the 6 killing techniques. No matter what kind of technique it was, it could shatter into pieces in an instant. The demon ancestor had used the shatter word formula more than once. However, At the same time that the blood-colored longswords shattered, the inner demons and Qin Feiyang snorted coldly at the same time. The divine light under their feet surged, and in an instant, they rushed in front and behind the demon ancestor. They raised their fists and attacked. Poof! The demon ancestor's chest and back were fiercely bombarded at the same time. The demon ancestor immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body was torn apart. Please remember the domain name of this book. Literature Museum Mobile Reading Website. Chapter 1854. Whether it was Qin Feiyang or the inner demons, they both had the strength to fight the demon ancestor alone, let alone the two of them working together. However, although this blow was enough to be fatal, under the recovery of the forbidden technique, the demon ancestor's injuries were healed in an instant. However, his face also seemed to have aged a little. I am immortal. Defense formula. The demon ancestor roared in the sky, his white hair fluttering in the wind. Demonic mist billowed, and a set of black armor appeared on his body. Coupled with the horns on his head and the wings on his back, he looked more like a demon king at this moment. Defense formula, does it mean defense? Qin Feiyang and the inner demons looked at each other, and a set of blood-red armor appeared on their bodies at the same time. As soon as the blood-red armor appeared, the weakness between their eyebrows instantly dissipated. Their battle intent broke through the cloud. The demon ancestor was surprised. Not only did his appearance become old, but even his voice became hoarse. This is the current form of the battle formula, a defensive armor that can even withstand the heavenly tribulation. Qin Feiyang and the inner demons smiled coldly. Their black and blood-red hair fluttered in the wind, as if two gods of war had descended. Battle formula, the demon ancestor muttered and suddenly used the speed formula, escaping into the sky. Want to escape? Qin Feiyang and the inner demons immediately chased after him. But suddenly, the demon ancestor stopped again, turned to face the two, and said in a hoarse voice, "Your strength is really more and more beyond my imagination. If this continues, I will be defeated by your hands sooner or later. Since you know, then quickly surrender." The inner demons sneered. Surrender without a fight, the demon ancestor muttered to himself, and a trace of ridicule gradually crept up on his old face. Do you really think that victory is on your side? Qin Feiyang's pupils shrank. Could it be that this person was still hiding other means? My foundation is something you will never be able to imagine. The demon ancestor roared into the sky. Clang! Accompanied by an earth-shattering sound, two black demonic lights swept out from between his eyebrows. They were an ancient pagoda and a great hall. Do you know what they are? They are the Demon Tower and the Demon Palace. The people you care about are all here. Like your mother Lu Qiuyu, Yang Wei, Jiang Zhengyi, and Old Man Ren. The demon ancestor laughed. Qin Feiyang raised his eyebrows and said, "You still want to use them to threaten us?" No, no, no. You killed Lu Yun and Monarch Chen with your own hands. Threatening them is no longer a viable option. The demon ancestor shook his head. Then what do you want to do? Qin Feiyang said. To open to watch. Because a legendary divine artifact is about to be born. The demon ancestor laughed. What? Legendary, legendrous. Qin Feiyang looked at each other, then looked at the demon tower and the demon palace again, their eyes full of surprise. The demon ancestor waved his hand, and the demon tower and the demon palace rose into the air, emitting a monstrous demonic light. Following closely, the demon tower, accompanied by a loud rumble, sat on top of the demon palace. Immediately, the demon tower and the demon palace merged together. That demonic power also immediately soared several times. The demon palace is actually a part of the demon tower, but it was separated by Qin Batian back then and turned into two divine artifacts. No. It turned into three divine artifacts. Because the demon crystal is also a part of the demon tower, the demon ancestor laughed wildly, and the demon crystal also rushed out from his body, like a black lightning, and instantly rushed to the top of the demon tower. Immediately, with a clang, the demon crystal was embedded on the top of the tower. Boom! The aura of the demon tower also soared again. So that's how it is. Qin Feiyang muttered. In the past, He had been wondering why the power of the demon crystal was so weak. It turned out that it was only a part of the demon tower. Did you notice that the current demon tower is exactly the same as the stone tower in the demon statue's hand? The inner demons secretly said. Demon statue? Qin Feiyang was stunned, and a demon statue involuntarily appeared in his mind. This demon statue was the third move of the demon dragon's secret art, the Lord of all demons. He carefully compared the stone tower in the demon statue's hand and the demon tower in front of him were exactly the same. Do you think that the demon ancestor's demon tower, the ancestor's broken sword, and Lu Zhengyang's long spear are divine artifacts of the same level? The inner demons secretly asked. How would I know? However, Qin Feiyang pondered for a while, and said in a low voice, however, these three divine artifacts must be very important to them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have integrated these three divine artifacts into the third form when they created the Demon Dragon Secret Art, Divine Dragon Secret Art, and Fire Phoenix Secret Art. Demon Tower, awaken. Just as the two were communicating telepathically, the demon ancestor laughed wildly, and his divine power madly poured into the demon tower. Boom! A destructive aura rushed out of the demonic pagoda like a volcanic eruption. Qin Feiyang and the demon ancestor looked at each other. Clang! Murderous intent surged, and the blood-red long sword appeared again. Qin Feiyang charged toward the demon ancestor. The inner demons charged toward the demon tower. It's useless, it's useless. The demon ancestor laughed. The extermination symbol art appeared and blasted toward Qin Feiyang. The demon tower blasted toward the inner demons. Boom! In the end, it was a situation where both sides suffered. The demon tower was a legendary divine artifact, and coupled with the demon ancestor's cultivation, its power in a fully awakened state was not inferior to the inner demons. In other words, it was no longer 1 against 2, but 2 against 2. The demon ancestor also finally closed the forbidden technique. Looking at Qin Feiyang and the demon ancestor, he laughed. The real battle begins now. Even with the demon tower, it can't change your ending. The inner demons shouted. Is that so? The demon ancestor's divine sense emerged and pounced in all directions. The situation of the major battlefields entered his sight one by one, and his expression suddenly showed a trace of anger. I didn't expect that my subordinates would be so weak. The demon ancestor coldly snorted, but the corner of his mouth immediately pursed into a mocking smile. Looking at Qin Feiyang and the demon ancestor, he said, however, your so-called advantage will soon disappear. After saying that, the demon ancestor waved his hand, and a golden figure appeared beside him. It was a woman with a peerless appearance. She wore a pale golden dress, and her long golden hair fluttered in the wind like a waterfall. It's her. Qin Feiyang's gaze trembled. The woman in front of him was the mermaid princess. However, when seeing Qin Feiyang and the inner demons, the mermaid princess's eyes were extremely cold. This gaze made Qin Feiyang's heart ache faintly. The demon ancestor smiled mockingly, looked at the mermaid princess, and said with a smile, "Go and activate your battle soul, let them see how terrifying you are." "Yes, master." The mermaid princess nodded and coldly glanced at Qin Feiyang and the demon ancestor. She then soared into the sky and stood at the top of the clouds. That pale golden dress, that soft long hair, fluttered slowly in the wind. From afar, she looked like a fairy. Even the dark night sky was lit up because of her existence. Qin Feiyang raised his head and looked at the mermaid princess. The memories that had been sealed for a long time appeared in his mind one by one. Back then, in the Sea of Despair, he had spent 4 months with the mermaid princess. He still remembered every single detail that had happened. It was also at that time that he developed feelings for the mermaid princess. But because he carried too much on his shoulders, he had to bury this feeling in his heart. He thought about it. When everything was settled, he would go and find her. But he did not expect that when they met again, they would become strangers. Deity, now is not the time to be sentimental. Sensing the emotional fluctuations in Qin Feiyang's heart, the inner demons raised his eyebrows and secretly shouted. Qin Feiyang came back to his senses, took a deep breath, and said, I know. Good that you know. I will restrain the demon ancestor and the demon pagoda. You go and kill her, the inner demons said. Okay. Qin Feiyang nodded and immediately used the step formula, rushing toward the mermaid princess. You won't even let go of the woman you love. You are really ruthless. But I will not let you succeed. The demon ancestor smiled sinisterly and immediately used the speed formula to block Qin Feiyang's path. Your opponent is me. The inner demons roared and instantly rushed over, throwing a punch at the demon ancestor. Clang. However, his fist landed on the demonic pagoda. Because when he attacked the demon ancestor, the demon pagoda also flew in front of the demon ancestor and blocked the punch. Emperor Prison. The inner demons was furious. The purple gold dragon soul roared and the Emperor Prison instantly opened. The demon ancestor's eyes suddenly became dull. Obviously, his consciousness was temporarily taken away by the Emperor Divine Prison. Although the demon pagoda was a divine artifact, it had already given birth to a spirit. With a spirit, it would have consciousness. Naturally, it could not escape the fate of being deprived and immediately stopped in the void, motionless. Now, quickly, the inner demons shouted. Qin Feiyang leaped and rushed toward the mermaid princess like lightning, murmuring, "Although I don't want to hurt you, I have to do this now. I am sorry." However, seeing Qin Feiyang approaching like lightning, the mermaid princess was not nervous at all. Her expression was as cold as ever. "I am sorry." Qin Feiyang arrived in front of the mermaid princess and murmured again. He raised his arm and a trace of divine power shot out from his index finger. Like an arrow, it went straight toward the mermaid princess's forehead. At this moment, the demon ancestor and the demon pagoda regained consciousness. She is my trump card. How can I let you kill her so easily? The demon ancestor lowered his head and murmured. Not only was there no panic in his eyes, it was instead filled with mockery. Boom. Seeing that Qin Feiyang's divine power was about to enter the mermaid princess's forehead, a terrifying killing intent suddenly shot out from the mermaid princess's forehead and blasted toward the divine power. With a loud bang, the divine power shattered on the spot. This scene was too unexpected. Qin Feiyang did not even have time to react. After the killing intent shattered the divine power, it blasted onto the blood-red armor on Qin Feiyang's body. Clang. Although the killing intent came suddenly, it did not cause any actual damage to Qin Feiyang. Because the armor formed by the battle character art could help him block 90% of the damage. This was a terrifying number. The battle character art is indeed extraordinary. The demon ancestor muttered as he stepped out and forcefully broke the imprisonment of the Emperor Divine Prison. Don't even think about it. The inner demons shouted as they stood in front of the demon ancestor and the demon pagoda. No matter what, they had to buy time for Qin Feiyang to get rid of the mermaid princess. Because the mermaid princess's innate divine power was too terrifying. The eye of life, flesh and bones, and it was an indiscriminate, large-scale healing ability. If she was allowed to successfully activate her innate divine power, not only him and Qin Feiyang, but even Zhao Tailai and the others would be in danger. Genius remembered this address in 1 second. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 1855. You. The demon ancestor looked at the inner demons, raised his hand, shook his finger, and said, "You can't stop me." Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, a dozen doppelgangers appeared beside the demon ancestor and charged toward the inner demons. At the same time, the demon pagoda also blasted toward the inner demons with a monstrous demonic aura. Mere doppelgangers, what can you do to me? The inner demons laughed. Look carefully, are we really just doppelgangers? The dozen doppelgangers immediately let out a terrifying grin. As they spoke, the doppelgangers actually activated their demon king physique. The inner demon's eyes trembled, full of disbelief. These were not doppelgangers, but incarnations. And 3,000 incarnations. But how was this possible? Just as the inner demons were distracted, the demon ancestor rushed toward Qin Feiyang like lightning. Qin Feiyang looked down at the demon ancestor, raised his arm again, and pointed in the air. A wave of divine power roared out and instantly drowned the mermaid princess. Ah! A scream immediately resounded through the night sky. Hey! However, The demon ancestor was not anxious at all. Instead, he stopped and grinned. Qin Feiyang frowned. The demon ancestor's current behavior was too abnormal. Do you think she's really the mermaid princess? The demon ancestor suddenly laughed. What do you mean? Qin Feiyang was surprised. The demon ancestor joked, she's just an ordinary woman in Shanghai in disguise. Are you kidding me? Qin Feiyang was furious. Yes. I'm kidding you. Watching you and the inner demons crazily trying to kill her, it's really interesting. The demon ancestor laughed. Since she's from Shanghai, I'll destroy her body and soul. Qin Feiyang shouted angrily. Originally, he planned to kill the mermaid princess first and resurrect her later. However, in order to revive, he needed flesh and blood. At the very least, he had to preserve a drop of the mermaid princess's blood. However, he did not expect that this woman was not the mermaid princess at all. Since that was the case, there was no need for him to show mercy. Go ahead. The fiend ancestor waved his hand nonchalantly. The mockery on his face grew thicker. There was even a hint of playfulness in his eyes. Something's wrong. Qin Feiyang looked at Demon Alpha's expression and felt a strong sense of unease. Suddenly, with a wave of his hand, the godly power dissipated. The fake mermaid princess had died long ago. Only some flesh and blood remained, floating in the void. Why did you stop? Could it be that he has already noticed something? The demon ancestor raised his eyebrows. He suddenly attacked. A wave of divine power surged out and pounced on the remaining flesh. Sure enough, there's a problem. Qin Feiyang's heart trembled, and he quickly waved his hand, sending the remaining flesh and blood to the castle. Seeing this, the demon ancestor said angrily, I can't believe I didn't succeed. How infuriating. Who the hell is she? Qin Feiyang shouted. The demon ancestor smiled sinisterly, she is Ren Wushuang. What? It's actually my sister. Qin Feiyang's face turned pale. I know your character. In the end, you will definitely open the gate of rebirth and resurrect those relatives and friends you killed with your own hands. Similarly, I also know the necessary conditions to resurrect them. This necessary condition requires at least something from them, such as blood and hair. So previously, I secretly asked Lin Yi to disguise Ren Wushuang into the appearance of the mermaid princess so that you could kill her with your own hands and destroy her bones. In this way, you can no longer resurrect her in the future. When you know the truth, you will definitely be in so much pain that you will hate yourself to death. But what I didn't expect was that you actually noticed the clues. In fact, it's also my fault. I was too obvious. The demon ancestor grinned. Damn it. Qin Feiyang was furious and roared, bastard, is it fun to do this? Almost. Just a little bit more. If it weren't for his quick reaction, Ren Wushuang would have been destroyed by him. Of course it's fun. The demon ancestor laughed. You lunatic, I won't spare you. Qin Feiyang took a step forward. The blood-red sword tore through the sky, carrying a monstrous killing intent as it slashed at the demon ancestor. The best part is yet to come. Don't worry. The demon ancestor waved his hand, and the Sever formula blasted at the blood-red sword. A destructive aura suddenly rolled out from the top of the sky. At the same time, below, under the bombardment of the demonic pagoda and the dozen clones, the inner demons were also blasted into the Dead Sea below. That is, Qin Feiyang's pupils contracted. 3,000 clones. The demon ancestor laughed. Beside him, more than a dozen clones appeared. Each clone had all the means and strength of the demon ancestor. How is this possible? Qin Feiyang murmured. 3,000 clones, I passed it on to Zhuge Mingyang. But he was too useless. You actually snatched it away. However, it doesn't matter if I give it to you. Anyway, soon, you will go to hell and reunite with him. The demon ancestor laughed sinisterly. Swish. Before his voice died away, a golden figure appeared behind him. Another mermaid princess. Her expression was still as cold as ice. Qin Feiyang sized up the mermaid princess at this moment with a trace of suspicion in his eyes. I didn't lie to you this time. She is the real mermaid princess. The demon ancestor laughed coldly and turned to look at the mermaid princess. Go far away and activate your battle soul. Yes. The mermaid princess nodded. Without even looking at Qin Fei Yang, she turned and left. Bastard, how dare you trick us? At this moment, the inner demons rushed out from the Death Sea, setting off huge waves and charging towards the mermaid princess. I won't let you succeed. The dozen clones and the demonic pagoda stood in front of her. You are not the only ones with 3,000 clones. The inner demons waved his hand and 500 clones appeared. He shouted, "Kill the mermaid princess for me." The 500 clones were like killing gods. They smashed the demon ancestor's dozen clones and sent the demonic pagoda flying. Then, they charged towards the mermaid princess. At the same time, Qin Fei Yang also activated 3,000 clones. In other words, he and the inner demons had a total of 1,000 clones at this moment. You are really good. You have cultivated 3,000 clones to this level in such a short time. However, using 3,000 clones in front of me is simply showing off your slight skill in front of an expert. The demon ancestor laughed contemptuously. With a wave of his hand, 1,000 clones appeared in the void behind him. What? He can summon 1,000 clones by himself? Looking at this scene, Qin Fei Yang and the inner demons were dumbfounded. The demon ancestor's face was full of disdain. He shouted, "Go, crush them." Whoosh. The 1,000 clones suddenly turned into two torrents. One charged towards the inner demon's clones and the other charged towards Qin Fei Yang's clones. At this moment, the entire sky above the Death Sea was filled with the clones of the three. The demon ancestor looked around and smiled. Not bad, not bad. This is the atmosphere we should have. Whoosh. The inner demons rushed to Qin Fei Yang's side and said in a deep voice, "It seems that it is impossible to kill the mermaid princess." Qin Fei Yang smiled bitterly. Don't think about killing her first. Think about how to deal with the demon ancestor. How terrifying is this demon's strength? The inner demons were furious. They had already gone all out and almost used up all their trump cards, but they still could not defeat the demon ancestor. One had to know that the snowflake had yet to make a move. If the snowflake also made a move, could they really win? Whoosh. Accompanied by the sound of something breaking through the air, the demon pagoda also rushed into the sky and floated beside the demon ancestor. Old friend, it's been hard on you. The demon ancestor looked at the demon pagoda and smiled. Then, he looked at Qin Fei Yang and the demon ancestor and said, "I can feel the despair in your hearts." Qin Fei Yang and the demon ancestor's eyes darkened. Boom. It was also at this moment. In the distance, a terrifying aura exploded. Qin Fei Yang and the demon ancestor hurriedly looked over and saw the mermaid princess in the distance standing against the wind. Behind her stood a golden figure. The golden figure was shrouded in mist, and their true appearance could not be seen clearly. But Qin Fei Yang knew that it was the mermaid princess's battle soul, because it was he who accompanied the mermaid princess to activate this battle soul. Eye of life, open, the mermaid princess whispered. The mist around the golden figure suddenly began to dissipate. The true appearance of the golden figure also quickly appeared in front of Qin Fei Yang and the demon ancestor. It was actually a big golden fish. Its body was thousands of feet long and covered with golden scales. It was like a golden sun, emitting a dazzling golden light. The entire demonic dragon island was shrouded in this golden light at this moment. This is her battle soul. The inner demons murmured. That's not right. Her battle soul is so similar to the statue of the first mermaid emperor. It should be a mermaid. But why is it a fish when it reveals its true appearance? Qin Fei Yang was surprised. The demon ancestor said, because the mermaid clan is the offspring of a fish and a human. A human and a fish can combine? The inner demons were surprised. Nonsense. Every beast that cultivates to become a god can transform into a human. But because they hate us humans, they disdain to do so. There are even some ferocious beasts that view the matter of transforming into humans as a disgrace. This is basic knowledge. Don't you know? The demon ancestor said angrily. The inner demons were stunned. What am I doing? Is there a need to be angry with him? The demon ancestor shook his head and sneered. Watch carefully. After all, this is the first and last time you will see the legendary Eye of Life. Qin Fei Yang and the inner demons looked at each other, and a light flashed in their eyes. Did the demon ancestor forget that their Eye of Heaven could copy all battle souls and gifted superpowers? After the golden fish revealed its true appearance, it swam above the mermaid princess's head. The bright golden light made the demonic dragon island below as bright as day. This golden light, the blood Kirin, the golden leopard, and Zhao Tailai, who were on the battlefield, looked up at the sky and looked at the mermaid princess. Sima Kuan, the white-haired old man, and the three divine beasts, the wood Kirin, were all delighted. Damn it! She is going to activate her gifted superpowers. What is Qin Fei Yang doing? Why didn't he kill her? Suddenly, the blood Kirin roared. Sima Kuan looked back at the blood Kirin and sneered. The mermaid princess is our trump card. Do you think the demon ancestor will let Qin Fei Yang kill her? Also, didn't you see that the demon ancestor has already activated 3,000 clones? I am afraid that Qin Fei Yang can't even protect himself now. The blood Kirin's heart sank. He roared, Zhao Tailai, Tang Hai, Kui Li, Junior Leopard, prepare to die. His voice was like a bell, echoing in all directions. Zhao Tailai, Kui Li, and the golden leopard heard it and looked in the direction of the blood Kirin. Their hearts sank. They knew the blood Kirin's personality. He would not say such things unless he was in a desperate situation. Chapter 1856. Buzz. Suddenly, the big golden fish stopped swimming and floated above the mermaid princess's head. Immediately after, its glabella quickly split open, revealing a golden eye. It was as if it was cast in gold, shining with divine light. This is the Eye of Life. Qin Fei Yang murmured. As soon as his voice fell, the mermaid princess raised her head and looked at the big golden fish. Her expression was extremely sincere, and she exclaimed, Light of Life, please shine on this land. Voila! Immediately, the eye between the big fish's glabella emitted a golden light that flooded in all directions. In less than 3 breaths, the entire demonic dragon island was enveloped by this golden light. Although it was a golden light, it was not dazzling at all. It was like the rising sun, very gentle and warm. And in this golden light, there was a sacred aura. At this moment, the mermaid princess was bathed in divine light, like a goddess descending to the mortal world, sacred and inviolable. Deity, you have good taste. This woman is worth having. But I'm thinking, if you really get together, the child you give birth to, will it be a mermaid or a human? The inner demon's eyes were full of curiosity. What time is it now, and you still have the mood to think about this? Qin Fei Yang was speechless. The inner demons secretly laughed. What are you afraid of? You and I both know that no matter how strong the demon ancestor is, the final winner of this battle will be us. This is under the premise that Snowflake doesn't make a move. If it also makes a move, I'm afraid it won't be so easy. Qin Fei Yang said. If Snowflake makes a move, then activate the ultimate killer move and destroy it. A trace of hostility flashed in the eyes of the inner demons. Activating the ultimate killer move can indeed destroy everything, but... Yi Zichen muttered. I really can't bear it. Qin Fei Yang sighed. I can understand your feelings, but sometimes, we have no choice. Moreover, haven't you already made up your mind to activate the Gate of Rebirth? There's nothing to worry about. The inner demons said. However, don't forget that I've only managed to comprehend the Gate of Reincarnation to the initial level. At most, it can only revive 10,000 people. Qin Fei Yang thought. The inner demons fell silent. But suddenly, their pupils shrank as they looked at the demon ancestor. He discovered that the fiend ancestor's old face had become much younger. Previously, madly activating forbidden techniques and burning his lifespan, the fiend ancestor's hair was already mottled, and he looked old and stooped. But now, the wrinkles on his face were quickly disappearing. His white hair was also rapidly turning black. Is this the ability of the Eye of Life? The two of them looked at each other and released their divine senses to check the situation of Sima Kuan and the others. As expected, The injuries of Sima Kuan and the others were also rapidly healing. Roar. Suddenly, an angry roar came from below. Immediately after, with a loud bang, a huge black dragon rushed into the sky. It was Mo Long. Not long ago, it was seriously injured by Qin Feiyang and fell into a coma. But now, not only did it wake up, but the injuries on its body had also mostly healed. The Eye of Life, flesh and bone, is indeed terrifying. The inner demons looked at the mermaid princess again, and the murderous intent in their eyes was even stronger than before. Although they couldn't bear to kill her, this woman had to die now. Otherwise, not only the fiend ancestor, but even Sima Kuan and the others would become immortal. It was not easy to seriously injure them, and victory was just about to come. I didn't expect that the mermaid princess would turn the situation around in an instant. The Blood Kirin's worry is not without reason. The situation is really bad now. If the young master can't get rid of the mermaid princess, then this time, we will really die here. Looking at the white-haired old man and the others' changes, Zhao Tailai and the other two and the golden leopard's hearts were extremely heavy. Ha ha! Blood Kirin, die! Sima Kuan laughed, and his aura surged out as he punched the Blood Kirin. Whether it was speed or divine power, they had all recovered to their peak state. On the other hand, the Blood Kirin. Although it had had the upper hand before, it was also seriously injured. The most important thing was that after such a long battle, it had very little divine power left. Although it did not want to admit defeat, it could not change this fact. Boom. There was no suspense. The Blood Kirin was sent flying by Sima Kuan's punch. Its physical body cracked, and blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Boom. At the same time, the white-haired old man and the other three immediately launched a storm of attacks on the golden leopard, Zhao Tailai, and the others. The gap between the two sides was too big. One side was at their peak state, while the other side was seriously injured and completely suppressed. After a while, the Blood Kirin, the golden leopard, Zhao Tailai, and the others were on the verge of death. Young master, if we don't get rid of the mermaid princess now, I'm afraid that even the gods can't help us. The golden leopard roared. Junior leopard, you are too naive. Even if we kill the mermaid princess now, it will be useless. Because they have already recovered to their peak state. Let's fight to the death. But I don't regret it. Because it was you who taught me what companionship is and what trust is. To be able to fight side by side with you, to live and die with you, is my honor. It is also my pride. I hope that in the next life, we can meet sooner. The Blood Kirin muttered to itself. Its eyes were full of weakness, but a bright smile crept onto its face. It is smiling. Sima Kuan looked at the Blood Kirin in disbelief. After being together for so many years, he knew the Blood Kirin's personality very well. It could be said that this was the first time he had seen the Blood Kirin smile so sincerely. The Blood Kirin looked up at Sima Kuan and smiled. Sima Kuan, let's fight. Sima Kuan said, I really want to know why. Why what? The Blood Kirin was suspicious. We have been together for so many years, and you have never smiled at us like this. But why are you so happy after knowing Qin Feiyang and the others for less than a day? You are not even afraid of death. What did they give you? Sima Kuan asked angrily. Oh, that's what you want to ask. The Blood Kirin suddenly understood and said, the things they gave me cannot be seen or touched. Only the heart can feel them. What a joke. What a joke. I think you've been possessed by the devil. Sima Kuan roared angrily and stepped toward the Blood Kirin. Boom. The Blood Kirin was blasted into the ground again. The Blood Kirin dyed the ground red. Before, I also thought it was a joke, but now, when I've truly experienced it, I finally understand how precious and rare this invisible bond is. The Blood Kirin stubbornly stood up. The dragon vein sword and the Kirin armor floated in front of it. It looked at the dragon vein sword and the Kirin armor and laughed. Are you afraid of death? If you are not, then fight with me until the fire of my life is extinguished. The two supreme-grade artifacts were silent for a while. Suddenly, wisps of terrifying auras burst out of his body. The two artifacts had awakened on their own. Thank you. The Blood Kirin looked at them gratefully. It looked up at Sima Kuan and roared, As long as my life is not extinguished, my will to fight will not be extinguished. Kill. The Blood Kirin's aura was fully unleashed. With its last will, the dragon vein sword and the Kirin armor, it charged toward Sima Kuan. The golden leopard, Zhao Tailai, and the other two were also like moths to a flame. They charged toward the white-haired old man and the others. The demon ancestor had returned to his original appearance. His 7-foot body was like an iron pine tree. His black hair was like a waterfall, and his blood was vigorous. The demon dragon's injuries had also completely healed. At this moment, whether it was the demon ancestor, the demon dragon, Qin Feiyang, or the inner demons, they were all using their divine consciousness to watch Zhao Tailai and the others. The demon ancestor sighed. Qin Feiyang, I really envy you for having such a group of loyal subordinates. If you can put away your desires and selfishness, there will still be people who will follow you wholeheartedly. Qin Feiyang said. Perhaps. But I don't need it. Because my strength alone is enough to destroy everything. Any person, any beast, in my eyes, is just a chess piece. The demon ancestor laughed, his expression full of contempt. Qin Feiyang said expressionlessly, Is the demon dragon also a chess piece in your hands? Hearing Qin Feiyang's words, the demon dragon's gaze trembled and turned to look at the demon ancestor. The demon ancestor was also stunned. He looked at the demon dragon for a moment and smiled. Of course, you are an exception. The demon dragon breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that in the eyes of the demon ancestor, he was just a chess piece. Qin Feiyang glanced at the demon dragon and looked at the demon ancestor. It seems that you still have a little conscience. Haha, even now, you can still be so calm. It's really admirable. The demon ancestor laughed again and again. The inner demons joked, My lord, it seems that he has indeed become complacent. Hurry up and shut him up. Let me have some peace and quiet. Qin Feiyang nodded. The demon ancestor raised his eyebrows and looked at the two suspiciously. Innate ability, activate. Qin Feiyang whispered. The purple gold dragon soul rose into the air, and the glabella quickly split open. A millstone-sized eye appeared. That eye was half golden and half purple, exuding a hidden power. This is, Eye of Heaven. The demon ancestor's eyes trembled. He was really complacent. He actually forgot that Qin Feiyang had this innate ability. Buzz. The next moment. Above Qin Feiyang's head, a big golden fish also appeared. It was the mermaid princess's battle soul. Following closely, the Eye of Life opened. The golden wave was like a tide, sweeping in all directions. The Blood Kirin, the golden leopard, Zhao Tailai, and the others who were in danger suddenly felt as if they were bathed in warm sunlight. Their injuries were quickly recovering. The god power that he had used up was also recovering. They looked up at the sky in surprise. When they saw the big golden fish above Qin Feiyang, they suddenly became spirited. Yes. What were they afraid of? The young master had the Eye of Heaven. Any attack method could be copied. Not to mention other things, just this Eye of Heaven made the young master an invincible existence. The situation was instantly reversed. Sima Kuan and the others, who had not been complacent for long, immediately fell into panic. They could not help but begin to doubt. Could the demon ancestor really defeat Qin Feiyang like this? Genius remembered this site's address in a second. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 1857. Lord Demon Ancestor. Looking at this scene, Mo Long panicked as he turned his head to look at Demon Ancestor. He didn't know if he didn't look, but when he did, he was shocked. At this moment, Demon Ancestor had his head lowered. His hands were tightly clenched, and his expression was extremely gloomy. How careless am I to actually forget about the Eye of Heaven? What's wrong with me? How could I make such a low-level mistake? This kind of negligence is really unforgivable. Qin Feiyang and the inner demons, who made me lose face, are even more unforgivable. At this moment, he was like a wild beast that was about to go crazy. His face was extremely ferocious. Whether it was his self-confidence or self-esteem, they were both deeply hurt. Unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. Qin Feiyang, Demon Ancestor suddenly raised his head and stared at Qin Feiyang and Mo Long. His eyes were scarlet as he laughed sinisterly. I didn't expect that I would be such a boring person. I actually played with you two ants for so long. Lord Demon Ancestor, Mo Long murmured. It could be seen that Demon Ancestor was deeply affected this time. Boring, really boring. No matter how many chances I give you, you can't escape the fate of death. Trash like you, what's the use of staying in this world? All of you, go to hell. 3,000 incarnations, open. Demon Ancestor roared. In the next moment, a scene that made Qin Feiyang and Mo Long pale appeared. In the void behind Demon Ancestor, incarnations continued to appear. There are actually so many, inner demons said in shock. Qin Feiyang's pupils also contracted tightly. Wait. Suddenly, Qin Feiyang's body shook as he said in a deep voice, not long ago, he said that only those who fully comprehend the God's secret art can pass it down. Yeah. Why? Inner demons looked at him in confusion. He passed the 3,000 incarnations to Zhuge Mingyang. Doesn't that mean that he has fully comprehended the 3,000 incarnations? Qin Feiyang said. Hearing this, the inner demons felt as if they had been struck by lightning. They glared at the demon ancestor and said, "Doesn't that mean that he can condense 3,000 incarnations? You only realized it now?" The demon dragon sneered and said, "To tell you the truth, Lord Demon Ancestor was already able to create 3,000 incarnations 10,000 years ago." The hearts of Qin Feiyang and Li Wuyo sank. Apart from the fiend ancestor himself, only the two of them knew how terrifying the 3,000 avatars were. With the demon ancestor's capabilities and strength, if he fully activated his 3,000 clones, even a greater success divine war god would be killed instantly. Swish. In just a few breaths. In the void behind the ancestral fiend, a total of 2,000 avatars appeared. Not one more, not one less, densely packed. Every avatar emitted an aura that was in no way weaker than the fiend ancestor himself. Furthermore, they had all activated their Demon King physique. At a glance, they were like a group of demons. It was simply despairing. Haha, this is my last resort, and also your last moments in this world. Experience this despair well. Kill for me. The fiend ancestor roared ferociously. The 2,000 avatars waved their hands at the same time, and the word destroy appeared one by one. The destructive aura directly engulfed this world. Destroy word tactic. One must know. The 6 words tactic was a legendary killing technique. The fiend ancestor alone used the destroy word tactic, which was already heaven-defying enough, let alone now that 2,000 avatars had evolved the destroy word tactic at the same time. This scene was enough to make anyone feel despair. One could imagine how much pressure Qin Feiyang and the inner demons were facing now. Qin Feiyang took a deep breath and looked at the fiend ancestor. Your last resort is also your strongest move, right? That's right. The fiend ancestor said. Listening to your tone, it seems like you can block these 2,000 avatars. Don't joke around. With the strength of you and the inner demons, it's impossible to do so. The demon dragon snorted coldly. Qin Feiyang and the inner demons looked at each other, and a smile appeared on their faces. The demon dragon god was stunned. How could he still smile at this time? The inner demons looked at the fiend ancestor and laughed. Actually, we have been waiting for you to show your last card. The fiend ancestor looked at the inner demons, then looked at Qin Feiyang, and an inexplicable uneasiness rose in his heart. That's right. Because we know that with our current strength, it's very difficult to kill you. After all, you are ridiculously strong. So we can only wait for this moment to come. Qin Feiyang also laughed. The uneasiness in the fiend ancestor's heart grew stronger. Since we can't defeat you with our strength, then we will borrow your strength. Although the appearance of the 3,000 avatars shocked us, at the same time, it also made us happy. Because we haven't fully comprehended the 3,000 avatars, and can't condense 3,000 avatars. But now, we can. And, the number of avatars we condense will be twice as many as yours. Because there are 2 of us. The inner demons roared and also activated the purple gold dragon soul. The fiend dragon looked at the inner demons in shock. Eye of heaven, open. The inner demons and Qin Fei Yang roared to the sky. In the void behind them, 5,000 avatars instantly appeared. Among them, 2,500 avatars were exactly the same as Qin Fei Yang. The other 2,500 avatars were exactly the same as the inner demons. In addition to the 1,000 avatars that were fighting around them, the two had a total of 6,000 avatars. How is this possible? The Eye of Heaven can even replicate a deity art? The fiend dragon looked at this scene, dumbfounded. That's right. The Eye of Heaven can replicate all attacks. So, not only can it replicate battle souls and gifted superpowers, but also deity arts and battle art. Qin Fei Yang said. The fiend dragon's body trembled, and he looked at the fiend ancestor in panic. Lord Fiend Ancestor. At this moment, the fiend ancestor glanced at the avatars behind Qin Fei Yang and Qin Fei Yang, and his face was full of bitterness. In the past, he had heard of the rumors of the Eye of Heaven. He also knew that the Eye of Heaven could replicate attacks, including deity arts and battle arts. However, this point had not been confirmed. Because the Eye of Heaven had never appeared before, he had always thought that it was just a rumor. After all, it was already heaven-defying enough to replicate battle souls and gifted superpowers. If it could replicate deity arts and battle arts, wouldn't it be invincible? However, he never thought that the Eye of Heaven could replicate deity arts. I lost. The fiend ancestor suddenly smiled, and his face was full of misery. The fiend dragon trembled and roared, Lord Fiend Ancestor, we haven't lost yet. Pull yourself together. We haven't lost, the fiend ancestor muttered, and a shocking battle intent rose from his body. He looked at Qin Fei Yang and said, that's right, I haven't lost yet. I want to continue fighting. This is no longer a battle for life and death, but a battle for dignity. I, the fiend ancestor, will never bow my head and admit defeat to you two juniors. Come on, let us settle this once and for all. The fiend ancestor roared. The fiend dragon art, 6 words kill, and Eye of Despair were all activated, and they crazily attacked Qin Fei Yang and the inner demons. Kill. The fiend dragon also activated his battle soul and followed closely behind the fiend ancestor. The fiend pagoda did not take a step back, and its demonic aura shook the heavens and earth. The 2,000 incarnations of the fiend ancestor also turned into a torrent and followed behind them. Are we fighting for dignity? We should have done this long ago. Qin Fei Yang muttered, and then looked at the inner demons and smiled. He also activated the fiend dragon art and 6 words divine art, and led the 5,000 incarnations to attack the fiend ancestor. From afar, it looked like 2 torrents, drowning the sky and rushing toward each other. At this moment, Sima Kuan's group and Zhao Tailai's group stopped fighting at the same time and looked up at the sky. Rumble. With an earth-shattering explosion, the two sides met. In an instant, the entire heavens and earth were drowned in purple-gold divine light, blood light, and black light. That destructive aura surged out in all directions like an avalanche. The entire demonic dragon island was instantly annihilated, swallowed by the endless sea. Only the altar that led to the divine ruin was protected by a layer of bloodlight, and it quickly sank to the bottom of the sea. Everything disappeared. Only Sima Kuan, Zhao Tailai, and the others stood in the void far away, looking at the sky anxiously. Who would be the one that fell? The light gradually dissipated. The heavens and earth also slowly quieted down. Even the sea seemed to be exceptionally calm. Everyone could clearly hear their own heartbeats and breathing. When the light completely dissipated, Sima Kuan, the white-haired old man, the 7 people, and the 3 beasts changed their expressions and quickly flew toward the sky. They saw a figure falling from the sky. It was the fiend ancestor. At this moment, the fiend ancestor's body was covered in blood, and he had already fainted. The fiend dragon and the fiend pagoda fell together with him. The fiend dragon's huge body was broken. 8 of its 9 heads were smashed. The remaining head was also split into pieces. Its life force was extremely weak. The fiend pagoda was also in pieces, and its divine light dimmed. Young master, at the same time. At this moment, Zhao Tailai and the others looked at the 2 figures in the sky and could not help but cry tears of joy. They had experienced too much in this night's battle. They had been hovering between despair and hope. This was not only mental torture, but also mental destruction. They were even prepared to die in battle. Now, seeing the fiend ancestor finally fall, how could they not be excited? Whoosh! Saimakuan and the others rushed over and caught the fiend ancestor, the fiend dragon, and the fiend pagoda. Looking at the dying fiend ancestor, Saimakuan cried and shouted, "Lord Fiend Ancestor, wake up, you can't die." The white-haired old man and the three beasts were also in grief. But more than that, they were in despair. Even the fiend ancestor was defeated by Qin Feiyang's opponent. Did they still have any hope? The fiend dragon glanced at the fiend ancestor, then looked up at Qin Feiyang and the inner demons. It looked at Saimakuan and said, "Saimakuan, don't worry about him. Let's run." Run! Saimakuan's eyes widened in anger and he roared, "It was the Lord Fiend Ancestor who gave you the status and strength you have today, and you want to abandon the Lord Fiend Ancestor? Do you have any conscience?"